What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop the like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from me. So let's get straight into this video. So as you guys already know what we're here to talk about. Now, I know for a fact this video is not going to be monetized because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be cussing up a storm. So with all of that being said, I will be running my fair use disclaimer. But however, we are going to be talking about Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez. So Tory Lanez is found guilty on all three charges for shooting Megan Thee Stallion. So what we're going to do right now, I'm going to run my disclaimer and then we're going to get straight into this video. Alrighty, y'all, let's go.
I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I'm in danger.
Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, always constructive. Comment down below. News reporting, I guess that's what we doing. Teaching, hopefully y'all learn something. Scholarship, we ain't got no money. Education and research so you can get a nasty piece of degree. Okay. Fair use is the use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Hey everyone. Hello. How y'all doing?
What's happening, baby? I'm good. I'm great. I'm here to have a conversation. You heard me?
Yeah, we're gonna have one. All right. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I already made it up in my mind that this is not gonna be monetized. I'm gonna try my best. It just might, but I'm pretty sure it probably won't. Not because of y'all, but most likely because of me, because I'm probably gonna be acting a fool in this video. But let's actually get into the tape. So just so you guys know, this will be an open panel. And let me do this. Bye. Hey, what's going on, Arshawn? Hey, F. Damn. Hey, right now I done put the link in the comment section, the chat. Do as y'all will. All right. So how do you guys feel about the Tory Lanez being found guilty in all three charges? How about all seven? I'm about to say all seven. So how do you guys feel? It's like it's just unjust. You like it, don't like it.
It might as well be 7 as much as these niggas is complaining about the 22 years.
Girl. You ain't lying, man. You ain't lying. What about you, IG?
I'm glad that she got her justice, and I'm glad it also showed that, the same way that y'all black men want to harp on the institutionalized systems that play as to why they want it to work in the favor of some when they misbehave. So I'm glad that exposed through this whole trial process. It exposes the pathology and the selective outrage that we have for cis black men having a community. So I'm very happy that Megan got her tea and everything, but I'm glad that, ladies, you should be side-eyeing these men, and I'm just gonna put that over there.
I know that's right. What's going on, Quack? How are you doing?
I'm all right, Reckless. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing right. I'm doing okay. So how do you feel about the outcome? How did you feel about Tory Lanez being found guilty on all three charges?
I was a little scared that he was gonna walk, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was a little scared. I was like, oh man, he gonna walk and all this shit is gonna just. And then when it happened, I was like, what? Oh, what?
Yeah, that's gagging.
Like, damn. So I ain't gonna lie. I called it, but I didn't think that the jury. There was a lot of it just a lot of confusion. So I thought the jury wouldn't move the way that I felt. So I was like, damn. But I feel bad for him a little bit because I feel bad that his pops was like outburst. That's what a father's supposed to do. But that's the part that kind of made me feel a little bad for him. But at the same time, you made the decision, bro, and you made your bed, and now you gotta lay in it, man.
Okay. Well, all right. So I'm gonna be honest. When it comes down to this panel, whatever, I really want to talk about the different power systems, the social forces that really did play a part in this case. All right, so what were some of the things that you guys noticed when it came down to this case? Like, what did you guys notice from the sociological aspect, perspective? What did you guys notice that played a part in the way that the way that things transpired throughout this trial?
Well, if nobody gonna go, you're in because I know I can run my mouth. I noticed instantly that there was a biasness towards Megan's credibility and Tory's. It was just almost like everyone all of a sudden started treating Tory Lanez like he's motherfucking Martin Luther King or he's Malcolm X or he's Nelson Mandela, what he went through in South Africa. I just kind of saw it was already not believing Megan more so than believing Tory's innocence. That's one thing I saw before the facts was out. That's one thing I saw.
Okay.
I didn't understand why her sexuality or who she fucking was such a big deal. Like, that didn't have nothing to do with what happened that night. Like, I can understand, like, you know, oh, she betrayed her friend. That's a personal thing between friendships, but a gun being pulled on you and then someone shooting and then you trying to call her out and everybody's like focused on who she fucked in the past. I don't give a fuck who you fucking. If you shot me, saying I want you to go to jail. So, yeah, yeah.
Conscious? But that's even if he brought his phone. He probably not by his phone. Okay, so I'm gonna be. Oh, okay.
Of course, it was the inherent sexism. Of course, it was the anti-blackness. Of course, it was the massage. What's that word again? How do you pronounce it? The
misogynoir.
The misogynoir.
No R, like noir.
And you know, it was shocking to see because even though we talk about these things on the platform all the time and the reality of them and the generational intertransference of those cancers that exist in the underbelly of the way that Black and brown people like show up and relate to themselves and relate to everyone else. It was wild to see it on this scale, but I think it was necessary because this happened to such a profile Black woman. You got to really see the power and see the force that like patriarchy is, and you got to really see how mad particularly cis hetero men are. Like you know, a little bit of this came up when Kevin Samuels died, but it was like magnified with this Black woman having the audacity to hold a Black man accountable for what he did to her. And it was kind of overwhelming to see that energy. It was overwhelming to see a Black woman crucified. And it'd be one thing if like Megan was such a different person than Tory, but for every argument patriarchy made to crucify Meg, you could equally make the same observations and then 20 times more some when it came to Tory. And it was just like, okay, fine. Let's talk about the 2015 domestic violence incident. Are we going to talk about the 17 under Tory's belt? Fine. Let's talk about her being a whore and a thought and being highly promiscuous. Are we going to talk about Tory Lanez smashing 2 friends and then coming to a party and trying to smash another one in their face? Are we going to talk about the inherent double standards that are clearly on display for all to see here, and to just see how selfish and one-dimensional and how protective cis hetero men are of each other? It was just, It was something of another, but you know what, baby? I get it. I get it now. I'm happy to have witnessed how cis hetero male supremacy will galvanize like Voltron and assemble together. And to me it inspired me to stay on code with those I'm trying to protect. You know, I'm not even gonna really be mad at men's community. It just lets me know how much more cis hetero black men and cis black queer same gender loving people and trans persons and all the rest of us who are not being protected by the system need to hold it together just like they do. Like, we literally got to see that it's them versus us now.
Yep.
And those lines are drawn, and I can never unsee them now that I have seen it on such a massive scale and seen it play out for so long this way. So very powerful spiritual awareness was acquired here. Definitely allowed us to see how deep the issues of misogyny and black male condition is, and just how deep these issues run, and how much men really yield, particularly cis hetero men yield to these feelings and thoughts. But yeah, wow.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Because, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I feel like for the majority of every single time we had a panel, I'm pretty sure I lost my everlasting mind on them panels. Like, lost my because even if I wasn't cussing nobody out or in an uproar or like going crazy, it's just the fact that sometimes like it's like they're not hearing, they are not listening and hearing what the fuck they're saying. They'll literally say things like, I want to protect women, but then yet right after that spit out rhetoric that does not line up with you protecting women, specifically if you want to hold on to that gender role. Like, you say you want to protect women, but yet you have no problem cheating on women. You want to protect women, but yet you have no problem spreading your seed. So I don't know. That is the craziest ish to me. And I'm not gonna lie, I really try to have more patience on your platform, Conscious, but I'll just be like, no, forget this. Like, this is not me. It's not me, because I'm like, I have to say something. Do you think they are more pro men or anti-woman? I didn't follow any of the news or convos. Who wants to answer this?
I think I will let the answer that. It's both.
I'm gonna let everybody answer it.
Yeah, it's both, because patriarchy in its antiquity is somewhat anti-woman, because in the sense of she has to be put in a submission position than you. So it uplifts the men. Like the same white patriarchy that these same men are complaining about the excuses of why Tory Lanez did what he did. They want to have that same uplifting. They want to be part of the sausage party. They want to be part of the boys club. So, you know what I'm saying? They want that feeling, to feel like they're part of those guys. And if those guys have a society that's based off of putting females or feminine entities under them, well then yes, except the difference is they're not doing it. I'm not saying that it should be done in any aspect, but you're not moving in social capital. You're not moving in political capital. You're not moving in ways that even the old school trope, white man and white woman. It's a shame when I have to look and see that, wow, straight white men are more moderate with their women than black men. So if you're going to follow the steps of the patriarchy, get with the times. So it's both. I'm going to say that it's definitely both. You can't have one without the other, unfortunately, for these men who subscribe to this form of patriarchy.
I say they're anti-women, because I be watching like a lot of the Manosphere, and I be watching what they be saying, how they conduct themselves with women, and it's like me watching. I be looking at the support when, like, say, If is it okay if I could bring up like a platform over
Yeah,
here?
I don't care.
Okay. All right,
I'm
cool.
seeing platforms.
The fresh and fit shit. When I
Okay.
when I watch them, and then when he goes into that character of kicking the girl out, being rude and disrespectful and all that shit, it's like, yo, and then to see the amount of support from men just like looking at it and saying, yeah, finally, and this, that, the other. And it's like, man, all y'all guys who's watching, that's not the answer. Like, if you trying to get a girl, this is not how you do it. And most of them guys, they're incels. They just want to see the woman's day because they feel like, oh, finally, y'all didn't choose us. So finally, we can see that you get disrespected the same way we feel instead of communicating effectively. So I do think that it's more anti-woman. I don't think it's pro-man because I think I'm pro-man. But that don't mean that I'm toxic, like when it comes to women's needs and all that shit. I feel like we can do. I feel like me and you may not agree on everything. I'm not going to change my perspective, but I'm not going to be closed-minded to yours because I'm a man. Like I'm just superior to you. I don't think like that. So yeah, I just think it's a lot of anti-women.
Okay, conscious. And I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna read something that he put up.
Can you state the question?
Oh, okay. Let me drop this bad boy down. Hold up, 1.5 seconds. Okay, basically he was saying that, asking the question of, do you think that men are pro men or they're more anti women? He said he didn't follow any of the news or conversations. So based on the conversations that we've had for the longest, are they more pro men or anti women?
That means that Rashawn hasn't actually been tuning into my channel for almost 2 weeks now, and fuck you, Rashawn, for that. Do you think they were more pro man? I have to agree with IG. It's kind of all tied up into one thing, especially Western patriarchy. So I piggyback off of IG. Both.
Now, I don't think I'm gonna say this. I don't think quite because there's a way I do on maybe because we're using the word pro man or pro male. Because yes, I grew up in a very masculine household. It was just me and my father. We had the place where all of the boys came and played video games, sports. So my ways of supporting other men, it doesn't mean that I'm just so pro man to the point where I'm going to ignore men. Matter of fact, there comes an accountability because see, men who are around other men, you're not going to be around an echo chamber. You're going to be around men who think differently. You're going to want to be around men who have different religions, different outlooks on life. That doesn't mean that because those differences and those nuances there, that we don't have a same gender loving relationship, not sexual loving, right? So I think having the accountability and having the camaraderie with men, there's nothing wrong with that if it's not any way that's toxicity. But in this context of the question that they're asking, Sean is asking this question as it pertains to this case. Do you think it is pro-man and anti-woman? Unfortunately, the talking points of everything we've heard from this case has come from the patriarchal context. So it's not a separation. You might be pro male camaraderie. That's the difference between just being pro man or pro male, meaning you could just be male, and because we all share the same anatomy, I'm not gonna hold you accountable to the fuck shit that you do, especially if I want to do that same fuck shit.
Okay. So before I actually introduce Breeze, I'm gonna give my answer. I'm gonna be like this. There is a distinction between being quote unquote pro male, as in being able to embrace yourselves, but yet I do want to say this. There is something wrong when you are quote unquote have to be pro male, but in the process of being pro male or pro man, you're demeaning and disrespecting other genders and other sexual orientations. And I think that's the thing. It's nothing wrong with you being pro-male, but however, the toxic version and the toxic tactics that are used are very much a detriment to other people being around you and also to yourselves as well. So like, there's nothing wrong with being quote unquote pro-male, but however, this idea of y'all expressing, well, I'm talking in general. If it apply, let it fly. Y'all, people ways of expressing them being pro-male, and actually when you get into the talking points, it's filled with misogyny, it's filled with respectability politics, it's filled with colorism, it's filled with, because that's really, be completely honest, from this, I'm gonna read off the things I've noticed in this case alone. I've noticed the anti-black rhetoric. I've noticed the colorism that was very much displayed. I noticed the misogynoir. I've noticed the sexist bias. I've noticed the respectability politics. I noticed the victim shaming. I noticed the street code, aka no snitching. I've noticed the patriarchy. I noticed the internalized misogyny from all the pick-me's and the mammies. And I also noticed, I noticed all of the excuses that really came up in the last panel as well. But we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that because I'm just gonna hold off on that for 2.5 seconds. So Breeze, how you doing today? What's going on?
Hi, I'm sorry for my raspy voice.
Oh, you're all good.
I've been dealing with this upper respiratory thing for like the last 3 weeks. So I've been in the comments and just didn't want to talk because I didn't want to annoy everyone with my voice.
And that
But
sounds really relaxing, to be honest. It sounds really amazing, honestly.
well, I appreciate that. But no, I want to thank you and Conscious TV for speaking on behalf of women. I know you're speaking on behalf of just the feminine energy in general, but because sometimes as a woman, I feel like men, and I come from a very misogynistic environment. I have all uncles on my dad's side, and I'm such a tomboy. I'm so feminine, but I identify with them because they raised me, and I want to partake in conversations and talk about sports, and I literally feel like it goes in one ear and out the other. Like part of me feels like they're like cognitively wired just to not hear us, and just to have male voices speak on our behalf and kind of try to penetrate their thick-headed skulls is really refreshing. And I just wanted to add, like they did a study. I'm a psych major and I'm a therapist and all that stuff.
Ooh.
And at school, there's a study that really stuck out to me that because I focused on racism and oppression, and there was a study they did in Canada where they measured empathy signals in the brain, and white people literally could not experience empathy for people of color. And I think they measured in specific Asian people, but I'm pretty sure we can safely assume that translates to other people, cough, cough, us. So, yeah, I definitely think that, and when I go back to school to do my dissertation and all that stuff, I focus on mental health now. But I would love to look at sexism and how that, plays a part. Because like I said, I literally think I could be speaking to them and saying, like y'all are, you speak to them and you say the facts as plain as day. And they literally just, okay, but blah, 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 blah. I just feel like they literally don't have the ability to hear, to understand. And it really takes like a beating, a cognitive beating for them to get
it.
Or somebody with some bass in their voice because they're wired like that too.
Yeah.
It's like, you're so wired outside of just social economics. Most cis hetero men are wired to care more about the opinions of other men than they are the women that they say they want to have sex with and have these relationships with. And we don't even do that as same gender loving. So Brie, honey, it's perplexing to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so what's going on, F? I'm gonna be honest. When it comes down to this conversation, like I can have this conversation on the panel, but whenever I hear, whenever I hear the the perspectives or the excuses in person, it just triggers me because I know they're not being honest and I know they're full of shit. And that's just no shade.
Absolutely.
But however, Arshawn asked the question. Well, he said something that actually stuck out to me. He said this. He said, I do know men are scared and angry, but I agree they are going about it ass backwards. That's basically what he meant, ass backwards. So here's the thing. Conjur's actually mentioning this when we was having a conversation. I believe behind the scenes, or actually on the panel, I forgot. Talking about men are literally scared. they're literally scared and they're just about having an outcry. Why is that, Conscious?
Because Black men today don't have an inherent identity. Their identity is compiled by duties. And problem with those duties that men have relied on for a purpose and have relied on for the sake of value and bringing value to themselves is the scales of balance are actually balancing themselves, and women are able to do a lot of the duties and bring a lot of the things to the table now materially that men used to be sought after for. This has created a big issue for men now, that women can bring the bacon home, that women can be the table now, that women can lead their own lives financially and don't require the aid of a man in order to live a life of luxury or to have sustainability in their existence. And so now men have defaulted to a reality that's always been there. It's just never been realized because of the gender dynamics of women being submissive and seeking out a husband who can then supply a material reality that can secure the family, which is a lack of substance. Men are kind of free falling now in their identity. Who am I? What the hell to do? What's left of me if I can't be the breadwinner, if I don't make the money, if I'm not the supplier, if I'm not the protector, then what's left of being a man? And that's why I said on the panel, I said, now men have an opportunity to really get to the bottom of masculinity. And if we're even living in an era that is even conducive for this binary anymore, and whether we're moving into more of a spiritual age where it's not really rooted in biology, it's more so about both sexes really understanding that they're two sides of the same coin, and all persons kind of unifying under this androgynous umbrella where women get to explore and self-actualize their masculinity in alignment with their femininity, and men doing the same thing. And I think we're seeing a lot of that manifest through even the conversations around LGBT rights and trans people, and these conversations around biology versus spirituality versus, and like you seeing the conversations are getting more complex because we're actually going down the rabbit hole. We're getting to the bottom of what it actually even means to exist. That's really where we're headed, is what really are we? At some point, the conversations around what is considered human are going to be entertained in this age of exploring transhumanism and cybernetics, and the questions are going to get deeper. The probing is going to get deeper. We're literally being pushed kind of over the edge into a deeper conversation around being a soul, around existence, and you're going to be given the opportunity through the age of Aquarius to also rebuild our world in the image of the new information versus clinging to the old world. The old world is definitely going out of date, but it's a very powerful opportunity that all of humanity is being given. Of course, you have those who are going to knuck and buck against transitioning and against the opportunity. I know men are scared. If I was a cis hetero man, I would probably be an ignorant buffoon out here as well, really clinging to patriarchy, because I think me being queer
saved us.
Yeah, it was like my saving grace is my kind of inherent femininity, and kind of not really feeling like I had a choice, but to really tap in to and accept that femininity, and then coming to terms with that femininity allowed me to come to terms with my full humanity. So our queerness kind of accelerated our journey of self-discovery relative to our cis hetero
counterparts.
Counterparts. So yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, actually, Ev, how do you feel? What's going on with you? I'm gonna squeeze you up in here.
Hey,
Hey.
hey everyone. Hey, Conscious. Hey, Reckless.
Hi, Bree
Hey.
and Beth.
Hey, Breeze and Quack. So I've been kind of quiet. I've just been in the chat for the most part with everything. I try not to consume too much of this. I've just been really just looking at Conscious and getting, his perspective and everything. Because too much information is just like, it's overwhelming for me. Yeah. But other than that, like, I am very happy. I started twerking when Conscious screamed that he was guilty. I sure did. I was like, oh my God, I got to get a Megan soundtrack going right now. Because I'm just so happy for her. For me, I just seen when it comes to like Black men, in particular on Conscious channel, and just some of the stuff I've been seeing in the YouTube streets, it's really simple for me, and that's just like I just don't see the empathy from Black men. And it's so crazy because it'll be the same Black men that will want to kill another Black man for hurting their little sister feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, let Megan be your sister or your cousin, your auntie or whatever, and something not even half as serious happens to them, and you ready to take their head off, and you want all the grace and mercy, you want everybody cheering for you.
Right.
But this woman was shot, okay, for, whatever reason. Nonetheless, she was walking away from the situation. And, these men are out here windmilling for this dude who can really...
I'm sorry. Wait, I have to... I'm going to stop you right there. And then I'm going to let you continue. It's the fact that people... Okay, it's coming back, y'all. It's coming back. I'm trying to stay calm. It's the fact that people literally sat their ass on goddamn live and sat their ass on these platforms trying to make justifications for why this woman got shot. And this is how I know that a lot of melanated people are ignorant as fuck. I can't... by the way, I learned a new word. I can't stand no nescient ass bitch. That means ignorant. Let me tell you something. They literally sat up here on these platforms justifying why this woman got shot, and then tried to make the excuse that it was quote unquote self-defense. But yet, we've already made it clear that the woman was walking away. So even if she was like, if she's walking away, that does not consider itself self-defense. Y'all ass gonna be locked the fuck up just like Tory ass.
Exactly.
Whoa, that shit was annoying. I was like, girl, do they not hear themselves?
Yeah, and I've been just seeing some of that type of senseless rhetoric, and then just thinking of the type of men that I've encountered, and I'm like, I know these patriarchal, I can't say it right now, these type of men, you know what I'm saying? I deal with that, and I've dealt with that on a daily basis, and I'm like, oh my God, it's just magnified now on the internet. And I mean, again, just the lack of empathy for me with these men, because like I said, if it was someone they knew, someone they loved and cared about, the roles would definitely be reversed. And that's it. And like I said, it reminds me of the whole Trump situation, because I remember when Trump got elected, just seeing, the elation in a lot of these white folks and some Black folks' faces. And, that day, and it, like, my whole city was really somber for the most part. But you see certain people just nice and cheery that, that same day. It was like, oh my God, like, it felt like a movie. But nonetheless, I'm really happy, and I'm really shocked that he was found guilty, because I just, unfortunately, this is not usually the way it goes for us color folk, and
Yep.
especially for us women. So I'm
Mhm.
very happy about that, and thank y'all for being a voice for us. Conscious breakfast, all of y'all, especially IG. I love your accent, man. It's so fucking dope, man. I wish I was
Baby,
from New
the New
Orleans.
Orleans, baby.
I know you just said
Baby.
it so
Thank
naturally.
you.
Oh my god. I
You
wish I
know,
could talk like you.
I appreciate it. I just looked at what you, because you put that on what you just had up, brother Reckless.
Oh,
The post see Megan, because I want to speak to
all
something
right.
she just said, and against it, and it also has something to do with what it triggered this thought.
Mhm.
See, let Meg be your sister, cousin, your auntie. Don't assassinate her character, protect her. And that's the thing about patriarchy, especially within the black community. You hear it all the time from cis black women. I see black men as my brother, my
Yeah.
father. But see, they compartmentalize differently. They only literally see that reference for their sisters and their mothers. So, what does that also mean in this case, too? Because let's just face it, it wasn't black male patriarchy that gave Megan justice. No. She had to get her justice from the same white man that you're trying to paint as the boogeyman. His
Mhm.
laws and his state and government is what picked up the case, because you didn't
Mhm.
create any institutions where you hold in law to do such things to be able to have the full legal institutionalized rebuttal to that answer. You still have to play underneath their ball game, and it's not the excuse, but I'm just saying the
Yeah.
irony is that they're seeing all men generally as their siblings, but they only, or their loved ones, but they only see that for their siblings. And then it took men outside of black men to give this black woman justice.
Yeah. You better fucking speak. You better fucking speak. Breeze and Quack. Let me get you guys up in here. We're gonna go to Breeze, then we're gonna go to Quack.
Yeah, just my perspective on the comment?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Oh my God. Yeah, I kept my mic on mute, but I was yesing and to everybody.
That's right.
But yeah, no, I would also, I want to add, and the woman they're attracted to. Like I feel like sometimes the only way I can get through to men sometimes is if I play into that sexual, or that being a damn, or whatever. Like I got to play
Mm-hmm.
into my femininity super hard just to get them to hear me. Like I
Yep.
can't be a strong black woman, like that I want to be. I love being soft, but it's just like it's really frustrating when I have to rely on that. And even when I'm giving therapy to people, it's like, this person they only want to be here because they're attracted to me or something. So it's just really frustrating that we we don't get the benefit of our intellect like men do. Going back to, you guys having to be the voice for us. But yeah, it's frustrating. And even within our own families, I remember having to have arguments with my own dad about domestic violence. He put his hands on my mom early in their relationship, and I remember having to argue him down and bring to light to him how, like, the issues that y'all have is because of what you did, like your actions. Like, and even then, so it took about him being almost damn near 55 to be like, okay, I apologize. And I remember there
Mm-hmm.
was one instance in specific. So I'm from Oakland, California. I don't know if y'all know about that place, but it's definitely burdened with a lot of the racism, oppression symptoms that we experience. Sexism, it's known for prostitution and pimps and all that stuff. So um, sexism and hate towards women is embedded in not just the men, but the women. And domestic violence is super rampant. And we actually was watching this man chase this woman down the street, trying to beat her up. And I'm like, Dad, like, can we call the police or something? He's like, no. we got to mind our business. We don't know what's going on in their relationship. We don't know what's going on with them. He might come and do something to us. And it's like, but I'm like, Dad, if that was me, you would be okay with somebody watching and just being like, that's their business. So like, literally, you could even be the person's daughter, and the ignorant cis hetero rhetoric that they have will still supersede the voice of their own baby.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I comment to her as far as definitely having to use the feminine, like, oh my God. You know, y'all see the picture, right? I look good. And it's like,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. You know, thank you, boo. But it gets tiring when I do have to sometimes put on a soft voice and, you know, bat my eyes a little bit or whatever, just to get some type of help from a man. And I mean, I do it. I mean, it is natural, but it is exhausting too. And then also, like, even in the workplace, you know, you just you have to cater to your male superiors a little differently, because, you know, you don't want to come across as being too snappy, or, you know, it's just, it's frustrating. I'm sorry, I can't even
No,
like
but
say everything I want to say, but I mean, we have to use it to the advantage. I mean, and don't get me wrong, right? It is beneficial because there are, you know, I guess you can call them perks or whatever with it, but
For
it does
sure.
get exhausting
It
sometimes. It's
is.
like,
It is.
damn, I don't even like. I gotta flirt with you. I gotta make sure I smile extra hard just for you to help me. It does get exhausting. I just wanted to touch that with Bree.
and I can, and I'm not a woman, but I could see how that shit is unnatural, because the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, your femininity isn't just reduced to being submissive.
Yeah.
Your
Mm-hmm.
femininity also has the assertive. Your
Yep.
femininity also has the aggression. So it's so
Mm-hmm.
frustrating to watch a bunch of males, like, motherfuckers won't say, I didn't ask you for your 2 cents after you didn't made it rain with Benjamins and Franklins around this motherfucker. And you got the
Right.
nerve to say something about my 2 pennies. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So it because
Mm-hmm.
that's one thing, by me being connected to my South African and my American Indian heritage from Louisiana, we recognize the two. I was raised in a single parent household. We recognize the two spirit duality, and femininity isn't just a trope
Mm-hmm.
for being submissive. And
Mm-hmm.
I can't, because I can only imagine how that would feel for you to have that other side, because you're not being masculine because you're asserting
Mm-hmm.
yourself, but patriarchy will label it as such. You feel me? So that,
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
just want to let you know, as a man, as your brother, I do recognize you're not being masculine. You're using the other side of femininity, just like we should learn how to use the other sides of our femininity as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I had to unlearn a lot. I had to really
Mm-hmm.
unlearn a lot of self-hating beliefs that I had. Um, you know, self-hating. You know, being a woman. My mom is white, so I had to unlearn a lot of anti-black stuff. Like, it took a lot of
Mm-hmm.
unlearning that I had to do to really try step into. Or to start to step into, right? I think we're all constantly learning. There is no healed person. It's a process. So, you know,
Definitely.
and for them, you know, it takes a lot to admit, you know, like, if I'm a substance
Mm-hmm.
abuse counselor, so, you know, getting someone to admit they're an addict or life is unmanageable, that's the hardest
Mm-hmm.
part. And that's all we're seeing. Like, men, or the cis hetero men collectively, have not been able to make that collective, we have
Mm-hmm.
a problem and our life is unmanageable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's
And
happening around them. The family structure has been uh, deteriorating for hundreds of years, and they can't. And just like you guys were saying, they're scared and they're ashamed. And, you know,
Mm-hmm.
all these other races of men, you know, quote unquote, I really hate the comparison, because other races have their shit. And, you know,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
we love talking about, oh, they can do this and that. We don't know what's going on. Like, they have a lot of shit too. They just maybe hide it a little better than we do. But
Yeah.
you know, we and that's where we kind of have to have a little empathy, and I hate that too. But, you know, let them know it's okay. you know, it's okay to have your problems, your issues. We're here for you. That's where we're going to be here to help you through and walk you through it. So, you know, we have to be the change we want to see. And thank you, IG, for, you know, validating us.
I also want to ask, can I ask something to that? Or can I also question how much we really even know about the fucking nature of femininity and masculinity as it relates to like how that's personified in humanity. I think because when I think about the only thing that can actually work, regardless of what sex you are, is actually like just the tenets and virtues of love. Like, just be fucking compassionate.
Yes.
Just be understanding.
Yes.
Just be helpful. Just like, if you need to protect someone or yourself, just do so. Like, these are not even things that we have to bottle into categories of femme or mask, more so than just like qualities, virtues, and actions that just will have their place when it's time for them to have their place, regardless of what sex or what body you occupy. I think it's just time to be a person, and it's just time to have a full humanity and even transcend the labels, because I think sometimes even the language just stifles the point, the point in the
it throws us
concept,
off,
and the reality, and I just wanted to add that part.
I definitely had to unlearn.
It sound like me ain't conscious. It sound like me right there.
And to IG's point too, a little bit, because even with my, with my grape situation, I became very angry, and I became even more assertive when it came to men, because I've always been kind of like passive. I'm more of a passive aggressive type of person, but I became more outwardly aggressive after my grape, because it was just a defense mechanism for me. But it's like you just kind of finding that balance between being, feminine, and then being assertive or being masculine. I don't know, if the two combine, but nonetheless, it's like when you're assertive in situations, then you can ultimately be looked at as a bitch, or you being mean, or you being this and that. I mean, now I'm at a point in my life where I do not care what you perceive me as. If I say something, then that's what it is. But it's just, that's a balance too. And I just wanted to say that.
With me, like, I used to get hurt a lot because I didn't have the understanding. I ain't grow up with my moms. So, like, I grew up with my father and brothers and all that stuff. So it's like the patriarchy that y'all explained to me was like embedded in me. So, like, I used to get hurt a lot because I didn't understand how women thought. And I used to, like, get frustrated and then get my heart broken, and then she'll cheat on me or something like that, and da da da. And I didn't know that I was contributing to my own demise, right? And I came to a point where it was like, I gotta stop doing what I think is the right thing to do, which is like, oh, let me be a gentleman. Let me be the person who pays for everything. Let me be the person who gives her flowers for no reason and all that stuff. It's like the fantasy shit. And I stopped doing that. And I saw the results go more into my favor. So I was like, oh, okay. Let me get more understanding of what is attractive to the person who I'm attracted to. Let me gauge that, and let me become more of that. And it just made me become like less emotionally attached to relationships, because I think that we all fight with our loyalty. I think that we all have options. I think that we all don't act out on our options out of respect for the opposing person. But I don't think that's a natural thing. And I'm coming to that conclusion that I'm more honest. Like I always been pretty honest dude. So I'm like honest with like any situation I get myself into. I'll be like, look, I'm seeing other people at the same time. I don't have no issue with you seeing other people at the same time. It's not like, you know, it's a one-sided thing. Like I know I respect the demand that y'all women got, and y'all got way more demand than I do. So I respect the demand, I respect the beauty. I'm also like a charming dude, so it's like you got to respect that I'm a charmer. I'm gonna get a lot of options myself. It just I think that I think like the kids is getting it right, man, because it's like I just look at them and I look at them as the example, and I'm like, yo, they're not doing the same shit that we're doing. Like they have their own language, their own world, and they're like really open. Like the next generation is leading the next generation. Like all this transphobia, all this homophobia, that shit is turning lower and lower. Racism, all that shit is turning lower and lower. So I just think we're on the right track right now. Even though it's not for our generation, we are on the right track for the next generation.
Okay. All right, so Retro Dutch, and then we're gonna get Red Clark in here. Retro Dutch, are you a man, woman?
I'm non-binary, but
non-binary. Okay.
Yeah, but you know, you'll be able to tell which pronouns to use.
Okay, right. Gotcha,
It'll be common sense, right?
Yeah.
I really just wanted to piggyback on what Conscious is saying, but Conscious is always talking about something that makes the most sense. Just the whole, you know, just to reiterate, just the whole thing about how the trans community is kind of attacking the cognitive dissonance and the false sense of entitlement that society has had to place these social constructs and gender roles on people that are really destroying our communities. The patriarchy and all that stuff it didn't work for people of color. So we can't mimic that. We can't be what the slave master was. We have to have our own goals, and we have to reinvent what this whole thing is. And it was really powerful when he said that black men are clinging on to patriarchy because that's all they know. And it's time for us to, like that movie Woman King, you know, it's time for us to really kind of reevaluate. Maybe the black woman does need to be the boss. Maybe she does need to be making the decisions or helping. Maybe it does need to be 50-50. We don't need to have these gender roles because it's creating a gender war. And he said that this is true. It brought it to the forefront here. Like all this stuff, it was unbelievable even for me too. I'm like sitting here watching this, about how men are picking sides and how Megan's character is being assassinated. I didn't even hear the verdict, but I guess from the comments, I'm hearing that he's guilty, right?
He's found guilty on all 3 charges.
So now I'm wondering, you know, what's going to be next? You know, are they going to still continue to assassinate Megan because he's going to be held accountable? Possibly. Or
of course,
possibly. Possibly. That's going to be possibly.
Strong possibility. Personally, I thought that he was paying people off, and I think they were threatening people's families and stuff. I think they were doing a lot of stuff that we don't know that goes on behind the scenes with the men, and that whole bullying and power struggle. But it really did bring it to the forefront, and but needless to say, what he said about genders, that's perfect. Yeah, we need to erase these gender roles and these social constructs, start completely over, or try as much as we can.
Yeah, we need to be true to the human experience. We don't need a social construct. We are the construct, like our actual inherent self is. We don't actually need to create something outside of that. We just need to be honest and authentic to our human experience and accept that humanity across the board for everyone.
Yep, I agree. Red Clark, let's get you up in here. So how do you feel about the verdict? How did you feel about what transpired? Hello? Red Clark. We'll come back to you. All righty, so let me say this, because I'm not gonna lie. When it comes down to this case, I really want to Red Clark. Okay, Red Clark, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna drop the link again. Just come back up, all righty? Drop you down.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because Conscious was saying we need to remove the gender.
Gender
like,
roles.
Right. So what happens with the people who is born white and wants to be black? What happens to the people where they want to be cat people and like they become these things that is that the same thing, or is that
I
like
love this one.
do we then like accept that, hey, you know, they have the free will and they really might think that they are or they maybe are these people, or even pedophilia? Like what happens when like a person who doesn't control themselves around kids and they say that it was consensual and all that shit, and like
Okay,
how
so
do we
I'm gonna let Retro go, and then I'm gonna let Conscious go, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
go like
And I love this because it's very simple. The answer can get really complicated for some people, but the answer is very simple. That's two different types of science. So you're talking about different race or age. You're talking about biological attributes. When you're talking about gender, you're talking about sociology, you know, how the mind works. So it's like the difference between the brain as a body part versus how the brain works. Gender is so important because if a person has a stroke, how important is their body and what it's doing if their mind is not there? Sociology is the study of the mind. Biology is the study of the body. So that's the difference there. That's why a person can't say, well, I feel like I'm a cat, or I feel like I'm 5 years old, or I feel like I'm black, or I identify with that experience. You may very well do so, but your gender is a little bit different. It's inherent. It's not something, it's not a choice. It's not something you can control, and it's not just a feeling. But it's most definitely a different type of science. So those people can't jump over here with trans and say, oh, well, this is how I feel. This is how I identify too. No, baby, you cannot change your biology. And people who are trans are not changing their sex. They're changing their gender. So that's the difference.
Gotcha.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So yes, Red Clock, I can't hear you. I'm gonna let Conscious answer Quark's question, and then we're gonna get to you because I feel like his question is very appropriate for people who are non-binary and androgynous.
All right, bet.
You can continue. Conscious.
I am so when I was saying, first of all, I agree with everything that Retro just said. Also, when I speak about being like true to the human experience, that entails the spiritual experience, which is like the psychic aspect of our reality as well. I love that trans and non-binary people are kind of coming out of the shadows in the West and kind of forcing society to deal with the reality of the trans and binary spectrum, because, and I've said this on my panel before, that the reason why Western people are struggling to understand trans people and non-binary people is literally because in the West we have more of a scientific, masculine, mathematical mind about things. We're very left brain in the West. What we have when we are talking about trans persons and non-binary people is we have an opportunity to explore things from a more subjective aspect, and it goes back to what I was saying about getting to the bottom line of what it really means to be human. When you strip all of this down in a way, I don't believe that there's really a such thing beyond biology as male or female. I think that those things are more relative to the body, and then whatever this mind and this consciousness is non-binary. I love what Jesus said to the disciples when he said, when they asked him, like, well, you know, who will be married in heaven, you know, like who would claim who, and Jesus said something equivalent to basically said there would be no gender, there would be no sex, you'll be like the angels. You won't, those things will be, you would just be consciousness, you just be spirit, you just be divine. Maybe that's some total of all of this, and maybe something that is completely beyond all of it. But as it relates to people identifying as cats, etc., look, I think that we have to humble ourselves when it comes to what we think we understand about reality and the nature of reality and the way that consciousness actually works. I think that we have to consider things like a past life and reincarnation. We have to consider that people like Rachel Dolezal may have been a Black woman in a past life, and that's why she strongly identifies as a melanated woman. She may have been a melanated person in multiple incarnations in her existence. Rachel Dolezal is not going to be the majority of white people trying to identify with Black people, but because of my own spirituality, I have to make space for people like Rachel Dolezal in terms of being transracial or transracial, because of me understanding that the universe is a multiverse and that there are parallel realities and that we are eternal and immortal, and that our consciousness is having all of these simultaneous experiences and resurrections and death and come again. And so I try to sit back when I look at all of this and you know, just kind of make space for a little bit of all of that. And I don't really know about people identifying as cats, but what I will say is, if your pronouns are cat it is. I have no reason to push against anybody's identity. If people are happy and not harming themselves or others, I am clear about minding my fucking business.
And this, let me say one thing really quickly. Was that a dig contest to transracial? I caught that.
It was I coined her that trans
double entendre.
Yes.
Was the only one that caught it. Alrighty, so Red Clark. Okay, I can hear you this time. Okay, so how did you feel about Tory Lanez being charged with 3 counts? We found guilty on all 3 counts.
Like I say, like me personally, I feel as if it was, you know, I feel like it was, like I say, like the whole thing was interesting. I'm gonna say that first. The whole thing was an interesting thing, and I was looking at it from what I could learn from it. And the guilty verdict, hey, the jury is here to reach a verdict, and that's what they did. They reached their verdict. So whether it was right, wrong, the jury just did what they had to do, which is reach a verdict. So the verdict in which they reached, it was guilty as charged on all 3 counts. I mean, that's what it was. You know, I can be like, oh, I feel like it wasn't right, it wasn't boom, 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 but at the same time, the jury did what they were called to do.
I have a series of questions for you. So do you believe that the verdict was just? As in, do you think that they were just? Now, this is gonna be a compartmentalized question. Do you believe the jury was just, as in naming him as guilty, declaring that he was guilty?
No, personally, no.
Okay. No. Because I also know there are some people that have no problem with him, quote unquote, being guilty, but they take issue with him, quote unquote, having 22 plus years in prison. So now keep in mind, on Conscious Pen, I wasn't there. Like I was like calmed down and stuff, but I had to go take care of my nieces and nephews. So what about? So So what's your thought process when it comes down to Tory Lanez being found guilty and why you may disagree with that, or you just don't see where that's coming from?
I feel like from the people, because one thing, I wasn't in the court, so I don't know what was all going on and said, and I was trying to look at different points of views from people that was there, like Lawyer for Workers, the other woman from CBS, and just different people to get different perspectives. And what I gathered was I feel as if it was like all fingers didn't point to him doing it. But even if, let's say, he did do it, the intent behind doing it, I just, and maybe because, and I've been trying to separate myself, maybe, Red, you think like that because is this something that you wouldn't do? Like, you wouldn't? So it's hard for me to fathom, like, someone doing, like...
To be able to do stuff, something like that.
Yeah, so it's like, dang, like, what, and then I separate, this is just my thought process of the whole thing. It's like me asking myself, Red, like, do you feel like this because you been a fan of Tory? Like, is that why you feel this way? And then I entertained that thought, and then I took myself out of that bias and looked at it from a, an overstanding perspective. And I just feel like the just how everything was going on, it was like, just even how the investigation was going on and the lead detective in trouble himself. It's like, damn, like, all this shit going on, who's to say that some other shit not going on? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just entertaining these thoughts like that to feel like, I just don't feel like everything pointed back to him doing it, just down to motive. Okay, you crashed out because she insulted your artistry or your music. It's like, damn, that versus someone finding out about betrayal.
Okay, so Red Clark. Okay, so that's the thing. That's the reason why on Conscious TV's platform and stuff, we talked about, like, I purposely didn't even go live whenever Conscious went live because I want to be over there in the mess, getting all the tea and getting all the information, because we had Goddess Dawn that was literally inside of the courtroom come in. She gives a brief of what she heard, how it happened. We have Poetic Flacco. He comes in, he gives us what he heard, what happened. We kind of compare, be like, okay, he said this, but she said this, and we try to figure out what's what. Here's the thing, is that once we actually were getting the details, and specifically once Conscious actually got off live and he was actually making it all make sense, I have nothing to do with that. That's all Conscious. When it came down to him trying to make this all make sense, and he ran it by me, I was like, you know what? That actually makes sense. So here's the thing. The motive for, quote unquote, Tory's defense team was them saying that two women got into a physical altercation because of Tory. But when you take into account the testimony, now here's the thing, we take into account Kelsey's testimony from September, which she was telling the truth. Now the reason why, now here's the thing, because a lot of people get this mixed up. How can you believe her testimony from September, but yet, the one on the stand, she was lying and stuff? Because here's the thing, when she was actually on the stand, she let us know indirectly, and Conscious have said this a plethora of times, numerous times. She let us know indirectly that she is in cahoots with Tory. Because like Conscious said, why is it that when you're asked a question, a direct question that lets us know yes or a no about and keep in mind the rumors of bribery, the rumors of hush money, but when we ask the question about how did you pay for your legal teams, you say, I don't know. how do you not know? How are you getting how do you not know how you're paying for your legal representation? I think us as Black melanated people, especially if we don't have it like that, one of the first questions that we're going to ask is, what's the price? So the fact that you say, I don't know, and then you also have to take into account where asked about that night, she remembered the small details about Megan. She remembered Megan's attitude was nasty, that it changed. She remembers that she went upstairs and she fell asleep. Like she remembers all of the small things. But it's just very convenient that when it came down to Tory, oh, I don't know. I don't remember. Now I can see one or two things, but after some time, it's like, okay, girl, you're putting on a performance. Because at this point, how do you not know? But yet, 2-3 months ago in September, you gave a very detailed confession, testimony, where you testified the events. But not only that, just so happened that your testimony cooperates with the text messages that you sent. It cooperates with the photos of the bruises that you have. It cooperates with the evidence that the prosecutors have. It cooperates with Megan's testimony as well. And also, and which is why I think this case, and also I think everybody on this panel think this case was even successful, it also cooperates with Sean Kelly's testimony. And the reason why it kind of sealed the deal is because Sean Kelly don't know them. Sean Kelly don't know Tory. Sean Kelly don't know Megan, Kelsey, none of them. So the fact that you have an outsider coming into an investigation and actually making it very known of what he saw, and then just so happens that it lines up with all the other stuff that the prosecutors were saying and proving, and then on top of that, the judge already had an idea that Kelsey was on the stand lying. That's the reason why he approved for her September interview to even be played. And also to clear up because she alleged that she was pressured. Keep in mind, in September, she had her, I want to say she had a lawyer. She had her husband. And also she was supervised by audio and video footage.
So, Reckless, I got a question in regards to the September interview. So, what was the I don't understand like how that came about. And I have my second question is, I think Conscious had kind of gave this scenario. If she submitted the quote unquote truth of testimonial in September, and then maybe she did have a deal with Tory, and then got up on the stand and was like, I played dumb. So basically, it's like, Tory, I'm not betraying you, but at the same time, I am telling the truth. I'm trying not to. I'm going to say what happened, but at the same time, if I got to deal with you, then when I get up on that stand in front of you and under oath and everything, you can't say that I threw you under the bus, basically. So those are my two questions, if you can answer that.
Well, Requan is the only one I really remember was the last one, but I'm gonna answer the last one. Then you just let me know the first one. Okay. So the last one I remember is just that. Here's the thing. It goes to being I'm sorry. You're not emotionally intelligent enough to realize that, baby, you're in a rough situation, which means that keep in mind, keep this in mind as well. She did not know that her immunity could be taken away. She did not know that if she checked in the fine print of her document, her contract for that immunity, and I'm being very figurative when I say that, is that, baby, you can still get locked the hell up. So it's the fact that you're literally to put your freedom on the line for somebody that beat you up compared to your September interview. And the reason why we're going to use that, and actually let me finish this. And the reason why we're going to use that September interview is because you were telling the truth. And the reason why we know you were telling the truth is because everything lined up. But now all of a sudden, the key, the key indicator was you did not remember the big, giant, obvious things. You remember the small stuff, but it's kind of like when I say things like this. if you're walking down the street and you have to walk a couple miles down the road, and you see all these different buildings, and you see all types of architecture, everything. You walk in, and I see a quarter on the ground at this one specific spot. I don't pick it up. I remember that quarter. I know where that quarter is at. And I keep walking. I see a Firehouse Subs. I see a firehouse. I see a library. I see a school. But then the day come for me to quote unquote retrace my steps. It's just odd to me how you can remember that one quarter on the ground, but you cannot remember yourself walking past a Firehouse Subs, a library, a big ass school with children yelling and screaming in the playground. So for me, that was an indicator that she was lying. It's like, girl. And then on top of that, 3 months before then, you gave a very detailed explanation. And then your text message corroborated with it. So it's like you're putting yourself on the line. Well, you're putting yourself on a line for somebody that's about to get you locked the fuck up.
Right. So what was the point of the September interview, and then how did that come into play?
The point of the September interview, it could have been for, we really don't know. It's all speculative. It could have been a diversion tactic by the attorneys that were working on behalf of both her and Tory's plight. Like somebody just said, you give them the deposition, pull a fast one on trial day, ask for immunity, tear it up, blah, 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 blah. Some people were arguing that she might have been given. What makes more sense is that she went down there to speak with them because there was already a deal on the table. It doesn't make sense that Kelsey just would have went down there for the hell of it. There had to be a trade-off, and they must have traded. They must have given her immunity then for honest testimony. And what we actually saw was the formality of that deal on the stand. But there was also like some human nature that seemed to have taken over as well. Like she actually got genuinely nervous and got anxiety and started freaking out and started kind of collapsing, and then kind of entered into a perjury. If we don't see them go after her for perjury, more than likely, then if we don't see them go after her for perjury, then what we saw on that stand definitely was the formality, that immunity. They will let that immunity and all of that shit slide. At the end of the day, they got their conviction, and that's ultimately what prosecution wanted. But I also think it's possible that she didn't want to answer that question about whether Tory paid for her lawyers, because even if Tory had stepped out of the equation by the time like September came, she didn't want to really speak to any of those type of transactions, because maybe at some point he was funding something. At one point in time, he might have provided her with a set of lawyers, because we're talking about a 2-year time span here. So it's been a lot of time for a lot of stuff to happen, for a lot of interaction to happen, for a lot of transactional things to happen, for a lot of different shit to happen. And she didn't want to open up none of that rabbit hole about nothing, because it would have, led down the pipe. So she tried to just stay completely away from it altogether. But we really don't know, really. But what it absolutely gave me, when she couldn't say yes or no, there's been some type of transactional relationship between her and Tory. That's what that middle answer meant. Like the fact that she can't say no. And I'm sure her lawyers advise her when it comes to certain questions, bitch.
You don't know nothing.
Yeah. Say you don't remember or you don't know, because that's how you avoid perjury on the stand. Like if you just don't remember something or you can't recall something, that's how you scoot around perjury. If she would have emphatically said, nope, that's never happened, and then they would have put banking and subpoena records and saw there's been boom pow, bitch, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. Yeah. You're going to be in between somebody's legs for the rest of your life. Like it's went down, sis. So I feel like she had an honest conversation with her lawyers as well, and they understood how to groom her for the stand and all of that. But I mean, she still kind of slipped up to some shit. But you really don't know, really. But yeah,
I feel like
can I circle back to the motive for Red Clark? Because if you look at the sequence of events, right?
Well, okay, wait. Okay, so we're gonna do Quack, then Red Clark. We'll make sure I get into it. And I'm gonna squeeze Breeze and Retro in here in IG.
Just giving you perspective, just my opinion. I don't think it was the insult about his career and all that. I really think it was because she cop blocked him from getting to Kylie. That's why I think the sequence of events started, because he came in the car with that energy, according to Kelsey and what she said. So his energy was already angry because the fact that she came back to get him, and he probably was feeling like he was getting close with Kylie, the demand of, according to what EJ was saying, like she was feeling like she was asking for Tory all night. So he probably felt that energy, and when it got sabotaged by Megan Thee Stallion, I think he came in with that energy, and that's what I think sparked the whole, you know what I like about you, Kelsey, you a real one, unlike that fake bitch in the front, like kind of shit. So I think that that's really the motive, that because he already had that energy of anger. So that's what I think the motive is, just to circle back.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna push against that a little bit, Quack, because that shooting took place after a long night of a lot of fussing and fighting between them all. That's why I don't think the Kylie Jenner stuff was the I think that I created like the foundation for the build up. But I'm sorry, I believe August Alsina incident proved that Tory Lanez ego is as thin as the top of his head.
Okay.
And if he can beat a man down to the ground for not shaking his hand, I can absolutely see a woman in his misogynistic ass head who is equally a star, and she's doing her big one, absolutely making a comment like that, and his fragile ass patriarchal ego went collapsing. And I'm gonna tell you what brought it full circle for me. When Goddess Dawn Speaks came and gave us some intel last week, and she said that when Meg was on her testimony, when she was asked about the insult about the music, she said, Goddess Dawn said, even then you could see Tory Lanez almost turn into a damn demon when Meg was like, yeah, I told him that my career was better, or that, whatever the slick ass comment was, like that he was having a physiological reaction even then in the court. Like you could see it all in his face, because she said he was very reactive to things in court. Like he was very much so expressing himself with his body language and all of that. But she said he was almost turning it out then. But I can see it. Like, because what's the difference between somebody slaying your career or just talking mad ish to you and breaking you down, and August Alsina not shaking your head? So what we know is that when people bruise Tory's ego, he goes ham.
They get bruised. Bruise his ego, and they get bruised.
Yep, I agree.
I just wanted to add, I definitely want to just confirm everything y'all just said. And, I can't diagnose people, but I definitely think he has an impulse control disorder, because it takes nothing. It takes nothing to set him off. So I just think the Kylie thing was maybe a cherry on top, but he was absolutely mad about, look at the rap industry. Women are taking over. Men collectively don't like that, which is why I think we see all these male artists attacking Meg. They already feel threatened because of the female presence on the radio and the streaming. So of course that set Tory off. That was 2 years ago. So that was when everything was starting to change. So yeah, it was. She definitely got in his head.
And I just want to add this little part too. Like when we went over his beefs. Now that I think about it, now that we're having this conversation,
come on.
Remember, his whole conflict with Travis Scott was over music. Him running down on a rapper's axe was over comments about music. Like he was willing to beat the hell out of these men over even music related.
Even Prince, it was over music. Yep.
Over music, right? So here it is. Now we have Megan Thee Stallion, who, you know, and remember the context was they were having a whole versus battle. They was like slaying each other, like talking about who's the better artist. They was playing their own music. They was like sizing each other up. Like Tory Lanez proved in the past he can never handle that conversation well, even with the men that he had those conversations with. And now he's actually genuinely mad at this woman, as you said, Quack, because of the Kylie thing. She done pulled him out of that pit. She done pulled him out of that pool and took him out of that party. And now they're having this conversation that for whatever reason, Tory has these sensitivities around, which is artistry. And she can actually compete in that conversation. She can actually contend in that conversation as a Grammy Award winning artist. She can actually contend in that conversation as someone who has had a #1 single at that point. And she's a woman who gets to be his equal. And I don't think his misogyny can hold up in that.
And she's taller than him.
And then when I was
it's like all of that comedy.
all the artists and all the people that he got into, like he's better than all of them. So him getting upset about that, I would just if I was talking to him, I'd be like, hey bro, like you really tripping because you're from an artist perspective. You're a better artist than Travis, a better artist than
Whoa, you gotta calm down, buddy. You gotta calm it down. You got to calm it down, sir. You got to calm it down.
That's his opinion.
You got to calm it down.
But I'm saying from a lyrical
standpoint.
Ironically,
nah, you got to calm it down.
That's subjective, right?
You talking from one perspective. Yeah, that's definitely subjective, sir.
That's his opinion.
Say that man better than Travis. No, you can't, sir.
I'll be listening to Travis.
I mean, listen, even with
what when you be rapping, bro, like, but what I'm saying is, like, it the whole thing boils down to like I can understand him having fucked up character traits due to his circumstances in his life. I can see him having a bruised ego. Even me being a Tory fan for like multiple years, I know from me hearing his experiences of life, I can see why he would be. Well, I see why he is how he is. He's short as fuck. Bro was homeless. Bro did like his mama died early. His grandma kicked him out. He was on his own for a long time, so he's very egotistical. And like astrology and things like that. He's a Leo and things like that. So I can see him like how the young lady just said, like very impulsive, like a very impulsive nature. A very I'm that nigga because I come from nothing, so I'm that nigga. Like look at where I'm at now. I come from nothing. Like you can't tell me shit. Like he does have that demeanor. I can't sit here and say that he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I can't sit here and I can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I mean, as talented as the man is, and all the things that he's done, I have some songs from Tory Tory. I'm about to say Travis. Yeah, that I like too. A little handful of songs or whatever. But again, like Conscious said, you go down all these beefs he's had. It really expounds on what you said about how it's 22 years and the sentencing seems a little excessive for the incident that he had with Megan. To thoroughly get into it, yeah, I think they were both drunk or they're both drunks. When they get to drinking too much, they lose their temper. Megan started reading slang. She did cock block. He was definitely probably trying to be messy and get at Kylie because of his beef with Travis. We hear about the August Alsina bullying incident and all these other incidents. Yes, he's had all these problems throughout his life and reasons for insecurities, the balding and the height thing, he's giving like a typical broken black man,
Yeah.
narcissistic, insecure, complex, but those are not anyone's problems but his. That doesn't mean that anyone else should have to tolerate or make excuses for especially illegal or violent behavior. Now you can have an attitude or lead a room, but you don't start shooting people no matter how your feelings are hurt. And I think that, along with the rest of his career of that type of behavior, warrants the sentencing to sit his ass down somewhere, because he's just done too much and not enough at the same time.
And I
Yeah.
feel it's a lesson for his ass too, to be like, hey, Tory, sit your ass down, bro. Real real nigga shit. Like, I think when they take it to appeal to 20, I don't think 22 gonna stand, but I feel like he gonna sit his ass down for a little bit of time though, and they probably send him back to Canada. And it's a lesson for him to, slow your roll, calm down, do some self-reflection. Jail isn't always a bad thing. I've had a lot of family members that go to jail and say, damn, this was the best thing that happened to me, because they gave me time with myself, and so I view it like that, and so that's why I have no problem with the verdict being guilty, because I can agree, like, hey, like, you going a little bit too fast, and when God has this thing that it does, when if you're not gonna humble yourself, it'll take it into its own account to humble you. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a matter of that, So I'm not arguing with the verdict of him doing it or not doing it. Just sit your ass down. Meg, you too. Sit your ass down. Kelsey, you just had a little baby. You just got your husband. Sit your ass down too.
I got a question for you, Red Clark.
What's up with it?
Like, as a fan of Tory's, what was your feeling, or like what were your thoughts as you saw like a lot of the trouble that he got in his career, from the drugs charges, the guns, all of the actual fighting? Like, what was your attitude about all of that behavior? Like, or like, did it just feel like that's what men do sometimes?
And that's an interesting question, because it's like we've in as I'm answering this question, I'm reflecting, I'm trying to answer it truthfully, and I'm reflecting on it. And it's like we're so fucked up and conditioned, like a nigga just like be like, oh well, that's some shit that that's some shit that
take time for yourself. I think you got to be, I think you're just realizing, I'm sorry to interject, but you just admitted to just realizing, your space. And so have a lot of grace with yourself right now. Don't feel like you have to answer for every straight black man, but it's okay to be like, I don't have an answer, and I'm still reflecting,
and like when things was happening, like, to answer your question about that, and thank you for saying that, or whoever just said that, but to answer it, like a nigga so used to that, you see what I'm saying? It's like another, and also you see a broken black man, like another fucked up nigga.
And Red Clark, and that's exactly why I asked that question, because I knew you would say that, but I wanted you to say it out loud, because I wanted black men to understand how they don't realize that they have normalize
Yeah.
brokenness of Black men and kind of this low vibrational version of Black man is like the normal Black man. And I think that's if Black men can like bring themselves to like be like, oh shit, like what have I been looking at this whole time, and like, and then that can create like another awareness in and of itself.
You gotta go deep and ask yourself these uncomfortable questions of like, you know, like, damn, like what have I been subjecting myself to, or what have I'm so desensitized to certain shit that this is okay with me. You see what I'm saying? And that's maybe the environment I come up around, or you know, the people that I, you know, come up, like the people I come up around, the environment I come up around. Oh shit, this normal behavior. Like a nigga have a gun, like oh well, or a nigga got a lot of dope. All right, oh well, and that is something that is glorified in the Black community, and that's how a lot of young Black men look up to and believe in. Not just believe, but it's different of believing something and believing in something. And a lot of people believe in other people and get lost in other people's universes, or in their, you know, get wrapped up in it. So that's why my biggest fear is following lost stars. So that's why I'm so reflective on, you know, certain things, because I don't want to be another victim of following a lost star and being a weak vessel and having another person's spirit hop into my vessel and use me to do something or to perpetuate certain things that isn't of me. You see what I'm saying? So yeah,
Absolutely.
And that was something like we were kind of having that conversation on the last panel, me, conscious and reckless, is that's when it comes to the picking and choosing of when you want to see the artist and the character. Like, you know, that's why it's good to be able to do both. You know, you have that realization that, well, hold on, I've been following this, because what it sounds like it's making you do, like, well, hold on, I'm taking a step back. It's making you do that interpersonal work. What is it in me that's attracted to this type of shit right here?
yeah.
Why was I attracted to this? Why did this appeal to me? Like, what forms of familiarity was I drawn to this? And that's okay for you to just, you know, not have that situation. So what?
It's real, because at first I thought conscious would be like what made me like resonate with Tory Lanez. You see what I'm saying? As a fan, that's what I thought, you know, your question was gonna be. And like, and what you just said made me think about that. Like, me being a Tory Lanez fan, what made me gravitate to Tory Lanez was the him being homeless, him, you know, the underdog, because I've always been the underdog. So me seeing him as the underdog, just from being homeless, losing his mama, being short. I'm not short, but I can see, you know, so him being an underdog but still overcoming that to be, you know, to be successful. And also being honest, he's charismatic and he's good with the ladies. Me personally, I resonate with, you know, with that. I resonated with that. So that is why that's what made me a fan of him, and made me more so naive of the things he was doing outside of what I resonated with him for. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'm sorry, and then because when you say success, because just like we could see it, you know, Players Club quote right here, not all money is good money, baby.
Yeah,
make
like,
the money. Don't let it make you.
I've learned
You know,
that success is subjective.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that, like, you saw and it's not just your fault of not making excuses, but you saw what is conditioned to you as a straight black man as success. You saw something that has been marketed to you to see as successful, despite the other degeneracy. But he's
Yep.
not the only example. You've seen that. We've seen that in our everyday lives. So just because, I think what it happens with straight black men, it's like, well, damn, everybody's so against me. So if I see someone with, because you mentioned ladies and stuff like that, and there's nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, his love for the ladies caused him to have
That's
sex
that,
with two
that
friends.
that's a
So
lesson that I've learned through this as well. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
you know what I'm saying? He might have had but he might, you say ladies, but let's keep it 100. Those are bitches and hoes. Those are
Yeah,
pocketbooks. It
yeah,
ain't really the whole woman, that the whole female that he want. So you know what I'm saying? Like,
It
yeah,
ain't love that he offering to them either.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that you're starting to, have that realization and break down them psychic barriers. I'm about to take a smoke
Mhm.
break.
And
Okay.
I wanted to add to Red Clark, the same way that you've made that connection with seeing parts of yourself in Tory and identifying with his pitfalls and things like that. Think about how we as women identify with Meg. Think about the trauma bond that we have. If we were so easily to identify with Megan, I'm speaking for me. I can't speak for every woman, but
the the
think about the
the
trauma
trauma
that.
bond that we have, if
Oops, I hear an
Wait,
echo. Sorry.
you can
But yeah,
continue.
no, I was just
Mhm.
gonna say, I hope that you can extend your sympathy and your empathy to us. Like, think about the trauma that we've had to endure. Like, I personally haven't been shot, but I've gone through a lot of stuff at the hands of black men that I didn't even bother telling anybody. And a lot of us women, we deal with a lot of stuff. So if you were able to identify and see, I can see how Tori's hurting in this way. Think about how hurt we are as black women that we can identify with someone who literally got shot.
and I I agree. Like I have sympathy, compassion, empathy as well for Meg and for Kelsey for just experiencing, it's things just seeing someone get shot. That'll create a certain type of trauma or PTSD type vibe. Like I have a sister that witnessed another black man shoot another black man in front of her, and that really fucked her up for like a long time. So and me growing up with women, and I really feel for them all. That's why I don't really like the division of, when people have these conversations, it's like Team Meg, Team Tory, they're all like a product of this cyclical, fucked up, perpetuated thing that we have in our community. Like they all need help. That like not just Tory, not just Meg, not just Kelsey. Like they all need. So when people are happy that he's going to jail, and even the guys even if it was guys, they some hoe ass niggas. If they was happy that she got shot, like, yay, I'm glad that bitch got shot. No, you a hoe ass nigga. I didn't agree with none of that. You see what I'm saying? The whole thing, I'm gonna keep saying it, was a hodgepodge of fuckery, bro. It was a example for our community to see when you take things too far and not be like alcoholism, from Tory being like a playboy, from Meg betraying your sister, from Kelsey, just being in, associating with these type of people, that if Meg has done this multiple times, you should separate yourself from a person that has done this to you. You see what I'm saying? So it's all what it all boils down to, all needing help. All we need compassion for all of them. Like how Conscious was saying, like the human experience, like, and the human experience as a Black person in this incarnation. We have a different, we have a different thing to go, our incarnation is different than a white person or a Mexican person. So we have to have compassion for our people because we all we got. The white man don't give a fuck about us. The Mexican man don't give a fuck about us. We gotta give a fuck about each other.
Yeah, I was
red
just
flag.
putting it
But
out
that
there
has
to
to,
reflect on.
that has to, but here's the thing. If that be the case, right, this would have never happened. See, there still has to be an accountability.
Yeah,
If
like
that, if I get that it's an institutionalized. Everyone 100% will agree with you. We all go through that. But any doctor, there's a reason why there's so many different physicians. You don't go to your ENT for your OBGYN for ladies. You don't go to your prostate doctor for your heart. You see what I'm saying? You will. It's part of the same body, but you have to individually treat the sickness. You have to individually treat the cause and the effect. So, unfortunately, what you did see was the cause of the sickness, and I totally agree that it should be both parties, but at the same time, that's exactly what we did not get. The unification that you speak of did not come through in this case at all. If anything, it caused more of a divide.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
but here's the thing. And I will say this, if all three of them would have went to this party, smoked their little herb and do what they do, had their little drink, and all went their Black asses home, then yeah, this would be a much more different story. But at the same time, there has to be an accountability for that. So when someone does something to us, and one thing I wanted to mention, because we looking at Tory Lanez past, I noticed, and I said this off camera to Conscious and Reckless. Can you imagine if Black men are killing Black women every 5.5 hours? Then what the fuck is the rates for Black men killing other Black men? What are the rates? If Black men are killing Black women every 5.5 hours, and the way that drill music and hip hop music is perpetuated, that means that Black men have got to be killing each other at maybe 2 to 3 times that rate.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I want to get Ty in here. I was trying to get Derek, but Derek actually jumped off the panel. So Ty, I want to get you up in here.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, so first I wanted to speak to Quack, but I think you fell off, so I'm gonna speak to Red. So Red, you were talking about Tory's childhood and everything, and you were saying how he was homeless at one point and everything. Now, honestly, I have 3 older brothers that are 15 years older than I am. And I have gone to the park and gotten off of work in the morning because I used to work midnight shift and grocery shop for my brother and had to find him in the park. He wasn't in the park anymore. His girlfriend finally let him in. It was a mess. Okay. So, but that was his choice because my father raised them together. At this point, he was in his late 40s when I was doing that. So, are you saying that that's an excuse for his behavior because of his past choices, because of his past, how he was living?
Because it's trauma.
No, it's an excuse. I was just speaking on why I resonated with him and had more compassion for him to that is what brought me to him. I'm not saying that is an excuse for his behavior.
Use it to connect.
I just said that that's why I resonated with him. You see what I'm saying?
But at the same time, you always knew that he was an angry little man that did angry people's stuff. So did you resonate with that, or did you just resonate with the fact that sometimes you're angry, but you don't do angry stuff like that?
Exactly. Because I can remember the phone calls that my mom would get. Now, see, my mother is not my brother's mother. My three brothers, they had a different mother. But my dad married my mother. But anyway, I can remember those phone calls that my dad would get in the middle of the night from his mom to come and calm him down because of his temper, because he was out of control. And so I can look at that and I kind of like measure, like, okay, so you put yourself in this predicament. They were all three of them, all three of my father's sons were living with him. We all lived together at one point, right? My dad put a roof over their head and everything. And so, and my dad was a hard worker. He never called off work over 50 years. So there's no excuse as to why they didn't have any work ethic up until now. So I just don't understand, like, why. And looking at Tory's predicament right now, like, financially he's secure.
Yeah,
Why
like,
is he still being ghetto?
yeah, and
It's mental.
like it's a mental thing. Like, it like you can have all the money in the world, like you can take the nigga out the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the nigga. The nigga, like, is that ideal? You see what I'm saying? So like, no matter what, how much, like, money is just a tool. Like money is just like money isn't a thing. Like, we make it a thing. You see what I'm saying? So just because he has a lot of money, that doesn't mean that he still doesn't have this nigga mindset, which causes him to act out. And and also the lack of a support system that actually cares about you will let you know, hey, bro, you fucked up, bro. You need to go to therapy. You need to go work on this. Like, you need to go boom, boom, boom. And it'll take that person that's being told this to actually self-reflect and be like, maybe I do need to go. And
where's the compassion for? I'm sorry. Where's the compassion and understanding for Megan? Then, like, I mean, this
That's
is
what I
not
was
just for
saying.
you, but I'm just saying, it's like with men, like, I see y'all just justifying, oh, he's been through this and been through that. I know, I get that, and I think y'all are smart enough to just be able to look at it from a woman's point of view too. Okay,
Exactly.
'cause, it's brought up. Oh, she has a drinking problem. Oh, she's aggressive and all this other stuff like that. Okay, we'll take a look at her childhood. Her father died when she was young. She was raised by a single mother. She was raised in the hood. Then her mother, growing up, she had, I guess, somewhat of a rough childhood, whatever. Then, her mom ends up passing. She's in this whole situation alone. That's probably why she's known as the drunk, but she does not have both of her parents. Then she lost her grandmother, all that other stuff. It's like, okay, so where is the compassion at? And this is just not even directly towards you, Red, but just from y'all, the men period, that's just so compassionate for Tory and have all these excuses, or not excuses, but reasons of why his behavior is the way it is. But the men aren't really expounding upon that.
I'm gonna tell you why, FB. It's a lot of men don't realize that they aren't showing the same level of compassion toward women's community, because women have actually been the protectors of the Black community. So that old adage that Black women are strong has desensitized a lot of men to the fact that women are actually vulnerable, and that women are actually preyed upon and actually have needs. Most of these men, including myself and so many others on the panel, have been raised by single mothers. We saw them carry the weight of the household. We saw them carry the weight of the family. We saw them bear the burden of what it was men, technically, according to the binary, were supposed to do. And I think a lot of cis hetero Black men because they had such a powerful and strong, stable Black mothers that this idea that Black women are actually actually do have needs and do also require the same level of care and love that they provide. It feels surreal, and it's almost like causes a head scratch, because like even with my mom had to be so stoic growing up, like when she was raising me and my brother. Like I rarely saw my mom cry as a woman, and I just saw her do, like, she was just, because she was so in keep the family together mode, she just stayed in do mode. And I think coupled with like the privilege and the cuddling and a lot of the things that Black men have just been recipients, like they've been recipients of the virtue of woman, and women have done a great job at being the protectors, but on the back end, a lot of men don't see them as victims or don't see them as vulnerable. Now we could probably all contextualize this when it comes to the idea of being like the strong friend, how like the strong friend never kind of gets the same empathy that they provide, and nobody really thinks to check in on them or thinks to reciprocate that same care and awareness about them. And I think this is collectively the plight that Black women have been in, that they have been the strong ones, and because of that, they've been disproportionately serviced by their male counterparts, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I understand that, Conscious. It's annoying as fuck, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it is.
I hear all of this, like from Red, like, and I ain't trying to come at you, Red, but you the only one up here, and I appreciate that. But that shit is fucking annoying. It's like, because he had this childhood. Tory is short and bald and all that. Like, okay.
Can I
add an input?
Okay.
You go. You go first. You go.
No. We're gonna do Derek, because I have to get Derek in here. Then we're gonna do Retro. Then we're gonna do Marie.
Okay. So hey Reckless, what's up, CTV? I love your content. Your content.
Thank you.
Cause like y'all just like y'all made me laugh the whole hour of that live shit. Cause it's like I got secondhand embarrassment when I saw like people who were like really caping for Tory. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. Like, people who were really caping for Tory, I was like, yikes. I was like, cause like the way y'all broke it down was like so immaculate. Like, I was like, how the hell did I not understand it from like this point of view? Like, it's been like, there's no way for like, I can see why people see it from Tory's lane, like point of view, and they can see like why Tory like didn't see Tory as guilty, but like the evidence was there, and his behavior and his pattern was there, like to show that like this man has a history of being violent. Like, and I think from like this whole situation, this is like a cautionary tale of like the people you around, like the people that you surround yourself with, will maybe can cost you your career and your life, like for sure.
I agree.
Yeah, because like especially one thing I don't like about Megan, and I'm supporting Megan on this because this is really fucked up. But one thing I don't like from Megan is that she's a social climber. She likes to surround herself with people that she can use to elevate her status in the industry, but she's not aware of what that might cost her. That's one thing I don't like from Megan.
Who is that speaking?
Me.
That's
Derek.
Derek, okay. I'm sorry, is that okay if I can respond? But no, if you're not finished, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not finished. Thank you. So one thing that's what I don't like about Megan is that she uses other celebrities and which is, I understand the business aspect, but like you got to be careful because these people, like the industry is known for dark shit. Like Megan is really talented, so I don't feel like she doesn't need to surround herself with people that really don't like
her best interest.
Yeah, like almost like that. Yeah, like I don't feel like she needs to be doing that, but I always thought it was strange how like she would surround herself, for a good example, with Nicki. And I understand, you know, as rappers and female rappers, like they want to like surround themselves with like the big dog. But like I was like, Nikki also has a history of doing like crazy shit, and she never take accountability for her own actions either. So I was like, Megan, why are you aligning yourself with Nikki out of all people? And then you do a switch up, and then make a collab with Cardi, and then that Nikki don't like Nikki don't like Cardi. So it's just like the things that Megan be doing, I really don't like. But back to Tory, for the people who were supporting Tory and his like, I noticed from like this whole throughout the last 2 weeks and how people were like really like caping for Tory. I'm like, bro, like this man, like the thing that pisses me off about Tory is that this man had the resources to get the help, and I'm pretty sure he had the signs in his life to go get the help.
Mm-hmm.
He had the signs. There's like there's things in our life that we like. There's things that like people would offer us, or things that will show up like for us to receive the help, because the universe does that. The universe does things like little things to help us be better people. But sometimes as us, we just ignore it because of sometimes ego, and then also, situations and stuff like that. But like one thing I didn't like about Tory from this whole situation is how like he was very gaslighting about Megan being shot in the foot, and like how she's lying, how she's going to the club, and all that stuff. It's just like that stuff really pissed me off, like in general, and how like it really pissed me off, because it's like, Tory, like you shot the girl, and like you gonna sit here and talk like, and he was smart. That was like, I'm gonna give it to him. He was smart, because I feel like Megan the wrong move she made was coming and going to the club. Like that was like the downfall that it was on Megan's part, that she was showing images in her going to the club and dancing, and which making people like second guess themselves, like, okay, so were you really shot then? But she was, I'm not gonna say that she wasn't shot, but she was shot. But I'm just saying like why people saw it from a different angle because of how Tory explained it.
For sure.
And just from the whole case, just for everything, like just his track record in general, I think this is karma. Like this is what he gets. I can't feel bad for him. I understand what he's been through, but like I can't feel bad for him, because like you had so many chances to like really correct yourself, and you didn't do nothing. Like you really did absolutely nothing besides do more damage than more like good. So that's why I'm like, well, at the end of the day, like he took his L, so he's gonna have to learn. He's gonna be singing in jail, fucking lock me up, don't let me out. He's gonna be singing that. Like he just gonna be singing that song in jail. So like this really.
I'm not gonna lie, I do want to say something to that, because I do believe, like, especially when you get into like the point of this is karma. I do believe that if this would have happened back in, I guess, 2020, 21 or whatever, and then he actually
Reckless. I think your StreamYard is doing the same shit that mine was. Like something is going on with StreamYard. It's glitching and everything.
Yeah.
But speaking to
I feel like he was gonna say, he can clarify when he come back, but I feel like he was gonna say like if this happened in 2020 and Tory would have took the proper precautions to learn from that and chill out, then maybe the verdict would have happened differently. But being that he didn't, in the ways of how karma works, for every action, there's for everything there's a consequence, and consequence isn't always bad, isn't always good. Consequence is consequence. If you hit your head on the fucking bed, you're gonna get a bump, or it's gonna be red. So if he would have learned in 2020 to chill out, not letting his ego take over, and he possibly would have had a different verdict. But being that he didn't, God has a way of humbling you if you don't take matters into your own hands. And
mind you, I wanted to say something in Red's defense, because I do notice the ladies are like tearing him up, but he said it a couple of times that this only reason is that he resonates or kind of understands why he was acting a fool, but there's no excuse for it. And I think the second thing I wanted to say about what he said was that the money doesn't take away the toxicity. If anything, it kind of brings it to the forefront.
Absolutely.
in certain cases. So that
Yeah.
was just two things I wanted to expound on that I noticed Red Clark has said. It might have been missed, but y'all
Yeah.
go ahead.
I
The Meg, I have total. Y'all listen. I have total empathy and compassion for Megan Thee Stallion. I victim. That she did not go through anything. I'm not saying any of that. I have told, like, I understand. I have people keep, and also not just Meg, but the other woman that was in the situation too. I have compassion and empathy for Kelsey as well, for having to experience that. So that's all I had to say. Like, I'm not, and I only know more about Tory, so that's why I can speak on childhood. So I'm not negating Megan's childhood or how Megan came up or the reason why I can't speak on that because I'm not really well adversed in that. So I can only speak on this. Why I feel like my analysis on him, because I've been watching and following him for like 5-6 years. So I can see why. You see what I'm saying? So I can't speak because
Can I make a comment on
Okay,
this
I
really
just
quick?
stop dancing for Tory so much. I'm just like, okay. I feel you, Red. That's why I ain't trying to come at you
yeah,
too hard. I just
for
see all
sure.
the tap dancing for
Just
Tory.
let me tell you what's up.
Oh,
All right.
there's one
So,
more thing I want. Oh no, you go, Reckless.
No. Because Stringer had kicked me out. I'm gonna let you finish your last thing,
Okay.
Derek, and then I'm gonna get to Marie.
All right. So my last point I want to make is that as us as hetero black men, I feel like one thing we should like do, especially in this society, we should have the mentality of really letting go of things that don't like really benefit us. Like I think that's the one issue that we have is letting go, is one, being vulnerable, and two, letting go things that don't benefit us. Like especially when it comes to like the way we're perceived and how we're supposed to show up. I feel like we should really like, and I think the issue is like especially with like big name celebrities, black celebrities, is that when we see cases of things like this happen all the time, it comes down to mental health really, and how a lot of times black men specifically don't like to show emotion because it's really deemed as feminine. It's like I really, to this day, I always thought this was strange and like weird, because if you really think about like biology, you come from your mother and your father, so you have both energies. I always explain this to people, and people still are confused about this concept. Like I'm not coming after nobody in this panel, but I'm just saying in general. Like I want people to think it look at it at a different perspective. Like when it comes down to like how we got into this planet or this world, this physical world, we came through our mother, and we were mother and father, that in order for you to be created. So you have to be balanced in both energies. And I feel like the thing about our community is that we shun, especially men, we shun each other when it comes to expressing how we really feel. Like, and that's and that disdain for us not really being on our feminine side it's showing up in other aspects of what we do in our daily lives, as in how we talk to women, how we talk to people who are from the queer community, how we talk to people outside our fucking community. It shows up it shows up at different angles, and the root of the causes is that we just don't really know how to really find that, do the inner work. And I think that's the hard other social constructs is definitely how we start.
And I feel like we should I feel like honestly,
the social constructs act as a firewall to everything that's actually organic, to just being a soul and being a human.
Okay.
Social constructs create.
So reckless. Not reckless. I mean conscious. This is one thing I wanted to ask. So like, okay, so for me, I get the whole construct thing, right? But like, I always wonder. I'm like if people really think about it, we don't benefit from the construct. That's the thing. I always like, as just regular people, we don't benefit from I don't gain anything physically or like mentally from it. I feel like the only thing we really gain from that is like people like validation. That's the only thing I can see from. That's why for me, like this whole construct, I'm not saying the construct it doesn't exist. I'm saying it does exist, but I'm saying like
I'm gonna give you a prime example because it goes in tandem with what Elisa is saying in the chat. Who said? What did she say? She said, "No, it is feminine," and she says, "We're different." Let me tell you how much we're not different.
We're not different at all. No, I'm not agreeing to that.
No, that was the chat said.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you how we're not different. Because when I listen to these like so-called definitions about masc and femme, I'm like, I experienced all the same range of emotions that women do, and the same range of emotions that men do. It's just that the social construct of what it means to be a black male keeps me from being honest about the fact that I'm vulnerable too. It keeps me from being honest about the fact that I want to cry too. It keeps me it conditions me to withhold the fact that I'm in love as well, that I feel the same as well. It's not that because I'm male, I'm experiencing something totally different just because I'm inherently male. It's just that because I'm male and the way that I'm socialized as a black male just makes me deny things that are happening to me and that I'm feeling and experiencing as well, that I'm not socially conditioned to be truthful about. And so that's why, going back in the earlier part of the conversation, when I said that I don't even know if we even truly even know what the fuck femininity and masculinity really is. And maybe we do, but one of the issues with the West is that we assign two universal polarities to sex.
Yes.
And assigning those universal polarities to sex really it constrains all of our expression of something, to your point, Derek, that is inherent to all people, even on a biological level, because we're literally biologically made in the science of both our mothers and our fathers. And then on and then almost every spiritual literature talks in one way or another about the androgynous nature of the divine. Hence, I have made both male and female in my image. Like
exactly.
that.
And it's even a spectrum.
Even on an energetic level and on a biological level, all people are a product of this. But it's just that like the social constructs are man-made and they act as a blockage to isolate the sexes based upon duties and roles, etc., and to organize everything up. But the organizing in the 21st century is actually making shit worse now that we have kind of evolved beyond this simplicity regarding gender dynamics. And but yeah, I just wanted to make it very clear that as a male, there isn't nothing yet in terms of emotionality, in terms of mentality, in terms of my emotional experiences that I have heard of women speak of that I haven't experienced as a male as well. And the only thing that makes me not talk, that has made most of us not talk about it as men, is because we are men and we are not supposed to feel that way, or we're not supposed to be able to experience those things, or we are trained to experience the opposite, irregardless of the fact that we're experiencing what you're experiencing too. Men want to cry. Men want to be hugged. Men are vulnerable. Men have emotional awareness. Men have emotional spectrum. Men have an intuition. Men have the capacity for empathy. Men have all of these things. Men are just emotionally castrated by a toxic, dumbass society that reduces them to just being worker bees.
And also, you know, this really exposes the ignorance surrounding sex and gender, you know, how people conflate the two. And biologically, it's not just one and two. It's a spectrum. There are different sexual disorders. So not everyone has a vagina and a penis. Some people have both. Some people go without. Some people, it's a mix up of between. So even thinking about life as like male and female is putting us in a box in a sense. And I know that's going to be hard for people to accept, but just throwing that out there.
And even
Marie.
I would like to. I would like to
even
speak. Please tell me
Wait,
when it's my turn.
wait. Okay, wait.
even
Marie, I'm gonna get you in here. Then after that, I'm gonna get IG.
cool.
Thank you.
You can go, Marie.
I just want to make a moment for the fact that everyone is being very kind to the masculine energy that may be surrounding this perpetrator at the moment. But the fact is, whether he is big, short, tall, fat, whatever it is, he is an abuser. And we have all seen what abusers look like. They can be men, they can be women. They are going to be rough handling to you. They're going to say things like, possibly, maybe, dance, bitch, dance. They're going to pull out whatever they have to make you shut up if you're yelling and you're talking too loud to them. I don't know if everybody else has been in this situation, but I've been in this situation and I'm a very nice person. Everyone on this panel seems to be a very nice person. But as a young person, we have all experienced this point where we have wanted to speak our mind, and we have tried to speak our mind to somebody that doesn't want to hear it or cannot hear it or is not capable of hearing it. And they're going to do something to make you shut the fuck up. The problem is here with Tory Lanez, everybody wants to put some type of B-bomb. What is a B-bomb? What is a B-bomb? Some type of a pacifier on this man and be like, oh, well, you know, maybe it was because of this. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe, you know, he didn't get breastfed too much. Maybe because he got breastfed too much. Maybe because, you know, he saw his father hitting somebody. Maybe because he didn't see his father hitting somebody. It all comes down to the same fact that this is an angry person. Whatever he is, he's an angry person that did this, and he has a history of doing this to people. Mind you, I have to say also, forgive me, please, I'm coming in on the later half of this live, so I don't know if we've touched on this, but come on, everybody sounds like, oh, well, you know, this is an angry ass man that did something to somebody, and those people that don't want to acknowledge the fact that this woman got hurt by a person that was literally just angry because the sky was blue, and the woman in front of him was strong enough to say, hey, I don't like what you're doing, or hey, I'm drunk and I need you to acknowledge me because you acknowledged me yesterday. You acknowledged me the day before that too. I need you to acknowledge me now. We had to understand that, like, he was just an angry person. And I'm going to be quiet now. I'm going to put myself back on mute so I can understand how everyone else is feeling, but
I think it's hard
why
sometimes.
is someone talking about that?
So true.
I think it's hard sometimes for some people to see Black men as just that, because we're also so aware of the sociology behind the Black experience and how many things are at work in our lives as Black people. So I can understand why some people feel like there's like a cuddling that takes place, but sometimes it's also given a benefit of a doubt to the inherent pale supremacist system that has done a work on the community and the normalization of anti-Blackness and sexism and this divisiveness and the glamorizing of pimp culture and street culture, which were all responses to pale supremacy as well. And I think one of the things that we struggle with as a Black people is the fact that it's hard to really know what's going on with Black people in terms of like what's just Black people, and then what is the product of the white supremacy, what is and all of the responses to the white supremacist system. But I'll let other people respond to Marie as we wait on Reckless to get back. Anybody else I want to speak to?
Well, you know, Marie, I hear what you're saying, baby. And yes, go ahead and crucify him again, because they have crucified Megan so many times throughout this process that it won't hurt to go ahead and call him out and crucify his ass and assassinate his character, just like every man on his side has been doing this whole time with Megan. He
But at
deserves
the
it.
same time, it could be a black man, it could be a Puerto Rican man, it could be a white man, it could be an Indian man. These men are all the same. Not all men in general. I don't want to say that, but I mean these angry men that
It's
want to be
consistent.
rough and rude to people that are shorter to them, lesser than them, or whatever they feel may be shorter or lesser to them, exists. It's not just black men. It's just
Yeah.
angry men.
Narcissistic.
And
Yes.
I was
And
gonna say,
that's the overall patriarchy that we talk about. Like that's
Yeah.
the overall patriarchy that's over all men, not just black men, but just men in the West, period.
and Marie, I was gonna speak to your point earlier. I was trying to just touch on, how I think he has an impulse control disorder, and I think outside looking in,
Yes.
he's used abuse or alcohol to suppress those symptoms. So, and I think everyone in the industry, I live in Las Vegas now, so I've kind of seen a little bit of how they move outside in. But, a lot of people abuse alcohol here, because they have these anxieties and these feelings that they're trying to suppress. So I think that everyone in that situation abuses alcohol. It needs to reflect on their relationship with substance abuse, at least for what we can see. But in regards to Tory, I definitely think he has an impulse control disorder and he uses alcohol to suppress the symptoms of his actions.
I'd agree with that.
Which only exacerbate the symptoms.
Yep.
Exacerbate. Now, I don't know if you guys can already tell that the stream y'all over here kicking me out every 2.5 seconds. So y'all just keep doing what y'all doing, okay? Yeah. I'll be in the middle of my point, like, bloop, get my ass the fuck up out of here.
So how do y'all feel?
Can I take a second to just throw something out there?
Yes.
All right. So I was thinking about this a couple of days ago. My husband was like, "Don't get on Conscious's live and say this." And
I'm gonna say it anyway.
I tried, but I'm just gonna throw it out there. Now I realize that maybe that's not the right idea, but I'm still gonna say it out there. Do you guys think, do you guys know the theory of, not the theory, the law that if you leave a bar and you're drunk as hell and you get into an accident, it is the responsibility of the bar?
Yeah, the bar can be held liable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
So
I used to be a server, and it was my responsibility to always be aware of knowing how people were drunk, knowing when to cut people off, because even when they get upset, that was my job as a server, knowing some people may look older, but however how to detect certain things. So yeah, that's the responsibility of the establishment.
word. So isn't it then Kylie's fault because they all ended up in a drunk?
No, it's not. She's not a bar.
A drunk
I'm
She's not
done.
a
mess?
Yo.
She's not a No. If we come to your cookout, Marie, and we get sloppy drunk, you have no liability. And
All
us
right.
being
Oh my
that
God.
cookout or that house party and get into an accident.
All right.
As much
That's
as I would
why
love
I
to
was trying to
see,
get in that night, and my husband took me off. He was like, "No, you can't say that." All right, thank you. All right, I'm out. I'm not gonna be out, but I'm just gonna mute.
Okay, F. Alrighty. So what were you gonna say, Conscious?
And I hate to even because I
Okay. Well, I have a question, Conscious, for you.
Yes.
Okay. So we know these social constructs. I feel like they're not even okay. The social construct that you explained, right? I'm trying to comprehend okay, what is the way to just break it all? Not break it, but just destroy it. Because that's the thing I'm still trying to compute. I get the pyramid scheme, how it works, but I'm just so is the only way for us to destroy this to make people really understand there's more to them to the whole the energy thing. I is it for us to just burn this shit down? Because because it's I always think it's not tangible. So why are people holding on to it so much? I don't. To me, the Scorpio side of me is not understanding it because it's I read between the lines. So it's just what are people not really getting
it's
from
spiritual.
I
It's
can speak. I
spiritual.
want to speak to the after conscious
Well,
answer.
Because I had something I want to go. I'm so glad you're bringing that up, Derek, because we have these conversations a lot of times that even beyond what just the trans from the beginning, the misconstruction of sex and gender has something that always affected opposite genders first. Because of patriarchy and systems of genders, we've separated the feminine from their natural expressions of their femininity. Same thing with masculinity. We've separated natural expressions of our masculinity. It is not biology for females and males to only be codependent. They both function independently and codependently. So the fact that we have a society to where we condition, and I just say females just to be conscious of trans and non-binary people, we've already start the brokenness from the beginning of those two things. We've already start when we entered patriarchy, we stripped the natural expressions of everything feminine and said like there's nothing in nature that is depending on something for its survival outside the procreation of its species.
Okay.
So
I have. Let me throw this monkey wrench into that. So
Yeah.
okay. So
monkey wrench, yes sir.
From the pyramid scheme, right? Black men are the bottom, right? So it should be easiest for us to just be like, fuck everything, right? And let's create our own damn system.
No, because you're at the bottom. You just
no. Let me explain. Well, okay, so patriarchy, right? The whole like who like the whole classism and shit like that, right? And how when men and women, right? I feel like since we're at the bottom, right, and we don't benefit from what the things that like comes with it, why don't we just be like, fuck everything, the whole construct, man, how men should be, how women should be, right? And start new. Like that's the thing I don't get. And it bugs me a lot because it's like, when you're at the bottom, like you have more advantages to people at top because they have more to lose because they're the ones that benefit from it. That's what I'm trying to make y'all understand.
That's where we're on our way to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that the system is cracking and the gloves are off and it's all hands on deck right now. And there's a lot of skin shedding that's going on. I think that ultimately where we're going, and we're in like the tippity top chapter of this kind of reconstruction. But in terms of the question around how to destroy the social construct, it goes back to what I was saying. If the decision is made to just honor and be true to the human experience, the social constructs cannot resurrect themselves because we are literally, to IG's point, like we are, because that's what IG is explaining when he talks about nature is a reality without the constructs. That's what we're looking at when we see nature. That's ultimately
trans people, asexual, all those things already exist in nature. I mean, as much people like to compare themselves to fucking lions, it's lionesses that's out there, baby, doing the work, that's doing the hunting. There's still femininity, but guess what? That is an expression of, there is no creature on this planet that is female that is waiting for anything male to provide for them. Same thing that's male. There is no creature that is male that is waiting for a female to build a construct. There are some exceptions to the rule, but overwhelming majority, no, but they are still codependent on each other for procreation, for continuation. So that's what I'm saying too. If we get back to just letting nature express itself, because right now in this patriarchal society, anything that's feminine, regardless if you be trans, if you be non-binary, anything that is feminine has been categorized as this weaker, or it's only supposed to be subservient, when indeed biology, that is not how any of this works.
And to speak on all of that, well, first to speak to Derek about the constructs, me being who I am, I just try to be light be light. Like, don't to detach, like to erase the constructs. You have to be able to detach. And when I say, because somebody said it, this spiritual, it's some deep spiritual shit. Because if you think about it, this 3D dimension that we in is so slowed down. It's so easy to attach to things. Even you see, like, you probably don't want to throw away like a shirt that you had. That's stuff like that. So think about like mentalities that have helped you in certain things, but it gets a time for you to let it go. But it's so easy to attach. So it only concludes to me, if it's so easy to attach, the beauty of life or the mission of life is learning how to detach.
Yes.
Properly. Detach, not being like a cold asshole, but just detaching yourself from things that don't. This is why I say be light, because we're trying to elevate. So the more you have, the more dense you are with bullshit, it's gonna be hard for you to elevate higher. And to speak at IG, speak to what he was saying. We need to get back in our nature of just being the divine masculine, divine feminine. Just like like where I am is nighttime. You have nighttime and daytime. I will equate daytime or the sun to the masculine energy. I will equate the moon, nighttime, to
feminine.
The feminine energy. So that's night and day. But without night, you don't have day. But with day, you get, that makes plants grow and things like that. But at the same time, you need that night as well. Just like you would need, just say a tree, like a tree would be masculine energy, but the tree can't grow without the feminine energy of the water. So what I say all that to say is just ask for discernment of knowing what is true and what to hold on to and what not to hold on. A wise man knows he knows nothing, no thing.
So listen,
and that's what God is. God is no thing, which means it has the ability to be everything. So with that being said, like, just ask for your discernment of what is true and be open to these uncomfortable truths, these uncomfortable things that you've been holding on to. You have to be able to let that go and believe in yourself enough to know that you can let that go and still move and elevate higher. Because it is hard for, being like a heterosexual man, black man, there's a lot of constructs that, we aren't supposed to cry. We like how Conscious was saying, we aren't supposed to cry. We aren't supposed to do this. And like how we were talking about on Conscious thing, me being my skin tone as a black man, like, I've had to beat down a lot of constructs in regards to, what I don't supposed to do. I'm already looked at as a pretty boy, so I'm already looked at like a punk, so I'm definitely not finna cry now. Shit like that. Even if I wanted to cry, even if I wanted to, I'm shunned for doing that. But you have to understand that, hey man, fuck them, fuck people.
I get y'all.
I really kind of want to answer. I really kind of want to answer Derek's question because it seems like he's speaking on more of a wider scale. Red, I agree with everything you said, and I'm glad that you kind of spoke on those colorism and constructs and things. But I think he's trying to figure out how to defeat the construct in general. And I think it's when it has a collapse.
I feel like,
okay.
Well, I'm sorry.
But it can only collapse through intentionality. You have to let it go. You have to be your authentic self. You have to be true to your feelings. You have to be true to your consciousness. You have to be true to your experience. You have to transcend the fear of rejection and the fear of the loss of the social equity that comes with conforming for the sake of fitting in with your peers. You have to be that honest and vulnerable, and that takes a level of courage at this point, since we're going in reverse now. So we now all have benefited from the social equity. We already know what it feels like to belong to people. We know what it's like to make people happy. We know what's afforded to us when other people are happy with us, when we choose to fit in, when we choose to be their version of ourselves. So now that we are kind of aware of the sugar and we're aware of the reward of that, we're now, in order to really be ourselves and to really to reverse the feed, is going to require a level of courage that probably is not common for most people, but that's that level of courage is what's going to have to be assumed. And one of the things about the social, something that has helped me to hammer away at the social constructs that tempt me to conform and that tempt me to, you know, like that are just tempting to me, is my spirituality. When I am in my spirituality, when I am in my prayer, when I am in my meditation, when I am with God, when I move into that space daily, that is the opportunity that I afford myself to let it all go. When I am with God, I am not male, I am not black, I am not American, I am not human, I am not nothing. I am whatever the fuck it is. When I am in that space, I let go of my mind. The only other physical experience I can equate, and this probably is going to sound so sacrilegious, the only other experience physically that I can equate this kind of ego death to is the kind of ego death that sex creates. Like when you are in that moment of climax and then everything goes zap. Everything just goes to, like, you just go into a moment of oblivion. And at that point, you're just kind of in union with the experience. Nothing else kind of is happening. You're completely like surrendered in that climactic moment. And that's what I kind of use as my goal. Like I kind of come back out of that space and try to use that as my point of reference. Like I need to be able to be that vulnerable. I need to constantly stay in a place of vulnerability and letting go over and over. Like if you look, and it's interesting how it's all kind of patterned off of what a lot of the mystics, whether it's Buddha, whether it's Krishna, whether it's Jesus, these mystics talk about dying unto self over and over and over again. And that's how you interrupt the social constructs and the power that they have over you. Is you have to be willing to shed the ego again and again and again and again. When you are afraid, that's when you need to be, that's when you need to show up the most, is when you're in fear. That's when you need to go the opposite of that fear. You need, instead of giving in to that fear, brings you back to the construct, brings you back to the conformity, brings you back to your base level self. It's about moving into that light. And if you can live a life being comfortably uncomfortable, then you know that you're on the authentic side of the scale. If you feel more than likely rather relaxed, and no, I'm not going to say that, but that's how you challenge yourself. Is in this case, you have to realize that fear is going to be your marker and your best friend. If you are afraid and you keep rolling the dice, you're doing the best thing that you could ever do by bringing that fear into your life, because it means that you're showing up. That fear, within that fear and that data, is because what you are afraid of, once again, is the loss of the social equity, the loss of the admiration, the loss of the whatever. That's why in some way I respect Kanye West, but like he's like dumb and kind of, he's
both,
like
both.
Like,
He's both of
like he's very egoic with it, but like in a way, he's also like freeing himself, and I can see what's happening. I can see what's trying to happen to him, but it's still getting mixed up and convoluted in a lot of the other shit. But that attempt to freedom is in that state of vulnerability. But all it is you have to let go and just be true to yourself. Stop. Don't fuck the culture. Fuck the family.
No, I get it. No, I'm getting it. I'm just saying like, oh no, I get it. I'm just saying like people in general, like as a like society, because I know like
so listen, I want to answer the question real quick, just on a more broader scale versus you solving the problem for yourself, but more or less how we would move forward as a community. A lot of it is toxic masculinity. Caring more about what other people think or trying to fit in, which kind of, piggybacks on what Conscious and what Red was saying. Oh, these expectations of him to be a punk or him to be this or that. These are toxic masculinity. In order to break that scale, you have to basically kind of pass it on to the next generation. So what you learn and what you learn and what you have to create a new culture. See, the reason why it's a construct is because it's been going on for so long and so many people do it this same way, and that's just how it is. But you can change that with the next group of people by teaching them different ways to be, because it's basically too late for the people who are already stuck in their ways.
And honestly, you have to be the change you want to see. So in order for you to be able to help your neighbor or anyone else, you can't. How many of us have been like, had someone trying to tell us what to do? And it's like, I don't know why you're trying to tell me what to do. Like people learn, or they, at least from my experiences, being a yoga teacher and a therapist, I can't just tell them how to do downward dog. You have to show people that you're actually putting in the work, that you're taking care of yourself, you're eating right, you're abstaining from substances, you're praying, you're meditating. Because why would they listen to someone who's drinking and smoking and being crazy? And so you have to be that change. So take time out within yourself. You have to give yourself, or it's suggested to give yourself at least 60 minutes a day to be with yourself, to connect with that divine source. And the more that you do that, the more people will see it, and they'll start to ask you, what's going on? Like, you seem peaceful, you seem calm, or I like what you said. And they'll gravitate to you, and they will want to learn from you. So that's,
And then that goes into the collective consciousness. Because once you're on that, and your neighbor is on that, and your mom on that, and your kids on that, their kids on that, we then create a collective consciousness that will because it's all a group effort. That's why we harped on the knowing yourself, because if you know yourself, I know I love myself, and once you learn, like, damn, we're all one. So if I love myself, I'm gonna love you because you're just an extension of me. Yes. And then that's when everybody is on that. Then, because it takes a group effort, it takes a group collective consciousness to move the consciousness forward. The reason why we with the constructs, because this is the consciousness that we've been all subscribing consciously and subconsciously.
One thing I also did, oh my God, I just had my thought right quick and it just poof went right away. It was something to the effect of when you were talking about, oh God, I'm gonna come back to it, y'all. It went away right quick.
Okay. Well, just let me know. All right. So we talked about, which was a lovely conversation, and that's the reason I wanted to let it rock. And then on top of that, StreamYard over here kicking me out. I ain't want to interrupt and get kicked out again. But what do you guys have to say about because now we're gonna segue into Tory Lanez's father, the false prophet.
Oh my God.
With the false prophet, like, what do you guys think he was giving? Do you guys think that he was being authentic about his speech, or do you think that
I understood exactly where Tory Lanez came from.
He fell as a father. He fell as a father.
It actually just hit me, and it goes with the question you just asked, Reckless. I saw the question that Sean wrote up there. But how do we keep this generation from poisoning the next?
Mhm.
And it's so interesting because we talk about generational curses. And the thing about history, what's so fascinating about people who study history? They say this, well, history repeats itself. Well, if it repeats itself, why aren't you preventing it from happening again? You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things to where it is a accountability thing that has to be done. It's not to go back and blame every single thing, but there has to be an accountability to where, like, okay, this was toxic, this is what was passed down, and this was not good. So we have to let this go, you heard me, and move this right on the lawns. But that's something I wanted to bring to attention of how do you keep that from happening. You do have to be acknowledging of all your history, good, bad, ugly, and indifferent, and learn from it. Because what you'll be doing is what we've been doing, which is insanity behavior. You're going to do the same thing over and over again and have the same conversations just so you can have this conversation. No, to step out of your insanity, yes, learn your history. You know that it's going to repeat. And then with that being said, prevent it from happening again.
Preventative
Okay,
medicine.
so like his father, like, okay, so when I saw like the clip, I was like, when on CTV panel, like I was like, I feel like in his mind, I feel like when I was like just watching him, I feel like in his mind he was like, bro, I'm gonna take an L regardless if I don't do anything. Like if I don't do anything, I'm gonna take an L. If I do something, I'm gonna take an L. So I feel like he picked the one that was like the one that did the least damage. So if he didn't say anything, it would have been like, okay, Tory Lanez father didn't care enough to like say anything about it. But if he said something, it's still bad, but like it's not like as bad of him not saying nothing, right? So I feel like, and not to excuse what he said was right, I'm just saying like he in both instances he was gonna take an L, like, because like if you've seen Tory Lanez how he acts, you can see the same behavior in his father. So his father's like, damn, I fucked up as a father, and I could have done something better. And my son is the way he is now because he's an adult and he's like stuck in his own ways. And if I can't really tell him anything. So the only thing I can say is like, fuck the system, and just leave it as that.
Because something just popped in my head when you said that. Like some examples. Like, so what? Like, how do you guys feel about that effect? As in seeing the generational curses actually come from one generation to the next, from the fathers down to the sons, from the mothers to the daughters. Because there's another example that popped in my head. He's very famous on this platform is Boosie. Another example is T.I. Like, and these are people who most definitely had, the children have most definitely had two parents in the household. They had access to their mothers and their fathers, but yet we see that that did not keep them from going down, quote unquote, the wrong road in a sense.
Okay, so like the reason why I say that, the reason why I'm gonna say like the children didn't like, and this I think it's like seeing their fathers and like their parents and how they were like younger. Because when kids look into their parents, they're not gonna look at them right now. They're gonna look at their younger selves, like what they did when they were younger. And so if the kids see like their parents doing fuck shit when they were younger, they're going to emulate that. Because kids don't care what the parents say. Like that. Let's keep it real. Like I'm a young adult. Like when parents be like, "Oh, do what I say," we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do what you're doing. Like we're gonna go based off actions. Like what you do most of the time, what you say, how you talk to people, what you do behind the scenes. Like that's what kids are gonna mostly emulate. And so I feel like the parents, if they're not aware of like their own like past and showing their kids like, okay, look, even though I did this, even though it was wrong, I think even though this was me playing into a social construct, like we were explaining earlier on the panel, I feel like if they're not having that conversation with their kids and trying to show them a different lens on how like, yeah, I went down this path, but it wasn't a path that was really safe for everyone to take. Like
they're not aware themselves. So if you have one toxic mom and a toxic dad who are unaware of their unhealthy patterns and mental habits, they're going to just create another idiot who is just like them. That's all it is.
And that's the
I'm saying though,
that's the gospel truth on regardless of what pattern it is. Because I have the exception to the rule. I had the toxic mother and the great father. So that but there are more disproportionately now more toxic for non-existent fathers than there are mothers. Let me just put that out there. That's why I said the exception. But that's very true. If I had to be raised by my mother, you would not be talking to the person you're talking to today. It's
If you
because I
had to
was
be
raised by
raised by
my mom.
Boosie,
Huh?
if you had to be raised by Boosie,
Oh no, I wouldn't be raised by bullshit, baby. I had a great father. Oh no, baby.
And honestly, you know
No,
what?
baby.
I
No.
personally have two. I come from two young parents who are both really toxic, but I know I've been here before because I just remember as a kid, and that's where the spirituality comes in. As a kid, I remember watching them like, I don't, I know we shouldn't be yelling and cursing. I don't, and I don't know. I had my
Mhm.
grandparents in my life, so it could have come from that. So not to necessarily say like, it's, and this is the nature versus nurture conversation, right?
Of
So
course.
it's a complex topic, but it just depends on awareness and knowing who you are, when you are, how you are, why you are. And some people are afraid to go inside to confront those things, your shadow self.
Yeah.
So it just is, it's a long journey inside. And if you have the courage to go down that path, you can answer every question you have in the world. Everything you know and need to know is inside you. You just have to have the courage to find the keys to unlock the things inside.
Totally agree. Totally agree. But I will say, at least for people who are in a situation where it's, if they do have a two-parent household, it's good that you have a better chance, I would say,
Indeed.
depends on the dynamic, if at least one person that is not toxic versus when you have two. You see what I'm saying? Because when I look at my other siblings from my other parents in previous relationships, I'm like, oh, I'm so glad that wasn't my daddy. Oh, I'm so glad that wasn't my son. I can just be honest about that, not because of the toxicity. You know what I'm saying? Because I was born, raised by my pa singly. I did not. My mother died when I was 6. I did not, fortunately, have to deal with her toxicity. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to say this as that being the exception, not the rule. I was just totally agreeing with whoever said that. Yeah, when you have two toxic parents, that makes a difference, because my older siblings who are way older than me in their 50s, and well, two of them dead now, would be in their 40s. I see what that look like when it is this is my same mother, but my mother being in toxic relationships with other toxic men. I saw the difference in my other siblings versus my mother with a non-toxic father. It
I'm
made a
not
difference.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I've most definitely had a very similar experience. And okay, so with me and my family dynamic, I come, of course, from where, of course, I was mostly with my mother, single mother. But however, I was very aware of my father. I knew who my father was. My mom never tried to keep me away from my dad. My dad, I wouldn't say he tried to always hide from me, but I just wasn't always seeing him like that because I always lived with my mother. But like, people always ask me, always ask the question of, why don't you feel like no type of way about your father? Because normally children have like a resentment for the other parent. And I think even my mom even asked me that. And I had told her, I said, here's the thing. Once I actually got to understanding that, and keep in mind, I've never had a resentment for my father, but once I actually came to this understanding, I don't know exactly when this happened, but I came to understanding that maybe I'm not always meant, like maybe I was not always meant to be around certain people. Certain people were only allowed to be in my life as just a sperm donor. No shade. That's me being completely honest, as a
Okay, I
sperm donor,
respect it.
because I'm not gonna lie. Like sometimes when I see other relatives and I start to see what happened with other relatives are actually very much present in other children's lives, I start looking at other children's lives and I'd be like, okay, God, like God, you was looking out for me. Like I get it. In the words of K. Michelle, I get it. That song, I get it. Maybe it wasn't meant for me or meant for him to be in my life at that time, but yet now he's starting to, especially now we're starting to, I guess, get much more closer. We're talking a little bit more and stuff like that, but I don't have that resentment to where it's like, I don't want to talk to you, or you wasn't there then, so why you got to be there now? Because I understand that maybe the way that the cards were actually supposed to lay out, maybe he wasn't supposed to be there at that time.
Right.
And let me just say, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
And we're not using it. I can't speak for Reckless, but I'm gonna just say for myself, we're not using that for the excuse. Like, despite my situation with the mother in my life, I was fortunate to have the experience of so many other Black American, other nationalities of women of color to be that example of what my mother wasn't. And then because I know I've been oppressed as a same gender loving man. I know my mother was born 1940. They had me at 47 and 60. They were married. They were fucking. They were not trying to have me. Let me just put that out there. Okay. So it's one of those things. I am not, despite me saying what I said with my mother, I respect my mother. I put out like candles for her, I do all that other spiritual shit for my mother. But I also understand her toxicity was forced on her because she grew up in an age where she could get bashed over the head. For she was to be able to be sexually assaulted, because we forget that this country, the so-called forefathers, made it legal for you color purple, right? Alfred and Sealy. So my mother grew up during the tail end of that time. So I can't fault her as her mature male son to project what's wrong with women. No, what was wrong with her had everything to do with a man's construct. So I'm not going to project just toxicity to her because she was forced in that position as a female and as a woman. So I'm not using that the way that you hear me speak about Black women. You never know until I put it out there that, yeah, I had some toxic ass fucking siblings, older sisters and mothers. But at the same damn time, baby, I was blessed and fortunate to have a balance. And that's something when you grow up, when you get out your parents' house, it might be tough for people to hear this, but everybody ain't your mammy. Everybody ain't your pa, baby. Everybody ain't your mom. Everybody ain't your pa. If I had the energy that I had, knowing that my mother was toxic, the way that I was able to survive out here, not because I needed to be mammy, I needed the intelligence of other women. I needed a Black woman to take me to the next level in business, not because she needed me to be her son, but she was showing me the correcter ways in this aspect. Okay, your father didn't have these intelligence. Since your daddy did this good spot, I'm gonna invest this into you. And I'm gonna put that over there.
Word up. I don't know. I don't know what the name was that he had there before he closed up, but I'm 100% with him. I'm 100% with him. And with that, I can't front. I was not all the way in the conversation, but I'm 100% with him. And I can say that, I'm gonna just fold back right now. I'm gonna just fold back. I'm gonna sip my drink.
Okay.
Conscious, don't drop me off. Reckless, don't drop me off.
Just
I'm
briefly,
not gonna drop you off.
I'll answer the question too. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Conscious. His daddy was a fool, so he was a damn fool too. He wasn't raised right, so of course this is the product of a broken Black man creating another broken Black man out here acting a fool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. All righty. Okay, so I actually want to address this because it's just so happened I always get this specific question. Oh God, I was over here drinking some juice, mouth getting stuck together. Oh, someone said something about the patriarchy to me. I forgot who, but if it was true, the court system wouldn't be the way that it is as far as custody goes and child support. So it's just interesting because I literally just answered this on Conscious panel probably like a week or two ago. So here's the thing. The way that, so patriarchy just about means that a society government is mostly male dominated. Now, in terms of, let me pull this bad boy up real quick and share my screen.
I'm ready for this one.
Okay, let me share my screen real quick. So I do want to make this clear. Now I just need to.
Okay, good.
Okay. So yes, patriarchy, a system of society or government in which the father or eldest male is head of the family, and descent is traced through the male bloodline. Now it says here, a system of society or government in which men hold the power and women or the divine feminine are largely excluded from it. So here's the thing, and it also says a society or community organized on patriarchal lines. So since we live in a patriarchy, everybody on the panel, and also in the comment section chat, do you have your mother's last name or your father's last name?
Father.
Father? Father, that's patriarchy.
Mother.
Now in terms of
Father.
Who do we mostly have in government? Who do we mostly have in higher executive level positions when it comes down to the American government system? Male or female? Men. That's patriarchy. Now, also in tandem with that, you also have to be very much aware of the different belief systems, specifically Christianity, because we're having a melanated context, and that was the main religion that was used to help us get through our trauma of being slaves and get through our trauma of being sexually disrespected, etc. But here's the thing, is that with Christianity, it fed us patriarchy right along with Christian. Here we go again. Girl.
Oh wait, okay. So Reckless, when you're done talking, let me say something after that.
Actually, you can do it right now because I'm putting the link.
And can I ask you a question, Derek? Is that you in the default picture? I mean, in the avatar?
Yeah,
picture?
that's me. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, I thought that was one of them.
There we go.
New age rappers.
No, that's me. That's me.
Baby.
Yes, him. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so when it comes down to us as slaves, etc., we were stripped away from our land, stripped away from our identity, and also stripped away from our belief system, which was a very easy way for the colonizers to conquer us. And also with that, we were given a new identity, which aka means we were inferior. We were given a new belief system, aka Christianity, which also fed us anti-blackness, colorism, racism, internalized hate, and also patriarchy as well, and which creates the gender wars as that we see today. So with all of that being said, our American government as well also reinforces patriarchy because we live in a patriarchal system, which also reinforces gender roles that we see here today. What are the gender roles for men? The gender roles for men are protector and provider. When it comes down to women, their gender role is to nurture and take care of the children. So yes, so now when you guys have a family, and we are also encouraged and also engaging in these gender roles, when you have these families together and you believe in these gender roles, people who make the laws, like the legislative branch, they believe in those exact same gender roles. People who reinforce them laws, like the executive branch, they believe in those gender roles as well. And people who even interpret those laws, like the Supreme Court, also believe in those gender roles. So now what ends up happening, even though they most definitely said in the Constitution, we're going to separate the church from the state, or whatever, that terminology. But however, the thing that we do see, and even when we look into legislation like Roe v. Wade, where their personal beliefs start to dictate whether or not someone actually has certain rights. But here's the thing. Now we're actually starting to see manifestations of laws and legislation through the lens of a patriarchal gaze, aka gender roles. So now when you guys have a family and you guys are one big happy family, you have Christmas together, you have New Year's, but let's just say just so happens the family breaks up, the wife goes to the left, the husband goes to the right, and just so happen the children have to go with the designated driver, aka the woman, because her gender role is to nurture and take care of the children. Now I will say this, I do not believe that fathers are second-class citizens to their children. But let's be very clear. There are gender roles through a patriarchal lens within a patriarchal system that completely isolates the children and make them the burden of the woman. So with that being said, just so happen when the family breaks up, the children have to go with the mother, quote unquote, for the most part, and then the father just so happens have to take care of their funds and provide for that family. And so, yeah, a lot of things that we see are reinforced by the gender roles.
So with that, I'm sorry, I jumped out and I came back in. So what is the question in this? Because I want to make sure I answer it correctly.
Oh, the question that was asked is this. Because someone in the comments was explaining patriarchy to Shadows, and I guess she doesn't agree that a patriarchy even exists or we don't live in a patriarchy. So I was explaining to her.
Allow me to elaborate.
We absolutely do.
Allow me to elaborate. Patriarchy does exist, but patriarchy is not exactly what you would consider it to be. Patriarchy does, as far as in my life, exist between either patriarchy or matriarchy. Because in my life growing up, my mother was the one that held this household down. Okay? My mother was the one that told my father when to pick us up. And it was never a bad thing. Just because we did grow up in a Caribbean household where whoever made the most money was the person that was in charge of things. So it wasn't about whether you had something swinging between your legs or not. It was always come down to, who was making the most money. So now with that being said, I can also tell you that the feminine and the masculine energy that comes into the patriarchy and the matriarchy portion of anyone's lifestyle and anyone's upbringing really does come down to the family unit. You know what I mean? Because with me, honestly, since I don't know any of y'all, my mother used to beat the shit out of my father. My mother used to beat my father the fuck up. I learned laws that I would never have learned when O.J. Simpson and the Nicole Brown Simpson case came up. My mother made sure my father got the fuck out of the house after she beat him the fuck up. And I did everything else to clean up the house because she was I don't want to say the man of the house because she would never say that either. She wasn't the man of the house. She was the person that controlled the household. So patriarchy and matriarchy, it doesn't really matter. It really just comes down to money. Whoever makes the most money is the person that's going to be the one that controls the household.
Absolutely.
Period.
And that's why some of the 6 tenets of patriarchy is the household, paid employment, the state, male on female violence, sexuality, and cultural institutions.
Yes. So when it comes to sexual violence, that is something that comes completely different from the controlling of the household, because sexual violence just comes down to strength. And we already know what happened with the Bobbitt case. So I mean, I don't know. Like all of these things, there's always a counterpoint. There's always a counterpoint to the questions that pop up. And, there's always going to be a conversation and a discord. But I mean, whoever's the strongest is going to be the one that survives. Whoever's the strongest is going to be the one that dominates. Whoever's the strongest is going to be the one that teaches the children how to live.
And
in my case, it was my mom.
Okay. Well, Marie, I think what they were saying is basically that if patriarchy is everything is in the man's favor or everything is what the man says, then how is it that the woman gets the children unless she's deemed unfit in most cases? Shouldn't it be the man who gets his way or gets the kids all the time? And why does he have to pay child support? But I think
Got you. I missed that part.
Reckless was clarifying that to basically say the reason why is because in a patriarchal system, the mother's role is to nurture the children and the man is to provide them. So they're not really deviating from patriarchy when it comes to the custody battle and the child support. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
And that's the issue with
Thank you.
patriarchy. Patriarchy
no
shoots
problem.
itself in the foot when it says that it's the mother's job to nurture and take care of the children. But in the same system of patriarchy, we pay women significantly less than we pay men. So our society gears towards giving the men more access to money and those resources, but it pins the responsibility on women to rear and raise the child. So
It's
it
always
just
going to be not on the women. Yes.
Well, it
and that's the
perpetuates
issue with
women's dependence
patriarchy.
upon men, to be honest.
And it also picks and chooses, because it's so
Businessman.
interesting how it picks and chooses how it wants to compartmentalize. Because in one aspect, it is complaining about the system of child support when it comes to the custody battles. But it also shows that, and this is kind of dark, but I kind of have to say it, they pick and choose
Say
when they
it.
want to observe nature. And unfortunately, it's the feminine creature that is mostly responsible for the offspring 90% of the time across the board on the planet. The males, I have a female cat. I just got her broke. She had 7 motherfucking litters in 3 years. See when her little ass was in heat. Oh yeah, these male cats, they're around this motherfucker spraying. They happy.
Mhm.
But
Tell me.
when she have the motherfucking kittens, she in this motherfucker slapping her titty out, killing mice and shit like that, because I live in the hood and that's why I got a cat. You feel me? So it is what it is. So it's, unfortunately, here's the gag. They know that y'all are the ones to take care of the children. And that's why they shoot themselves in the foot, because most of them don't exercise paternalism. And in nature too, this is ugly, but this is also the truth. There's only a few species of creatures that are paternal, where the male actually does the nurturing. 90% of the time, we fertilize. We don't carry no fucking seed. We fertilize. Last time I checked, something carried a seed, like plants and fruits and vegetables. It grows from the seed. You don't, anyway, it doesn't carry the seed. So unfortunately, they've played off of nature and manipulated it to where, to be honest, most males aren't paternal. And I say that a lot because I had the exception. My father was the penguin. Now, out of all of the other male species of creatures, I'm not going to sit up here and be like, well, yeah, no, I can see where everyone else had the nurturing of the maternal. So that is, I'm not saying that men cannot, but from my perspective, even despite, yes, having the extraordinary, because they ain't no way in the world, I'm going to just say this too, I'm not going to put these fuck niggas on the same level as my motherfucking daddy, who did what the fuck he's supposed to do. You're not going to vicariously give credit to no George Green. So yes, I'm going to say, I'm just going to say, you heard me, that yes, they've played off of your nature like that, and it causes them to not have to be paternal because they're counting on nature for you to be maternal.
I'm not gonna front with you. It could come down like that. Like, you may say that most men are not paternal, but on my end, considering everything that I said, which I will not repeat because I never wanted to say that anyway, it really might come down to, like, when it comes down to the man and the female, I'm sorry, when it comes down to the man and the woman, when it comes down to the masculine and the feminine, there might be one overpowering force there. It
But
might
that's
be
not
the
paternal or
overpowering
maternal.
feminine that takes away the masculine's ability to be paternal. On the other hand, it might be the overpowering masculine force that takes away the woman's. I don't know, man. It's just
No, because you're talking about, what you're talking about is patriarchal construct. I'm
you were
talking
saying
about
that, you're on your end.
most males aren't on the planet, the meaning paternal, this is the difference between the words.
Tell me.
Maternal and paternal is like the nurturing aspect, not the
Yes.
over dominating, not the one who over dominates or dominates the other one. It's the one who has it in their nature the most to
So tell
want
me about your side again, so I can
have.
tell you about my side again.
Well, no, I'm not. It's just paternal
Because
means.
they will actually equal out.
I'm not saying that it can't equal out, but here's the thing: there isn't a system in place to exploit men paternally. It's just not. The
Yeah.
reason why, because males
You're right.
can forcefully, we can impose sex. Yes, we can. We're the ones who can impose sex by grapes. We're the ones who created specific constructs based off of anatomy and sex. So that's why no,
Yes.
it's not the same because we don't have a systematic rule to exploit females' maternalism. I mean, I'm sorry, males' paternalism, but you damn sure be able, one thing about it, have plenty of systems to exploit women's maternalism. It is what it is.
Right.
You're right.
And in some cases, you know, Marie, I think you have an isolated situation, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who've had that experience. So it's not to say the reverse can't happen within the system. It's just the overwhelming system is geared toward a certain direction.
For sure.
It is geared towards a certain direction, but at the same time, my isolated situation is only because I'm the only person that you've heard say something about this. I can promise you, anyone coming off of any island will tell you that the women are dominating the situations.
Well,
Unless
I
you
think
have
I think I'm listening to
unless you have a literal crazy man, unless you have a literal crazy man, the women dominate the situation on the islands, and we are not isolated in that sense. We are just
No, for sure.
a group that is not considered.
I had thought we were talking about child support and what it is in the American system.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not even trying to say isolate as in you're the only person. I'm saying that it can happen in the reverse, right? We've all heard of quote unquote reverse racism. We talked about yesterday, quote unquote reverse colorism, right? There's gonna be times where the reverse effect appears to happen. It's just the overwhelming system of patriarchy in this country as it exists. We can safely say it's geared toward everything IG just explained. Yeah.
Okay, so I have this. Okay, so I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in this one. This one I want y'all to think a little bit deeper on, right? So let's say we know everything is a social construct, right? So like I think Reckless, I was in your last I think live stream you did, and it was on what? Oh wait. It was on what's it called?
You talking about the colorism, DJ Twitch? You talking about that live stream?
I think so, right? I think it was about okay, that one. It was that one. So I was talking, and I think you were explaining the book that you had about the social construct and how like we like perceive things and stuff. And I had put in the comment, I was like, so for like the women on the panel, I want y'all to think about this, right? So we can say majority of the time, and this is not saying men aren't doing what they're supposed to do to take care of their kids, right? We can say most of the time it's usually the mother that does both, and when it comes to like taking care of the kids and stuff like that, right? So if we know that usually the women are doing like playing both roles, and I'm not gonna say like most time it's in a healthy way, it's more so in the way that they're kind of forced to do it because of the system we live in, right? And tying this to religion. Wouldn't that say like one, like for a good example, Christianity, right? I'd say most, if you look at Christianity, you look at the books and you look at the prophets, all of them are men, right? When you look at the disciples too, they're all men. When you look at the main characters that are in the book, like there's only like probably like two,
and God,
and two that are like what, women. Like I think it was Mary, and I think I forgot the other lady's name, but
you talking about the Bible, Derek.
No. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. So
but I was just going to add that shit. Cattle had more value than women in biblical days.
Okay, we can add that too. We can add that there too. We can say the cattle. Even we can add that too. So that's what, okay. So we know like this social construct. It's not like, if we really look at it from like we just look at it just from like a social. It's not really like what it's really supposed to be. If we look at things from a biological aspect, and let me go there because I'm not trying to say people should be a certain way when it comes to biology and you know where I'm saying as if women are the creators of like bringing life onto this planet, right? And they're usually the ones that tending to the family most of the time, right? Wouldn't you say if there was a matriarchy, right, and the roles were reversed, right? So if women were in charge, right, and they were in government and everything, right, and men were the you can say in the feminine aspect where they had in a way have to be in the more nurturing what's the word?
If the roles were reversed,
yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't I know if that happened, oh, shit's gonna go loose. Like shit's gonna go crazy. I know that for sure. Like because it has to be some spiritual shit that's going on if that ever happens.
Honestly,
like because if you think about it, like if we were just like, okay, since women are the creators and bringing life on this planet, and we and it was like a spiritual system where they had to be the ones in control because since they were able to create life and bring life onto the physical plane, right? And we're like a lot. Shit is gonna go down. Like you like if we really think about it, shit's gonna go down. Like a lot of men ain't gonna give their egos. Oh, it's gonna go in the way of that. So because
but that's the thing. I think that's the way that everything is working out, and this is what Conscious talks about when he talks about the balancing of the scales, is because we're all supposed to be balanced, and this is also something I always mention in just about all of my lives when I kind of get on that subject. The whole gender roles, all that shit is stupid. I'm not going to look, and by the way, I'm about to use very polarizing, disrespectful language. Everybody just bear with me. I'm not going to look for no nigga to pay my motherfucking bills because I can do that my goddamn self. I'm not looking, and by the way, I'm not being disrespectful. I want to use polarizing language so everybody get where I'm going.
Right.
And I'm about to use it very disrespectful just so I can get to the 80 motherfuckers. I'm not going to look at no bitch to take care of my children. I'm grown as fuck, and I can do those things myself. Now, I understand we all can do those things, but I'm not relying on the next person to do something for me when I have the capability and the ability and capacity to do it myself. Right. And so I believe that that's, and like Conscious always says, the balancing of the scales. I think the reason why everything is working the way that is, I believe that the way that everything is moving in this direction is because we're supposed to be balanced. Yes.
The universe is trying to correct the system, but the system but the correction of the system is predicated upon willingness as well. So who's gonna win this war? The spiritual laws that are at work attempting to help mankind to reset, or will mankind resist and act a fucking buffoon?
God gonna do his thing. Regardless.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to answer Derek. Hi, everybody.
Okay, I'm not finished. Let me finish my last point, and then I'll let somebody else talk. So, okay, so what I'm saying is like since we know like patriarchy now is in play and society today, let's say if things were shifting into more of a matriarchy, would we see not sense of like what I'm trying to say is like since women are forced to play both roles and when it comes to household and stuff and how they're kind of like reevaluating how they should be showing up in a household, let's say if things were to change and go into like where women are in charge, and that role would like be reversed to men, would that also like I feel like that's what's probably happening right now. That's why I'm kind of like saying what I'm saying right now. I feel like it's gonna like, and since we're resisting, I feel like it might be coming to that route where it might, not to say men are not supposed to show up and be responsible and take care of their kids. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this probably is another way, like, of, you know, in the spiritual realm, to like kind of flip things around, to make men see things from a different aspect, where like, okay, since you don't want to change, that's fine, right? Okay, let's put women in charge, and then we're gonna make you see it from a different angle. That's what I'm trying to say.
There's been many times when we have, as a society, looked at it in that way that you just mentioned. I can't, off the top of my head, recall what the endpoint has been to that, but I can say, you know, between you and I and the entire conscious crew here, that we always get to this point. So there seems to be some sort of a struggle, but, you know, really, if you think about it, there has to be some sort of Oreo cookie type of resolution, right? Where the women on one side and the men on one side, the feminine energy on one side, the masculine energy on one side, and everyone just comes to a conclusion that brings us all together. But I don't know, my nigga. I don't know. I'm gonna mute.
I want to answer Derek because I think I may be correct in what I'm understanding you were trying to say. Like if females, you know, took in a role of leading, you know, what history has said that man has been ruling, and they are who bring us to wars. They are, you know, and I believe if there was some compassion in there, femininity, if you will, you know, that we will become a better place. I think it needs to be balanced. I come from a household where, okay, if you want to say, hey, my grandfather went to work, and you know, he was the man of the house, and most definitely, and he, you know, he worked and paid the bills, but my grandmother took that money and placed it in where it needed to go. I say my grandma ruled. My grandma ruled the house.
And she made sure he went to bed.
And you know, what he needed as far as clothes, you know, she bought those things. You know, you know, he made the money, but she controlled how the money was spent. So I feel like it was a balance, working together. I would say my grandmother was the meanie in the family, when my grandfather was the one who sat down with us for homework. You know, my grandfather was the one who reacted when I cried. May have been because I was the only female in the home for a very long time. But grandma seemed to say, you know, oh, chuck that shit up and
suck it
girl,
up.
keep going, you know. I don't want to hear that, you know, what you call him. And dad was, you know, hey, grandpa was like, look, you don't, he was protecting, you know, you better not disturb a hair on her head, you know, this, you know, where grandma was like, oh, ain't nothing wrong with that girl. Let that girl go ahead. So I think it's just, we need the balance of it all.
Do y'all
From
see
both
how we about
parties.
to start a revolution right now on Conscious TV, and let that thing just open up into the country? Do you guys see it? Because I see it.
I think we need a little more feminine aspect. We wouldn't be so quick to go to war, wouldn't be so, you know, be
Yes.
over, I want to rule, because
Yes, and
it's
let
the
the men
aspect
with
of
the feminine
everything.
energy
Man wants to rule. So
be men with feminine energy. Let them just be. Yes.
yeah, it just you know, connect to what's, you know, the feminine side of them everywhere. They can see to go into the nurturing, to, you know, aspect. If even somewhere in our laws there's like, this goes like this, and this, when it shouldn't be, you know, that, you know, hey, who's to say that dad has to go to work? Who's to say, you know, that's man laws that done put that in effect. And we have to kind of
I'm
step back from
100%
that.
with you. I can't see your name right here, but I'm 100% with you. My husband is struggling. My husband is struggling. He's like, you know, babe, I just want you to be happy. And I'm like, I know. And he's like, I really don't want to work this, but I'm going to work this job. And I'm like, yes, I work the job. But at the same time, he wants to touch into his feminine energy. And for me on my end, I want to continue to, because I am already there, work on the masculine energy to be happy. But the families that come into play with this want him to be on one side where he doesn't want to be. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself. I just realized I'm really giving my whole.
You good,
But
and
this
basically,
is really what is happening. You know, like there are
I think we
conscious.
I
You
think
would
we
be
brought it
better
full circle
to
with
speak it,
conscious what he
and
said.
yes, conscious, reckless. You guys are better to speak on it, but you guys know what we are all feeling.
Yeah, for sure. Like for sure, for sure. I feel you. You know, and I would say like just make a safe space for him to explore his feminine energy. Like that's me just speaking on that because since you brought it up, because it is a thing. Like balancing that feminine energy as a man, a masculine man, especially when it's your people in your ear, want you to be on. And like him, it's like, hey man, like it's your people, but they're not understanding what's going on right now. Like so, and to speak on when she was speaking on how her mom, how she was speaking on how her grandpa did the homework and how her grandma. It's a balance. Whatever you're good at, like maybe he was more good at that than her, so he took up that role, even if it is maybe I'm a
That's
better cook.
exactly it.
And
Yes.
let me just put in there that there was nothing that was ever from no parts, no family out, friends. No one saw grandpa as weak. No one saw grandpa as like they like to picture toward gay or anything like that. But just naturally,
He
grandpa
was just doing his job.
he was the nurture. Grandpa, if I had to measure them up, grandpa gave more affection, attention, to the feeling. I'm gonna say again because maybe because I was the only female in the household.
That's what I was gonna kind of
I was
speak
raised
to,
amongst
Queen.
4 boys. You know what I'm saying? I grew up with. This is my father's parents that I was raised by, and I was raised amongst my uncles, but also I was the oldest. I'm the oldest in the family as far as the children go. I'm the oldest child. I'm the oldest grandchild. So that
What I
I
was gonna
believe it
speak
has
to.
come. I have an authority. I've always been put on as an authority figure. I just tend to take hold of whatever the situation is and
And
make
who
it
put you
go.
there? Your grandfather?
And make it go. And I believe that comes directly from grandpa.
Yes.
Grandma,
Yes, ma'am.
grandma was the maybe because I was the only girl. Grandma was the chastiser in the family. Where grandpa saw, hey, let me get her and talk to her and see what's going on with her and why this may be happening, why she's doing this or whatever. And grandma was like, look, let me tell you something. You better cut that shit out. You better go head on. Sit your ass down somewhere. Don't act like that. Don't, she never had what I might want to say compassion, where grandpa definitely put in compassion in the situation.
So here's the thing, Queen. To be honest with you, I hear what you're saying about them having their roles, but then that's what we're kind of also speaking to. The grandfather making the money, the grandmother, spending it. So it's kind of like the man is the boss, but the woman's in charge. I've heard that type of saying in the past. And also, basically, girls are gonna have a better relationship with the father or the man, and the boys are gonna have a better relationship or is going to get more compassion and empathy from their mother. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a situation that worked out well. Like you said, he even took on some paternal roles by doing the homework with you and just some things that you might not have expected a man to do. There was no question of his manhood. But I think what Conscious is saying is, the most true as always. these, erasing all the roles. Everybody's responsible for the household. Whoever's there does the dishes, whoever is there cooks the food, whoever's there does the homework, nobody gets any more preference or understanding from either parent. Both everybody's bringing home the bacon, and like I said, whoever's there first is cooking it. There's no roles anymore. And I think, to speak to what Red was saying, yes, men need to be given freedom to express their femininity by women as well. Now, there's a lot of accountability that's there, and a lot of fuck ups men done had. So it's not like women are gonna keep coddling them and their shortcomings and all these things of that sort, but they do need to be given room to express the entirety of their humanity, as Conscious is saying. And women need to be able to express their assertiveness and put their foot down, make decisions and things too. We just need to erase the gender roles. And unfortunately, since patriarchy is the overwhelming system in the Western society, in the North American area, it's going to be kind of up to the men to turn to each other and say, listen, we're messing up here, or maybe we do need to try some things differently. Or, okay, with the next generation, like I was saying, this is how you break these cycles and things of the sort, by instilling this into the next generation. Because like I said, we can't go back in the past, and we can't keep harping and beating people over the head about what happened. We need, as men, we need to instill this in the next generation. Look, hey, don't play these girls. Hey, don't do this and that. Hey, violence. Okay, this is what hip hop is a good thing, but hip hop is also a bad thing by glamorizing this. This is men's responsibility to change the culture. If they're going to be the leaders, if it's a patriarchy society, then women aren't going to really be able to do but so much. It's going to take for men to turn to each other and stop perpetuating the downfall, especially of the Black community, since we're at the bottom anyways.
And I want to share
I
something.
agree with
So,
you. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Conscious. I'm listening.
go ahead, bro.
I was just saying that a lot of times the pushback come from not just because it's the man's rule and that's the way it's going. Sometimes, a lot of times, the roles like the position that they have. Meaning, you can, oh Lord, okay. The women kind of want to be in the
maternal
role, but because men failed us so much at times, we had to step into that
matriarch.
I'm the head now. We've had to take on that role, not necessarily voluntarily. You know what I'm saying? But it comes to voluntarily when hey, I would prefer to. That's some women. I'm a ruler. I'm a leader. I'm an aggressor all of my life. That's just me.
Yes, I am.
There's that, but there are women that would definitely love the role of being at home, taking care of the kids, the nurturing part of the situation, and have the husband go out, make the money, and be the strength, the lead, and the guide, because that's where it's set up at least in my mindset. A man is supposed to be the head, the lead, the strength, and the guide of the family.
That's what we've all been taught, but I think people should have the freedom to do everything in between as well.
Definitely agree, because I'm going to take my position regardless. You just regardless. But again, a lot of times, if you set those women to the down, they would prefer that role. A lot of women would prefer that role. I from my understanding and raising and experiences, I have witnessed where women would prefer it, even though she is the person that's taking the lead, the head, the guide, and the strength in the family. She would prefer her position as
in her divine femininity. Yes, I know this. Right.
She would want to take this, have this here, but she can't, because man done failed her in so many aspects that she has no other choice. Like, I heard something about like government, and the government coming in and insisting in the family. I don't think a woman goes down to whatever, entity to take and get, from the state, get assistance and stuff from the state. But she
Come
has
through,
to,
baby.
because if
Come
she
through.
played the role that the man has played, he has basically walked on. He's went on about his business and he has nothing in it. So if she decided
I
to
was with
do
you just until you
where,
got there.
if she decided to do what he did and just go head on, I don't have any responsibility in this here. She has to, in order to survive, in order to make the household function, to keep going, she has to go down there, and get the assistance. It's not all the time, she might want, that old cliche, sitting on your ass, you know what I'm saying? She may have to go down there. Hopefully it's just a stepping stone, to go, and do this here, because this is also a part of her taking the lead in the situation, being the head in the situation. She's going to need help one way or another. And this is what a role, but if she would prefer, if you asked her, I prefer, doing this way.
Well,
So
I
it
think, part of that comes back to the culture. I mean, could you imagine a man not feeling like it's okay to abandon the situation?
absolutely, what we wish, we want, we pray.
That's the part of the culture that needs work, but men have to work on that with men. I think for it to be the most effective, because they're concerned about each other's opinion. That's the whole definition of toxic masculinity. Patriarchy only just like perpetuate or eternalize it, just perpetuates it to where it's like this unchanging thing, or it's hard to really tap into. And that's why that's my suggestion. We'll teach the young men something different, so maybe they'll treat the women different and they won't have to be the matriarch and maternal entity in the picture.
Yeah.
I was going to
The
share.
matriarch is always going to be the matriarch. The patriarch is always going to be the patriarch. It's going to come down to when the matriarch and the patriarch, whoever they may be, in whatever capacity they function, just starts to work together, because those that they grow, the children that come behind them, have to kind of like, have that guiding light as to how they're supposed to grow. We all grew into like, oh, there's a mommy and there's a daddy, right? But that's not what it really is right now. There's a parent and there's a parent. That is really the, that's really the system that we live in right now. And that's really what it should be. That's how it should be. There's a parent and there's a parent. So that matriarchal and that patriarchal energy is going to continue to be a fight until we figure it out.
And
I
we
know we
figure it
can't
out.
figure it out in this room, but we have to figure it
And,
out.
a lot of us have figured it out. We have to figure it out by just self-actualizing and not reducing ourselves to titles and roles, and like everybody been saying here, just being. I don't try to be a boy or a girl. I get in where I fit in at. I contribute how I can contribute. I
You're the
provide what
person. Yeah, you're the
provide.
person that makes the difference.
And I think that we'll ultimately get there too. But what I wanted to, as y'all were talking, I was thinking about like I was thinking, and I remember when I was like 7, I had the way our parents raised us was definitely like in the binary. So like, of course, me and my younger brother, like we did what boys did. We roughhouse, we rode bikes, we had GI Joes, we had Nintendos. But I remember this distinct attraction also toward like Barbie dolls as well. And I didn't know what that was. And I remember me and my stepfather had went to visit my grandmother one time, and she had a mermaid Barbie doll at her house. I don't know who it belonged to, but I ended up I ended up sneaking it into my father's suitcase and tucking it into a sock so I could bring it back home with me. I don't even know what made me feel like I even had to be that
Sneaky.
undercover and
Mhm.
deceptive just to get a girl's item out of the space and into my own private chambers. But because my parents didn't necessarily drill it in our head, but somehow I don't know if it was the social cues of it all or whether it was the subtleties of like making sure that we like shopped in the boys section and that we chose so-called uh uh gender-based toys and all of that shit and all of that. But whatever it was, I remember I brought it home and I remember like just incorporating the Barbie doll into my GI Joe sessions, and I incorporated that toy there, etc.
Yeah.
And then, but now that I'm thinking about it as an adult, I'm thinking like when I was going back earlier, when I was saying how a red Clark got kicked off again. When I was saying how like I'm not sure how much of this shit in terms of masculinity and femininity really has to do with anything biological. I think it's more of an essence thing and an energy thing and a spiritual thing. And my own femininity was being aroused or needed an outlet or needed some type of personification. And I was and I was struggling with that because the system I was born into did not provide a space for that femininity as a boy. So even though I was being restricted by the society I was in to do what boys did, they did not keep my femininity from kind of thirsting or being hungry for expression. Like and that femininity was organic to me. Like nobody had to teach it to me, nobody had to show me femininity. It was just a part of me. It was an aspect of me. And I so I don't know, like I don't really believe in like that this masculinity and femininity is a physical thing. It's just an inherent part of our like psychic makeup, and we all have that. And this society is fucking everybody up because it's like segregating women from their masculinity and segregating males from
Yes.
femininity. And then when we grow up, and I talk about this on the platform all the time, I'm not surprised that there are so many catastrophic dynamics between male and female heterosexual relations, because how in the hell can you socialize males and females to be so different from each other and then think that they're going to come together and have something that's cohesive and truly mutually and sincerely beneficial from each other. For each other. So no wonder men are from Mars and women are from Venus, because you're literally raising women on one planet and raising men on another, and then yet expect a society to be proportionately balanced for both. Like you cannot just socialize people that far apart from each other and then expect an okay middle space. Like you have to do the opposite. You have to observe the things that we have in common as people. You have to really focus on our similarities, and you have to focus on the commonalities, and you have to create from that place rather than creating from a place of difference and a
Yes.
place of contrast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I was gonna say, you know, like this in regards to this country, you know, the idea of the United States, you know, we foundationally were created from violence. So it just unfortunately makes sense that every aspect of this culture has a violent basis.
Yeah.
And so if we just collectively, you know, or individually, but collectively. We have to look within ourselves first and see how that disconnect has manifested in our expression of our lives before we can even try to look at someone else's. I think we've been living in a culture of pointing the finger and forgetting ourselves. And, we have to be vulnerable with ourselves first before we can try to step into someone else's. And so, it's truly just knowing yourself and being aware. And, I know not everyone wants to subscribe to a higher power. But I like to tell people, it doesn't have to be, you thinking about higher power. Just envision what you would imagine your best self to be and how your best self would react. So, your relationship with anyone else around you is only as good as the one you have with yourself. So when someone's having a lot of tumultuous, relations, I know a lot of us may be familiar with the infamous Miss Barbara. That's indicative of her relationship with herself, unfortunately. So, we just have to nullify and become one with ourselves before we can even think about being a mother, a father, sister, brother, etc.
Like a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, within ourselves, yeah, we definitely need. And if I think we inject love or just everywhere along the way, it would fend out better. You know what I'm saying? Even if women, are from Venus, men are from Mars, if you put the love aspect in that, that can bring and understanding. It takes intellect with understanding that'll make it come together. Because I really don't see where you have places like what we're speaking of, because like to me it's an automatic thing. Like, I'm a woman that loves a man, but at the same time I have always been the leader. I have always been the oldest. I've always been the most assertive in especially family construct. So my role to me is just like automatic, not defined by because I'm a female, but not, but just it's an automatic thing because I've seen both both sides interact, and I can be, I guess, docile to an extent for a man. I think I can. I think I can. But just it's the upbringing that we get and where we how we look at things, how we react to things, how we act on things. Just it's hard because like she was saying, you can't like go for everybody else's. So I'm also a person that, hey, I got to do over here first. I got to do me first. I got to get me together before I can just go into what you should be doing with your life and how you should be doing it with your life. I can't put that. I can't put that in place for you because I have not walked your path. I don't have your understanding. Okay, somebody did something when I was younger. It was a little church program we used to go to, and they took it, said, write all your problems on a piece of paper. Don't put your name, just write your problems on a piece of paper and fold it up and put it on the table that was up at the front. And everybody did that. And at the end of the session, they said, go pick up the problems that you think you can handle. And I'm going to say 98% of us, we picked up our own problems. I can't function for you. I can't think for you, even though I might feel like my way is right. In my older days, I have now discovered that no, for you, that is right. For the next person, that may be all wrong. So you gotta, where you come in at life and how you see and perceive, that's where you're gonna function from. So you like I said, some people may be comfortable with the roles that they have or the roles that have been set in place, whereas others feel a need to step outside that box, do it another way. And I don't think that any of us is wrong. I don't think I don't think that has a right and a wrong label on it. It's just where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Where the bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you. Just
Oh,
agreeing with your
yeah, I'm
expression.
just
Well,
on
as
the
for
Miss.
me
I want to
personally,
say
you know,
something
I
on
would
the
I
Miss
would love to
Barbara
be a house
situation.
husband and be taken care of and watch the kids at the house and cook and clean.
I didn't
Like
hear
I
nothing you
sat
just
down and I
said.
thought about the situation with Miss Barbara and what I said to her.
Mm-hmm.
And so yesterday when Miss Presley was saying what she was saying, she Presley even made me realize that, you know what? I sat there and I had a judgment for Miss Barbara,
What Miss
not
Barbara said? I
realizing
missed
that
it.
she's thinking from outside of, she's thinking from her experiences. So I still agree that there's nothing we're gonna be able to say that's gonna reroute her, have her with a different outlook. But
What
I
did she
think
say?
I would like to apologize to her from just even believing that, I had an attitude toward Miss Barbara is, you know what, you done got your ass whooped so much that
Oh
you don't even know
shit.
how to come out of it. You know what I'm saying? And I caught myself. And I don't want to look at her like that, because I do have an aspect where, I when someone's been, oh Lord, okay, I don't want to say it
Oh,
wrong. When somebody has been damaged in such a way, you know what I'm saying? They have a way they get conditioned, like, that Stockholm syndrome, that really is really a thing. Like, so she won't go past it, but definitely one of the ways that I don't want to approach her is to be also the next abuser on her,
Right.
the next person that hits on her, like, this, that, and other. Because see what Presley said to her about, um, that's not her picture. I kind of got offended for her. I was like, wait, you. And so when it came up yesterday, before Miss Barbara spoke, I had already written there, Miss Barbara, hold on, I'm coming. I was trying to get on. Because I wanted Presley to be aware of how she attacked. That was your method of attack,
For sure.
for you to say that to her.
I agree.
And you did have, if you didn't say you ugly right out, you had an ugly undertone. And she definitely didn't deserve that for having an opinion different from yours. There was no reason for that. So, but it also made me look at what I had done and what I had spoke out toward her as well. So I was going to make it a point that I'm going to, when I catch her on the panel, I'm going, hey, I want to apologize, because I recognize that something has went on, and this is why you feel and think the way that you do. And who am I to even much add another lashing to you, just to call myself saying I don't agree with you. I didn't like that in myself to even much go there. You know what I'm saying? But I couldn't. My way was, what I was saying. I kept saying was, she could be whooped in, almost to an inch of her life, and she's gonna be the one to get up and go say, oh, I would like to drop the charges.
and keep on walking.
I
You
don't want.
know,
I don't want to be a part of. Some people find it cool because she already been a whooped, to whoop her some more. Not me. I just don't want to be that person.
you know what? I don't know what happened with you and Miss Barbara. I don't know what happened with Miss Barbara in the last couple of days because I've been working like a crazy person. But I appreciate you saying that because I'm gonna go back. CTV, I always just like the videos and I watch portions of it and maybe not all of it, but I appreciate you saying that because I love Miss Barbara and I love her perspective on things. You know what I mean? Because they may not be the politically correct thing right now in 2022, but they were probably the politically correct thing in 1997. You know what I'm saying? And in whatever year we're about to go into, whatever, I don't know, 2027, 2028, whatever, the things we say now are probably not going to be politically correct. I really enjoy Miss Barbara. So I'm going to say for her to you, you know what? She doesn't mind. I don't mind either because
Oh, I don't
I
think
know, yeah, I
I
know
don't think
that's
I
a
phased
real
her.
chick.
I don't phase her. Matter of fact, I heard her curse me when
Word
I was
up.
saying what I was saying.
Word up.
So I don't even much think that you know what you call me. This is me for myself. You know what I'm saying? This is hey, when I sit down with myself and look at what I do, you know what I'm saying? I feel like, and I'm also a person, I feel like the only person who could tell me about myself is me. So I do a lot of correcting myself for me. I sit back and think about what I've said. And just like I felt the need to say something to Presley about it, I also looked at the fact of what I had done spoke to her, and I didn't like that for myself.
I feel you.
Ain't
And I'm
nobody
telling you on
told me,
behalf of her,
ain't
she's
nobody told
not
me I was
pressed and
wrong.
we not pressed because we appreciate you the same way you appreciate her.
Yeah, it was. Thank you. You know, I may have gotten a few amens on the situation. Nobody, you know, no one told me I was wrong in what I was saying. For me, I just didn't like that of me. You know what I'm saying? I recognize that she more or less be advocating in her own sense of right with bandages on, and I just don't want to be the one to remove those bandages and expose wounds. Not me. That's just not for me. That's for
Real
myself.
talk.
You know, just
For sure. That's real. That's real. Though.
Real
That's real for
talk.
you to
Real
say.
talk.
It's real for you to do that.
I agree with that, but I guess I'm just I guess I'm gonna have to be that person. I ain't there yet. Now the reason why I'm not there yet, like I can have empathy and compassion for somebody, but for however, I most definitely feel like whenever I get on her ass, it's a righteous ass whooping, only because the simple fact of
Absolutely, it
that,
is.
like, because I'm not gonna lie, like it's just the simple fact that she literally gets on these platforms and she pushes trauma, she pushes abuse, and then not only that, she indirectly, and I'm gonna keep saying it, and the reason why I keep saying it because a lot of times that when people come to conscious platforms, they don't know the full extent of Miss Barbara. So a lot of times I keep reiterating she indirectly supports sexual abuse and domestic violence. And
Every time I hear Miss Barbara's voice, I hear the Method Man, Mary J. Blige, You All I Need. It's a lot of gritty. It's a lot of grut. It's a lot of, you know, we had to do this, we had to do that, and we might have to do that too. But that's Miss Barbara.
Yeah. And so like for me, it's like
fuck all that, bro.
And so for me, like a lot of times when I want to keep pushing that point because a lot of times I feel like a lot of times when me and Ms. Barbara got into it, people always thought it was just about strictly just the Megan and Stallion thing. No, this is just like Tory is a consistent pattern. It's a consistent pattern. Like this is not just okay, I think he should get off because I don't think he did it. No, it's just that even if you think he did it or not, you want him to be free. And then once he's free, what's going to end up happening? If something bad happens, I'm going to use a strong if something bad were to happen where a King Von situation actually happened, then she's going to get her ass right on these platforms again, talking about we have to protect our black men. But how the fuck can we protect them if you keep coddling them? How the fuck can we protect if you're not holding them accountable? Everybody know I hate that word because I feel like a lot of people just throw it out there. How can you?
I ain't even gonna front. It sounds like it's
holding, like how can you hold them? Like how can you protect them if you're not actually holding them accountable for the fuck shit that they do? And then it's the hypocrisy. You talk about the slut in the hoe, and this is the reason why I always go on my rants because it's just the loud contradictions. You talk about the slut in the hoe. Meanwhile, you were the slut in the hoe, and that's not me being rude. She said on these platforms numerous times, you were the slut in the hoe, and that's how I know it's internalized misogyny because it's the same energy that you have for the slut and hoe, you do not have for the exact same people that perpetuate violence within our own communities.
I think it's also
which would be the game bangers.
With Miss Barbara, it's also psychological and clear to me that Miss Barbara suffers from shame as it relates to what she's done with her own femininity, and she projects that on to other females. So I think when she looks at women's community, she sees the worst aspects of her own femininity in other women, and then disregards women largely. And because she can't identify fully with the male experience, it leaves room for her to over romanticize men in play.
I feel like y'all don't know New York. I feel like y'all don't know New York. And I don't want to be that person because I don't want to be that person. But I feel like y'all don't know New York. Miss Barbara is New York. It's a different type of gritty, and it's a different type of lifestyle. So what she may see happening elsewhere, she's going to always think about it in New York terms.
Well, wait, baby, what part of New York she from? Because I know folks from Brooklyn. What part? Because I know
got people.
She's from the dirt part.
I think that it's not, again, we have to find the similarities. I think all of the major cities that Black people populate, just because we don't use the same terms or our neighborhoods don't look the same, we kind of have the same politics. You know, the pieces might be different, but the politics are kind of beautifully the same. And so we have to, you know, I love, you know, I do love Miss Barbara. She does give me, like, when I hear her voice, it gives me kind of like a comfort. She reminds me of an older woman in my community, that crazy old lady playing
That came
dominoes,
from the dirt
smoking,
part.
you know. But
it's not just about the dirt part. Miss
Yeah, because
Barbara
you gotta
has,
be. I'm
Miss
sorry.
Barbara has, as somebody who has been dealing with her for over a year and who has had a lot of exchanges with her, Miss Barbara has actual trauma. She has trauma she has not resolved. She's been a survivor of sexual violence. She's been a survivor of drug culture, of poverty, of sexual assault. She has been through things that she has not dealt with. She has subjected her female body to prostitution, to lots of various things, and that's why I use the word projection. She has not overcome her own shame and guilt, and it's projected onto the general female community. So it's easier for her to perceive women in a lesser manner, and because she hasn't had the lived experience of a male, it leaves her room to over romanticize the men's community, the same way that sometimes kids in a single parent household will take up issue with the parent that stayed in place because they got to see every in and out, every mistake, and every high and low of that parent. Because the other parent wasn't around, it leaves a lot of room for them to over romanticize the absent parent, because that parent, they weren't able to observe the parenting that would have also brought them face to face with issues they also would have had with daddy had he been in the house too, because he wouldn't have just been good cop if he would have been a balanced parent. He would have also chastised you accordingly and reprimanded you accordingly and resurrected boundary accordingly. But because he wasn't there, you get to sit around and fantasize his existence. And I feel like Miss Barbara has done a lot of that, where as a woman she has she's been through a lot as a woman. She's done a lot of things she's not
I can sense
proud
it.
of as a woman. And she's probably, and because she's a woman, she's dealt in a lot of other women's spaces and probably with a lot of other women like her when she was in a piss poor condition. And so she's seen a certain shadow aspect of the female community.
I
And
definitely do, yes.
And once again, because she hasn't had the lived experience of a man, it's easier for her to give men grace and to see men maybe as a little bit more inherently virtuous than
she's still
Yeah, that's why I was using the
like
terminology that I was using. I definitely see her as I like a have you, like, a child that has been raised up and by their abuser, their sexual abuser? There's a element in there where they actually love that person and think that that's okay. So I saw that. I got a sense of that from her. What you're saying is absolutely right. Reckless, the way he goes about it, there's nothing wrong with that, because I can tell you that was me younger, and I'm much older than what y'all probably think I am. But I was right there. Like, I'm going to pop her upside her head for thinking so fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And I just then got to a place where I don't want to send another strike where you see they've been beaten already. Like, I get that sense. Like, that's what I was trying to, I think it was Anya. I was like trying to make Anya see where you're not going to be able to reason with her. Once you recognize that, you know, just kind of almost do it like you do it, conscious. You know what I'm saying? All right, Miss Barbara, you could almost hit her. You know, they're like, oh Jesus, I didn't had enough today of you, Miss Barbara. Okay, Miss Barbara, and you kind of you pushing you almost without pushing, you push her in another direction to send her brain work into another direction to get her from that. I see it as harm. I see it as wrong. I don't, but I agree with her sometimes. I be hearing what she says too, but that's why I told her, hey, you're not going to get your message across because of how you are delivering your message. No one is going to be able to hear you because of how you put it. And then you multiply that with what you've been through so much, like you got it down pat. And you actually, like, you don't see what you've been through as a wrong. Like you almost upholding the bullshit aspect of your life instead of saying, hey, this happened to me. I need to heal from this. This was not the right way it was supposed to have been done. She's not taking it in. She's just not going to take it in.
And she can't.
You know, you see it, you know, for what you calling it, but I just don't want to be another layer of ass whooping for her. That's basically, you know what I'm saying? I catch myself. I have to catch myself because I was gonna go there with her. I was gonna push in on her, but again, I see something else. I see that broken. I see that where she done succumbed to the abuse.
You see her traumatic age, where
Yeah,
when the trauma
yeah,
happened,
and I
that's when
just
her
don't
brain
want to
stopped.
be another element on top of that.
Miss Barbara, her heart is in the right place, but it's layered with a thick ass blanket of trauma. So the heart is beating underneath a lot of unresolved crap. And then when I think about all she's done as a woman, when it comes to the life she's lived, and then coupled with the generation she came from, which was the strong binary generation, and the definitely like man and woman, and that whole system, it's just like it just quadruples the situation. But her heart is in the right place, and I do understand where she be coming from a lot of times, because even today, like, I was in total celebration mode of Tory, but I'm also like an abolitionist, and I don't even believe in this version of the criminal justice system, and I don't even really support the industrial complex. But it's like it's the only thing we have right now, so it's just like it is what it is. But I don't even believe this is the way. This is not what I would have imagined in like a very conscious society. But I accept that that's not the version of society that any of us are living in. But I also am not comfortable with white people prosecuting Black bodies because of the still inherent racist nature of the system. And so there is a part of seeing any Black person, even wrong Black people, penalized by this even wronger system, these even wronger people still having the power to be the judge. It is something kind of sickening to my stomach about that. But and that's kind of what Miss Barbara be trying to point to, like, oh, the system is corrupted, and sometimes even Black men.
Because it is.
I know that's sometimes what straight Black men are also saying too, when they kind of identify with, like, they bring up the white male comparison and what, and it's like, I get it, but we have to like be careful, and we just have to sort through all of that. Like, Tory Lanez has to be held accountable yes, the system holding him accountable hasn't even been held accountable for its own atrocities and its continual atrocities upon Black American entities. And, you know, the issue is definitely multi-layered and complex for us as Black people in the system trying to navigate it when it's weaponized against us. And we need a space and a place for our own tribe members who are problematic to the community, but like everything for us in the system is problematic.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a complicated issue.
Yeah.
So I be getting her and her anger and all of that, but ultimately, Miss Barbara does hold a lot of polarizing, misogynistic,
yeah,
and sexist politics, and so I allow y'all to tear her ass up if that's what y'all be feeling the need to do, and sometimes I have to boot her ass as well. But her heart is in the right place. But it's all interesting. It's all interesting.
Yeah, we all
I
have
feel like
different
we're in a big
personalities.
knot as Black people. We're in a big ass knot, and trying to unknot this shit is very interesting.
Yeah, because I've heard what you call I like when Reckless get her ass at the same time. Now I promise, just not me. You know what I'm saying? I like because I mean he be putting her in her place. You know what I'm saying? I believe the lady Anya also as well be telling her about herself. You know, it's just but you know, I think I look for me. Y'all may have had more experience with her, but I just think that I see her wounds and I just don't want to contribute. That's all.
Yeah, I understand.
And honestly, you know, we want to be the ones to hold each other accountable. Like I would much rather us or, you know, CTV or you to speak those, you know, maybe sometimes harsh words to her. Because if someone else was to do it, not of our same culture or race, they're not going to have grace at all. And I think that's what's frustrating about the Tory situation is like, I would much rather have seen someone in our community actually talk to him and hold him accountable. Like, I hate that it came to that, but it needed to. It had to.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at with you, but I thought about something you said conscious today that I did not agree. But what I did was I made a resolution for myself because I didn't agree, but I knew where you were coming from. See, when you said I'm not gonna about listening to his music now. I told you I was a Tory fan from the jump. And I agree with you because we're not supposed to support him for his behavior. So what I have come to the conclusion, but I had kind of did it a little bit beforehand because I never went to go listen to the album responding to Meg and what have you. I didn't even pay that. I can't tell you what outside of what you all have spoke on as far as the lyrics and what have you. That's all that I know of that. But what I have gathered in my collection is not tied to the internet. So I won't be giving him stream plays or anything, but I am not throwing my collection of Tory Lanez.
I know that's right.
I'm gonna steal. I didn't throw some.
You're gonna use what you already got.
Go ahead.
Look. I'm single because I want to be single, but the one I let come get it, me and him on Tory, like, yeah. And he a part of our vibe, like for real. Like
so
I'm not up in the Tory Lane collection that I have acquired. That means I would have to go in my car and get my USB and erase damn near 50-something songs on there. No, indeed, no. I'm vibing. Hey, look, I can have my headphones set on. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't need to go to the internet. I haven't really been going to the internet for his, for his music as far as playing, but as far as playing the music. But
You still
I
there,
ain't
Red?
heard you. I ain't heard you earlier on your on playing love, huh? When you
Yes, I was playing it kind of as a gag because I was like, oh, he got this song called Love, and I would love to see his ass held accountable for what he did to Miss Megan. So I put my own little remix to it. But yeah, and that's the only Tory Lanez song that I know. And I was watching some choreography videos, and there was this group that had did a choreography piece to it, and I was like, "Oh, this is Tory Lanez."
Yeah, I love his music, but don't get it twisted. I promise you, justice was served. Justice was served. Now we finna leave it to these white people because they had a couple of black and white folks on the panel, huh?
I said it's funny that you bring that up, though. Red Clark, is you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cause
I have a question too.
Cause I was telling me and Red, because me and Red were talking about kind of like the same subject. I was like, we should have a whole panel on the platform Sunday and have this discussion about the dynamics of like a character versus artistry and just explore the attitudes around that, because you have like Chris Brown at this point who's been through what he's been through, who's still pushing music. Like you got Tory Lanez, you got R. Kelly, you got Mystical, you got like all these musicians who and there's these split attitudes about how to what the dynamics are. So I think it'd be a great discussion to have and see what people
that'll be a good talk.
Can we separate the artists from the music? Should we not? And then how far does that go? Should we also cancel certain directors of movies? Should we cancel certain authors? Like how far does the thing go out? What is
the art from the artist? Yeah, that'll be a good talk. Cause I heard somebody say about the R. Kelly, and I definitely don't agree with nothing, but like that's like here in New Orleans, that's like the I Believe I Can Fly is like one of the top graduating songs like of all time, like for real.
I was just gonna say, I Believe I Can Fly is probably a graduation song.
You know, that's always like
great at our graduation.
Yeah.
I was wondering the same thing. I was going to actually ask you, Conscious, like, can you or would you please maybe have a conversation on this as well? Because, Tory Lanez is opening up a big box of what are we going to do next? Because he left, and I don't know, but I feel as if he put all of these umbrellas, I'm using the quotation fingers, you can't see it, but I'm using the quotation, left a lot of umbrellas here, like he has a lot of music out that he put for us to all listen to, kind of like an R. Kelly-esque. But R. Kelly put all of his music out, going out through years and generations, graduation songs, all types of songs. You know what I mean? I'm an older woman. I remember coming out of my lunchroom, you know what I mean? And my girlfriends were saying, oh, well, I'm about to drive this car because my boyfriend just came and picked me up. Those type of R. Kelly days, all of this. So that's a conversation to have, because Tory Lanez is about to go to jail and R. Kelly is in jail, and we are locking up all of these people that are instrumental in our, I don't know the word to use.
Upbringing, because I was traumatized by Bill Cosby. I really was. Cause
I wasn't gonna use the word traumatized.
I was traumatized by the Bill Cosby situation. Because
why were you traumatized by the Bill Cosby situation? But you watched the Cosby Show, and you you
Yeah.
watched the Cosby Show and you were enlightened and you wanted to go to a Hillman or a Spelman or a Morehouse, right?
No, it was I just think that he put out is like for our culture is like that's where I'm kind of speaking from, like the outlook, the
Ma'am, you
positive
sound like
family
you are
role.
older than me. You cannot say that you were
Again,
traumatized by a Bill Cosby situation
I'm
because
gonna
Bill
say again,
Cosby
I'm
is
probably
what
a lot
made me
older than
want to
what
go
you
to an
all think I
HBCU.
am.
Bill Cosby made me want to go to an HBCU, which I didn't go to. I went to a different type of a college and university. But
Again,
for
I'm gonna say
you
it
and
again. I probably am older than everyone on this
probably
panel.
yes. So how did Bill Cosby traumatize you in a way that is detrimental to you?
I mean, in a sense that okay, this man, the outlook that I had for him is where I'm speaking from. The
All
outlook of
right.
positivity that he put out to what I feel is our community, and then I also was doused with the notion that because he attempted to buy a network
NBC.
and my
Ma'am, I never want to
NBC
try and
that
listen to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let Reckless talk. I'm sorry, Reckless. I just saw you pop up back up. I'm gonna let you talk because I'm not gonna listen to this woman, ma'am. I love talking to all of you. I'm not going to listen to you talking about because he was trying to buy a network. This is a black person that was trying to buy something, and this is a black person that was completely perpetuating. I don't know the word. He was completely pushing for black people to go to colleges and
and
excel in life
are you thinking I'm
and
saying
do
wait,
great
which
things.
way are
So
you thinking I'm saying traumatized?
How did Bill Cosby traumatize you, ma'am?
Reckless.
Again, the
I'm gonna
outlook that
drop
he
down.
gave us.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, the outlook that he
Yeah.
gave us was such positivity again
Yes.
that I believe that he nurtured a black community in such a positive aspect to then
Yes.
be thrown in that this is what he did. I can even tell you I went up to the level where from what I heard of the situation, I do not know all the aspects of the case, but I was told that this woman, the one especially that he went to jail for, was
Yes.
a
Tell me
woman that
about her.
went through him on 2 or 3 different occasions. He wasn't forcing the pills on her. She was taking them willingly. And I feel like if you happen to hop your ass up and go to a hotel 3 o'clock in the morning, you ain't there for no business aspect. Business go on from 9 to 5. You know, you were going there knowing what could have taken place. And once it was, you said you were assaulted at one time, and then you go back again, you were assaulted again. So again, they took away that look, that image that I had of this positive.
So
I'm not gonna
she
say
took
great.
away that image
If
of
he did what
she
he
took that.
was,
Right.
Yes,
And that's what I'm saying. Now
whoever's speaking, speak for me,
he's been
he
please.
did
put to
that
me
to
in now
himself.
this aspect as someone who has arred someone. You know what I'm saying? That took advantage of someone who has essayed someone. This doesn't go with the image that I had of him.
And
Okay.
that's
So
what he
that's
did to
where
himself.
I feel like, oh my God, it just took me. It really just took me.
Whoever was speaking, please speak because I don't want to speak. I heard a woman. I heard.
Yeah.
Then all you have to do is be quiet.
So I was trying to
Ma'am.
figure out where we were going here. It was just in this situation, like Tory went to court and it was proven that he did what he did. Bill Cosby was a sexual offender.
Right.
And
she was offended by him being a sexual offender after however many years that she has lived in this life. She was offended by a story that was told. I'm not saying that he was not a sexual offender because he admitted it to himself.
Right.
But she is offended now, and she was, quote, I'm using quotation fingers, traumatized.
And that's her experience.
And that's taking us away from the Tory Lanez situation where
it came in on the artist and the artistry, and him he has an aspect of art, you know what I'm saying, producing and production, you know what I'm saying. So I got to that level.
Ma'am, I'm gonna just
Ma'am,
ask, and this I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude, but ma'am, are you about the
wait.
same age as Bill Cosby? Because if you are, then you cannot feel offended, and you cannot be feeling
How you gonna
traumatized
tell
But
me
let me
what
ask
I
you a
about what
feel?
question.
Get your
happened.
mind right,
Marie,
Yeah,
girl.
we
baby,
can't
Ma'am, you
call people
cannot
what
feel
they
Marie,
feel.
baby,
traumatized.
Girl,
You
boo, bye
cannot feel
down.
traumatized.
Marie,
But you
baby,
cannot feel traumatized about
Marie.
Again,
something that
How
darling, I
many?
can
happened.
have
Marie,
entitlement to feel what I want to feel.
Marie,
So now
how
you
many
feel
have you
Good
had?
day.
traumatized about something that happened to other people 45 years ago.
Marie,
Yeah,
how
she
many you
can.
had, baby? Because you
At
can't
all.
say, you
She ain't
can't
got no
speak.
understanding.
Baby, you
I can
can't
tell you
speak.
that.
Hold on, let me just stop you right there, Marie, baby. You sound a little sloppy, okay? You can't
I
speak.
apologize.
You can't speak, sweetheart, for other people, okay? So
Yeah.
you okay, your slip is showing, girl. Put her back up.
I apologize.
You're having a Janet Jackson slip, Marie, okay? Tuck her
I
back
did have a
in.
moment. I had a
Yeah,
Well,
moment. I'm
I'm sure
sorry.
we've
I
have
was
we
up here
all.
trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I was like, what the hell? How the hell we get here?
You
I
see the
mean,
diehard fan, honey.
yeah. Do y'all remember
Because
the
this lady is
morning?
talking about like she feels
You ain't
traumatized
never
and
heard
she's the
one.
same age as the same man,
Girl,
but
boo-hoo.
and she was
girl,
never
but
in the
why does
room
that
with the man.
but Marie, why does
Go sit in
that
the corner with yourself.
yeah, baby, that shouldn't bother you then. You understand that you're more traumatized by her saying she was traumatized. You're the one responding traumatic.
You
You know what
know
I'm saying,
what?
baby?
I'm not even going to front with you. I just had a Miss Barbara moment, and I just said everybody should leave Miss Barbara alone. So I'm sorry. I
Mm.
am very, very
Wow.
sorry.
You see how what happens
I'm gonna mute, but I'm gonna
when
stay here.
y'all
I'm
bring
gonna
her
mute.
name up and invite that spirit and summon that spirit over here? Niggas are jumping in folk.
What?
That's
I
how
just
this whole
started
thing
laying
started.
down and everything. I'm like, what I the was hell? confused because normally, like, once we get over the unconscious panel, we kind of act the fool, but we come over here, we have no issues at all.
And you know why? I realize it's because none of the polarizing people hit your panel. All of the crunk ass diehard 3 people hit my channel, and then everybody who is civil and got sense.
They hit this.
If I stopped allowing the polarizing people to hit the platform, then we would be able to have these type of civil discourse. But I have a knack for being inclusive, so just try to even allow the wildfire in too.
We
But
need those
I do not
conversations.
consider myself as polarizing. I am very quiet, and I will
Mm.
remain quiet.
exactly, it's all the civilized folk over here.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
the
think maybe
civilized
because I
people
always
women.
get into it with the polarizing people, so they be like, "Girl, I don't fuck him." No shade. That's what it is.
No,
We have the
sir. No,
Marquez, we
today.
have the Miss Barbaras, we even have One Love who come and triggers everybody up every
Oh, no,
now
one
and
of them
then.
in comment.
We got Miss Monica, honey. We got all of the action folk. Hit me if
One love is in the comments. I don't know if she's still there,
I
but she's
know.
I'm still here and I love it.
Who said that? Who said that?
Alrighty, so I have one question that I'm gonna end this panel because, baby, I didn't realize it's like 5 o'clock in the morning.
It is.
Girl, my foot. There was one question that I did say. This by Arshawn here. Let me see. Has anyone been able to get through a guy exhibiting problem behavior or thinking? Even as a guy, I always bump into ego, then anger. So have you guys ever had a dude, whatever, that you see them going on the wrong path, or you see them doing stuff that's very problematic, but you try to correct them or try to steer them kind of on the right path, but yet you always you run into different a range of emotions that are very in your face or whatever. But however, you were able to get through them eventually. Has that ever happened to everybody on this?
I have a
Like,
close I have a close friend who I might be kind of in love with. I don't know yet. It's weird. It's a strange dynamic. But my God, today he was in the goddamn sunken place when we first started being friends. And it took a lot. Like, it took a lot for us to get to where we are in our friendship now. All I can say is to Rashawn, yes, but the only people that are going to have success with those types of people are people who love that person. It is it's an act of love. Like if the level of patience, it does require patience It requires nurturing. It requires a lot of understanding. It requires a lot of selflessness on your part. These people are going to have you in their blind spot, and I'm not gonna take up too much time, but I would say yes. And because of that, now I'm one of the closest people in his life, and I get to experience a part of him that he doesn't really give to anybody else, because nobody else has been able to break through and earn that trust and that vulnerability. So in a way, I feel kind of honored, but I'm also continuing. We also continuing to have the conversations and to go where we need to go in our friendship, and hopefully he can be better in general, so that I'm not just like the exception to the rule, but that he's just generally being better as it relates to other people. But he is doing the work. But it took me to love him. Before, when I just liked him, I dumped his ass over and over and over again. I blocked his ass over. I cut his ass off over and over and over again when I just liked him. Honey. He was very disposable when I had very much my ego intact. He had his ego intact. But once I realized I really loved this guy and I really saw something in him, and I thought he was really unique and special, and I understood his plight, and he started opening up to me more about the dynamics of his life, that information was important to me because it helped me to understand how to speak to him and how to communicate with him, because I understood where he came from. I understood his trauma and what he'd been through. So that helped me to understand what he needed more in his dynamics from me. And he leaned in. And so now, you know, he's a much different person than where we started off as, and I'm very proud of him. So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
That's wonderful. That's beautiful.
I wanted to mention definitely and I know I've mentioned this already, but you know, it's a part of I work in the mental health field, so it's a part of the process. Like, we have to understand that, you know, realization and anger are absolutely a part of the primitive parts of realization. So, you know, it's okay, and we just always have to have grace with these people along the way. And what I like to kind of tell people, you know, when you're already experiencing a pretty heavy or severe emotion, you don't need more. So, you know, when someone's going through something, you know, that caring part of us thinks is being helpful by going like, hey, that's wrong, don't do that. But that's when we have to retract more and be quiet. You know, people who are loud, people will walk away from those people. But, you know, when someone's quiet, they lean in. So whenever you're trying to get through to someone and communicating, remember that the softer and the quieter you are, the more that they'll listen. Because when it turns into a screaming match, all you're doing is battling at that point. So just have the grace with people to that it's a part of the process, and let them have their temper tantrum, because it won't last. It's not sustainable to be angry. So, you know, unless someone is actively wanting to be, right? Like, people have to, it's a choice. So, you know, we have to pick our battles with people. And, you know, like with Miss Barbara, how we can identify she has a good heart. You know, just, you have to have awareness within yourself of, do you want to put yourself through that? Because people have to go through their own suffering. We can't end anyone's suffering unless they make that choice. So it requires a clear and direct, you know, kind of initial conversation. And, you know, if you can have that convo with someone like, hey, I love you, I care about you. It seems like you're going through something, you know, how can I be here for you? And, you know, if they're kind of just on that, that pity train and that kind of just wanting to just vomit, then you have to make a choice for yourself. Like, okay, I can't subject myself to just being a punching bag or a well for someone. But if they're really real with themselves, like, yeah, I am kind of dealing with something and this is hard. And, you know, I do want some help with it and I don't know what I need, but I know I need something. That could be a healthy start. So it's having a clear conversation, an objective conversation. And I know that can be difficult when it comes to emotions, but we have to exercise taking the pause and deep breathing and allowing our brain to step out of the emotion.
Hey, babe, I wish
to
we
piggyback
love us
off
some
of that,
therapists, baby. Come on, residential therapists in the Reckless Bureau. I know that's right.
word up, word up, word
Yeah.
up.
I
To
appreciate all
piggyback
of
off of
you.
that, I am currently I just started therapy with my husband. He is quite a bit younger than me. He's 9 years younger than me. And I just started into that, and it is a thing where maybe they aren't able to express to you how they are feeling, but the open-ended questions are a big deal, because open-ended questions such as do you want to, or how do you feel about, or what is your plan for today? That's a huge one. What's your plan for today? Or just in general, what's your plan? Those things I have learned has been a big great thing. And with us, when we got married, we did the traditional form where we went to a pastor and we had like therapy first. And so now, in these years that we've had, it hasn't been that much, it's been like 2 years, we're now going into like therapy, in the idea of you want to make sure you don't get sick by keeping yourself healthy. And these people are just asking questions that are so really, really good, because before you get into that area of why aren't you speaking to me about this, and why are you being held off about this, instead we're going into how do you feel about whatever the fuck. And a lot of times they'll ask us questions that are kind of like, Marie, how about you describe something to your husband, just so they can decipher how we're communicating. So that's how I would get to that's how I would get to, like, speaking to somebody that has like a problem of behavior, the open-ended questions that I've learned from
Okay.
this type of communication, open-ended questions, because it kind of lets you know where you need to focus on. How do you feel about this, or what is your plan for today? Such a big question, because
Make you feel comfortable.
yeah, like yesterday, I won't even front. I was like, "Hey, babe, what's your plan for today?" He was like, "I just want to smoke and live my life." And I was like, "Well, damn, my nigga, don't you want to make breakfast?" He was like, "Nah, I just want to smoke and live my life." I was like, "All right." That kind of that kind of like directed me into, let me make breakfast for him, and let me just talk to him about like what is he thinking about. I only got that from having been with the therapist for a moment, to understand that every open-ended question, no matter what answer they give you, is an actual answer. Even if it's like, gloom and doom, it's like, okay, this gloom and doom answer means I should kind of like focus in on just being still and being silent for a moment and chilling on you and figuring out what's on with you. Or if the answer is something very manic, like, oh, I want to do this, and this, that is to like, okay, let's figure out what makes you so happy so we can continue on that path. So that would be my answer.
All right. To piggyback
Nice.
off of what is that, Breeze?
No, that's Marie.
That
No.
was me.
Before Marie.
Oh, okay. Before, yes, that's Breeze.
Breeze. I know her voice now. Yes. To piggyback off of what you said, or to kind of expound on that, I think taking that approach has worked for me as well, as far as like, you can hear, man, if he opens up to you, tells you what the issue is, or if you're hearing the errors in his ways, I kind of take a, approach of kind of giving them a warning and backing up. They'll come back to you later on and say, I really thought about what you said, or I really been through it, and what you said was right. But you got to let people go through what they're going to go through. You can't warn them. You can't live life for them or change what the circumstances are going to be. Sometimes it's their fate to endure trials and tribulations in order to learn their lesson. But you can try to tell them, but like you said, beating them over the head with it and all that is just going to create a brick wall and shut down. So the best thing to do, Marie's right. You can't ask open-ended questions. It gives them an opportunity to express themselves and maybe think things through instead of yes or no. But for me, I take the na tone, like, all right, I done told you, that's gonna get you fucked up. And then if they go ahead and do whatever they want to do, then you gotta just let them learn. That's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Red, the queen intro. I don't think you went yet. Okay.
I've had an instance where their behavior, where they're thinking. We started out sexually and come to realize that, his ego was on the order of, I'm better at it than you are. And so we realized that sex does not need to be amongst us. And we are so much better friends now. I'm his quiet place. That's what he calls me.
Yes, ma'am. Come on, quiet play. At least you guys were able to reflect and actually make that conscious decision to, I guess, stop having sexual intercourse with each other, so where you guys can actually make this quote unquote relationship tolerable, and or to where you guys, well, I'm assuming from what I understand, to where you guys didn't want to get to a certain point to where you guys couldn't talk to each other anymore.
Yeah, because he was nerve wracking. Yeah, he thought he was the shit, and he thought he had done brought me the best piece of dick I didn't. Oh Lord, I didn't mean to say it, but he had got to that level, and his ego had done played out on it. So I didn't even want to be bothered with him, because just didn't want to be bothered with him. And then we come to realize that hey, this doesn't need to be amongst us, and maybe we were brought around into each other's lives to be friends, and we are much better just friends to each other. Much better.
Okay, that's probably fine. Now Marie, it says that you have a question.
I do have a question.
And then I'm gonna get to retro.
I have a question, and this is a little bit out the box, but I'm saying it's 5:15 in the morning, and I have a completely question because what is her name? Queen Intro was just speaking on something similar to this. So how I mentioned, this is totally off of subject, but how I mentioned that my man is a bit younger than I am. So when I got with him, I always had to oh my gosh, I always had to buy him things to keep him sturdy. Yes.
Well, that's probably his love language.
To keep him sturdy. Yes. But now we moved to another area. I bought a house, and now we're living in the house, right? So I bought a house. It's a large house, this and this and that, and I don't have the things to keep him sturdy. And every time, he's like, "Oh, baby, toot that thing up," and I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna toot it up," but
something else.
There's no sturdiness in the sturdy. I know this is not the type of conversation that you wanted to ask, but I just need to ask right now because it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. He's gonna come home, so I'm just saying,
You said he smokes, right? You said he smokes. I'm assuming
he does. I did not say he smokes, but yes, he does.
I thought you said something like you asked him what he wanted to do, and all he wants to do is smoke and whatever. But
yeah, I probably did say that. Yeah, that sounds about right.
As the substance abuse person to me, if you want to help with something that's not getting as firm as it used to, I would suggest abstaining from substances and eating your fruits and vegetables.
Yeah,
that's not gonna work.
I would suggest some raw honey or hard steel pill from the gas station.
They said the pill from the gas station.
No. I was going to ask. I was just going to ask because I know I am on conscious TV, so I know I have multiple people here.
Marie, I have a question.
Yeah. I know. I just bothered your whole life. I'm sorry.
Has this always been y'all issue, or is this a new issue? How long has this issue been going on?
Listen, since I got with him, it was an issue. But when I got with him, you get with a person and you're just like, "What are you doing over there in the corner?" he was always like, putting on like a ring.
Come on, cock ring.
Word up. He was always putting on
I'm
like a ring
gagging.
or something. And that was like the first kind of things that I did when I was in New York. Now I'm in like Florida. We don't have these rings. And he's always giving me this gummy. And I'm like, this is
They
making
do
me
have rings.
angry.
Order it online, girl.
He's
You can
just
get it
not that
online or order it.
Amazon got them though.
That was my question. Like, do you
And
guys
Royal
have like a
Honey.
place I can order? I know this is not the place for me
Amazon.
to be
You can
asking.
always
I'm
It's
sorry.
Adam and
He's just
Eve.com.
not that into you. Amazon.
Excuse me?
yes, like you can order my
No,
Amazon.
what did you say, Queen Intro?
I said he's
Oh,
just not that into you.
oh, she heard. That's
No,
what.
It's
girl, he's
always
been
a
like
lot
this
to
since I
do.
met him, but he is very into
She
me.
heard that part. She was like, "What'd you say?" No, but I was
Yes,
saying like get them like you can get them off Amazon, and also on top of that, like just find like your local sex store. Now the only reason I know
there
this
is
because
no
I've been to
local
a few
sector here.
local
There
sex
is no
stores.
local.
Oh,
Okay.
it's not local. We're trying to find a sex
Amazon.
store close to you.
Well,
Don't just
you
go
can go to
to
eBay. You can go to any. You can go to eBay or Amazon or Google any of those toys, and they'll ship them to your door porch. My question to you, Emily,
Stop
is
beating around the bush and just tell me what to get because I really
well,
do not
well,
have it
that's what they're
here.
doing. And they're giving you
I,
range
I,
ideas and everything. They're telling
I'm
you
gonna tell you where I live. I
get
live
vegetables,
next
he
to
can put
cows
about
and
some
goats.
weed.
Ecstasy.
Ecstasy.
But
We can't do no
hold on,
ecstasy no more.
I'm gonna
Oh
read
my
that.
gosh,
Like,
this just
hold on,
sounded like one of those
If
cartoons
y'all already,
on Instagram. We can't
Wait,
do ecstasy no
Marie.
more.
Marie.
hold on.
Mhm.
It could be something that's physiological. So he needs to go get a checkup for one. He needs to make sure that there's not other health issues that are contributing to a lack of blood flow.
Diabetes.
So physiological.
Work out.
And since y'all already are in therapy, you might need to bring that to the equation. Some men have anxiety performance that will cause them to to experience something like that. So
Actually, in addition to that, it's something else. It's Retro actually said something that reminded me of it. It's this honey that they sell in the sex store. With that honey, that bad boy gonna get you going.
Yes,
That
it
honey
will.
My
pack.
friend,
Royal
The
honey
local
now
pack.
gas station. The
I
local
have a
gas
story.
station.
Is
I have a story. Well, I have a story. So my
Does it
birthday was
work?
this year.
Yeah.
It was like
Yeah.
my
yes,
birthday
it
was
worked.
up in October. I want to say my birthday was up in October. And for my birthday, I was like, you know what? My personality matches it. I'm the only person that can kind of pull this off. So I was like, you know what? Me and my friends, we're going to a sex store. And I said, the only rule is everybody must buy something. Nobody's going to go there and just be like, I'm just going to look around, because what's going to end up happening is everybody going to get their ass done. Then the people that's buying something going to buy their shit. Everybody else going to be sitting there judging. No. You ain't getting your ass in this car unless you buy something. So that's what we all did. My friends, a couple, they bought some honey. At first, that was my first ever coming across the honey. So I'm like, this so pussy ass shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I was like, yo, bitch, they got big ass dildo strap-ons and all this other shit. Bitch, you go get some goddamn honey, bitch. I was so disappointed in them until
You can't see my face, but I'm smiling big right now.
They took that bitch. They was in that bitch fucking rabbits. Like it was crazy. I was like, girl, let me go, because they over here them horny and shit. I had to leave.
I'm telling you.
But yeah, that honey does
honey
work.
is amazing. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
right there, reviews right there. But like the honey is good, but I would say probably try to see what's going on with his health as well too.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's young, right? So he's not supposed to be.
All right. But it's always safe to be sure, because a lot of times with us as men, queer or straight, we don't really get checkups like that. And on top of that, let's just say we do have something that's like health related. It'll be too late because we didn't get checked up. So it's always safe.
Word. And he is queer and straight. He is both.
Oh,
yes.
Marie.
Okay. All right, Retro, what you got to say to that?
Look at here, baby.
Hello?
Go to
Yes.
you know the gas stations that be having like the Arabian and the African owners, like the hood
Yes.
store, and they be having all the different types of cigars and stuff. Them be the ones they'll have the pills and they'll have the honeys right there at the register, baby. You don't have to order nothing online. Just go to your local hood store and get you. I would say you might start with.
And when
Right?
she
Well,
asked
no,
for
the rhino pills don't work, baby.
the
It's
dick
either
pills,
hard steel. Yeah, the dick pills. Hard steel is the pill. If you want to do a pill version, the black and
I
white
want,
one that said hard steel, like hard as steel. Now, I'm putting you on, baby. These are ancient Chinese
I feel
secrets.
like you're playing with me.
It
Oh
sounds
No.
God, he's not.
No.
He's not.
I would
I
never
am
play.
not
I
about
would
to ask
never
for the
play with
hard
you,
steel pills while there's a family of 7 behind me.
I'm gonna
baby.
write it. I'm gonna write it
I
down.
will.
Shit, I'll ask for it. I'll ask for it to
Two.
be like, this
Give me
how you
3 or
got
4. Do
I'm
you
like,
got a
y'all got
spec?
this.
Do you got a special if I buy more than 2, or what's
You
going
said that
on?
black and white?
Black and white. The pill is hard steel, and that one goes with liquor. So if he drank, that
Uh,
one's good. Now,
Girl.
Royal Honey is in a gold package. I'm putting you onto the T now. So this,
put me
I'm
on the phone. Put me on the phone because you know
It's a
what? I'm a
personal
little bit older,
reference.
so I wanna, I wanna make him happy.
It worked
But
for
I'm
me.
like, you know what?
They both work for me and my
Yeah, they work.
friends.
They work.
He said they
Oh,
work.
fuck it.
They
We
They
work.
work
gonna, all
wonders,
right.
baby.
Well,
They
we're
work
gonna make it. We're
wonders,
gonna
honey.
make it work.
Your mind is
Yeah.
blown.
Hey,
This is
Now,
Lord.
how you like
Y'all
them
getting
apples?
feisty up in here.
Hmm.
Alrighty, so I'm
Well,
about to. Mhm.
conscious and reckless. That's
Mhm.
why I always wanted you guys to like, I keep calling you guys his name, like Candyman. Come please delegate and um m- ordinate the live. But thank you for giving me this moment. But yeah.
You're
Welcome.
You'll
And plus,
forever be blessed.
right now we're over here
I
just
won't do
chilling.
this to y'all no more.
So we'll do no more.
Bless y'all heart.
Alrighty. I think Retro and Red Clark were the only 2 left. So Retro.
I had really already kind of answered the question. You know, when I was saying I give them a little advice and then I back off and let them experience it on their
Okay,
own.
yeah. That was you. Okay, got you. So Red Clark, last but not least.
What's up with it, man? Talk about the question.
The question, whether like have you ever came across somebody or if you haven't even experienced it, like you would have come across somebody that's going on the wrong path and you want to give them advice, kind of get them back on track, but yet you deal with attitude or deal with issues of the way they may react to it. Like,
Yeah.
so how were you able to be successful? And if this never happened, how do you think your approach should be, and how would you maneuver?
On me personally, have I experienced it? To answer that one first, I would say like yes, because like how one of the people said, like it's a natural emotion to be angry, especially if so, I've experienced someone telling me something and me feeling like damn, like you trying to tell me, even though they're right, it's met with anger because you're right. You see what I'm saying? Like deep down, I know you're right. It's like, but you're telling me this, making me feel like it's like I don't want, like I don't need you telling me that because maybe I feel like somebody telling me something that puts me in a inferior position. You see what I'm saying? Like it gives that person authority. That's how I used to look at it, but now I'm open to any type of criticism. Like I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. I want you to tell me if that was fucked up. I want you to don't be in your group chat after talking about me. Don't tell me right now. You see what I'm saying? Don't tell me what you think about what I'm doing right now. And in as far as the other people, it's all about knowing your personnel, like knowing how to communicate with certain people. Some people have different communication styles, like the open-ended question type thing. Like maybe it's a person that you need to be like, all right, now, I'm telling you. Maybe it's some people that learn better by just you falling back and they coming closer, like one person said. So it's all knowing your personnel, like how Unconscious said, the person that he was referring to. At first, it was like, oh, like fuck what you going through, not fuck what you going through, but like
fuck what you going through.
Well, it was fuck what you going through, brother. But after time passed, to be like, him being like, damn, like Conscious really like fucking with me, asking me certain questions that people don't ask me. They making me like, damn, like this person really give
enjoy
a fuck
my
about
time,
me.
care
Like,
about me.
you see what I'm saying? Like, you really, damn, man, you probably, damn, man, you all right with me because you probably really give a fuck about me. So I'm finna gravitate to you and be more open with you because I see you have my best interest. So let that person see that you have, hey man, I'm not an adversary. I'm on your team, dog. Like, I just want to see you win. So if it takes me learning, and it's a daunting task if it's a person you don't give a fuck about, and that's what I agree with, saying you have to really love or have some type of love for that person for you to, indulge yourself into that. You see what I'm saying? But once you have that trust with that person, or once that person, you tell them one thing and it was the right thing, you tell them again, oh, that was right too. I took that advice and it really elevated me to a different place. Now you got them. In a sense of now, whatever you say, even if you don't say that, now they're asking you, what you think about this? I'm thinking about, I'm finna do this. What you think about it? You see what I'm saying? So that's how I view it.
Red Clark. And Moesha said, you got way too much damn sense to be a Tory Lanez fan.
I seen that comment. I was gonna put it up, but I said, nah, I ain't gonna be petty.
Hey man. Hey, look, everybody make mistakes, you know.
He's a recovering Tory.
Everybody got a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, just like the rhinos and them honeys, man. Everybody got a guilty pleasure.
Oh, that part right there.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. You're not lying. You're not lying about that guilty pleasure. I got a few guilty pleasures. If y'all find out, y'all gonna be like, reckless. Really? That's just no shame.
Trade other women's mans.
That is not true. That is not true.
I love y'all too. Y'all,
Y'all feel like my little cousins.
I got pleasure, but fuck, I don't think I feel guilty for any of it.
This motherfucker here, bitch.
So
I feel guilty for any of it.
I got pleasure, babe, but I don't feel guilty for a motherfucking thing.
I don't feel guilty for my feeling good, but
well,
they all say get to.
Alrighty, so what I'm about to do right now, I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm gonna start from the bottom from Breeze. Give me one word or two words that describes this topic.
Like what we've been talking about, like guilty pleasures, or
as in Tory Lanez.
Oh, this one or two words, man.
Or a sentence. Whatever comes to your mind.
I mean, the first thing that popped up is cognitive
I know what you're gonna
dissonance.
say. We say it again.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Well, I'm about to drop you down. And hit the panel more often. Well, I don't know how many times you actually been in my live, but I'll be noticing you in the comments and kind of.
Oh yeah,
I'll be noticing you.
I'm definitely gonna be out here more. But thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
We got a therapist up in there, but I know that's right.
I'm about to bring her up more often to diagnose motherfuckers.
Baby. So now, Queen Intro, give me one word, two words, three words, a sentence that fits this case of Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, and him being charged for all three counts.
Informative. You and Conscious definitely have been informative throughout the course of proceedings. Fairness, because I'm gonna continue to say that throughout it all, I found that you all were the ones that went from every aspect, every side, every angle of it. Controversial.
Hell yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Because baby, they was getting on my nerve.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
you guys. You all have a wonderful
You
Christmas
too,
holiday.
Queen. You
And
too.
I definitely love you all. I
Good
love
night,
you. I
baby.
respect you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good
Marie,
night.
but I
Marie, hit
want
the
Happy
link.
holidays.
That's my queen.
Alrighty.
yeah,
Oh,
y'all and let me.
come on, press the shit.
Y'all done got me to a point where I was thinking about doing a YouTube channel, but
Period.
I can't. No, I'm too judgmental. Y'all got it. Y'all got it down pat. Like y'all got it down pat. Like, and that let me know, no, ma'am. See, y'all have a fairness and a a outlook for a lot of things. And I know I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it. I'd be the one to sit at the what you call it. Y'all let me know that y'all come at it and y'all go about it. So it's like y'all got some.
We ratchet as hell, Queen.
Y'all look but that's just one of the elements. But you put it in, and the perspectives that you all give, y'all enlighten people to a point where you can come to understanding. You know what I'm saying? Even with the ratchets, you know what I'm saying? And I don't really consider you ratchet on the level you be how you be naming people, and then your little inputs on it. Yeah, to the what you call it, but it makes it humorous more than ratchetness to me. So I love y'all too. I'm so serious. I love y'all too.
We
Y'all
love you
be
too,
getting
boo.
it. Y'all be getting it. I teach reckless. You are my cousin. You are my cousin. I'm telling you, you are my cousin.
Period.
Just keep him away from your man.
Girl, shut up. But I will say this is that for me personally, I wasn't always this. Like, don't get me wrong, I've always had like a hopeful look onto like in life. I was always willing to, like, you know what, let me learn something, yeah. But Constance can tell you, when we first met each other, I was not this quote unquote woke. I was not this person that y'all see today. No, I had internalized.
Let me tell you what
Y'all
was
got skills and y'all can reach people. I promise.
The saving quality with Reckless was he was curious, and that's why he got it, because he had questions. He was honest about what he didn't know, and that made it easy for him to absorb information. So that was his saving grace. He really wasn't as bad as he think he was in the beginning.
All right, you guys.
All right,
everyone on the piano. Yes.
All right, babe.
Intro. I'll see you later. All righty.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All righty, Marie. You have to come back onto the panel.
Here.
So give me one word, 2 words, 3 words, a sentence that describes how do you feel about this Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion trial and final verdict.
That went from 2 words to a sentence.
Hey.
Ha 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 ha. Can I start with that?
Yeah.
Can I start with that? I feel like the whole Tory Lanez struggle, that's what I'm gonna call it. The whole Tory Lanez struggle is a struggle that all of us that have any type of English is my second language, so please give me a minute. All of us that have a sort of sentiment for kindness, for love, feminine energy, all of us just won, because this Tory Lanez shit right now is all of us versus a real short, angry, fucking leprechaun. That's how I feel about it. I like him, and my brother is on the other side of this. And I had to console him and tell him, like, well, when he knew all of this shit was going down, even before when he knew this shit was going down, during the whole COVID lockdown, he was making a lot of music. And he made a lot of umbrellas that his father called out for. All the umbrellas. No, the umbrellas were ready to close because we knew that this was going to go down. You know what I mean? So all the umbrellas, I need all of you, all the umbrellas unite, whatever his father said. No, all the umbrellas were open because he put out such music, and it was great music. But I mean, fuck it. He was an abuser. This was really, really, really a domestic abuse case that they didn't try as a domestic abuse case. A domestic abuse case towards two women that they didn't try. I think last time I checked, the bodyguard didn't even testify. So it really came down to the witness that said this man was just being very angry and aggressive towards these women. I mean, it was a whole abuse case. We see what it is. We see what it is. Meg was doing what she wanted to do as a young person. She was sleeping with who she wanted to sleep with because she was a young person. Her friend was doing the same thing. They were doing it together, hopscotch. And
Come on,
this
hopscotch.
guy, hopscotch, come on. And this guy, in the midst of it, wanted to do something else. Someone had a moment of feeling, which happens when you're playing hopscotch. And in the midst of all of this, he decided to shoot her because she said something about him being short, and she said something about him not, having that much talent, which was a lie. He has a great amount of talent. So, it's kind of like a Bill Cosby all over again, except for with the Bill Cosby thing.
Oh Lord,
He
Jesus!
did that
No,
2020.
don't be up Bill Cosby. I don't need you.
I'm not gonna do it real bad, but like with Bill Cosby, it was like 8,000 years ago, and everybody was doing drugs, so they probably don't remember anyway. And in this case here, it is, he made a lot of music, and everybody's going to want to listen to it, but at the same time, he was an abuser. He abused this woman. He shot her. Not one, not two, not three, not four.
Marie. So I have
5
a question.
times he tried to shoot at this woman, and that's what it is.
So would your word, because for me hearing all of that, so would your word be justice?
Justice was served. Yes.
Justice was served. All righty. You guys have Marie. Bye.
You took my word. You gave me my word.
Don't worry, I'm gonna give you some more time to even get to your word. Red Clark.
I got 3 syllables.
Okay.
Fuckery. Fuckery. But no, like,
Yes.
but if I'm being my word would be seriously though would be, one would be insightful, retrospective, and enlightening.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Honestly, I'm gonna give you a word. Your word, because keep in mind that last live, I was camped down. I had to keep running to my nieces and nephews, so I didn't really hear a lot. But from what I was understanding from the comment section, I'm gonna give you redemption. I'm gonna give you redemption.
They were fucking with me today.
They weren't really messing with you in that last live, but this live you kind of redeemed yourself. So redemption gonna be your name, but fuckery and insightful and all the other shit also plays a part as well. Okay.
Yeah, you asked him his thoughts about the subject, not about his damn performance on the last live.
Oh, yeah, that was a key. Alrighty. So now IG.
What's that, baby?
Give me one word, a sentence, etc.
Dispelled compartmentalizations.
Ooh. Yes, ma'am.
Dispelled compartmentalizations. I think we got to see a lot how people compartmentalize, and I think we were able to dispel some of those spaces with these conversations. So for me, it really did break down and very much psychoanalyze the way that people compartmentalize mentally.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. All righty. Well, actually, you're a content creator, right? Well, you are. Duh, I said right, bitch. I really like the shit. Duh, the fuck, bitch. I'm serious. So shout out your YouTube channel. Shout out where people can find you.
Yes, I appreciate that, Reckless. I'm on IG Green 85. That's my YouTube channel. IG Green 85 is on TikTok. IG Green 85 is on Instagram. And my little petty little Facebook is YSAK space FO. That's YSAK space FO. And yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is for me, you heard me?
All righty. Take care, man.
All right, baby. Good night.
Bye, G.
Good night, Conscious. Good
Bye,
night.
G, boo.
Good night.
Holidays.
Bye-bye. Oh, girl. Yeah, let me put this back.
And there was the queen.
No, hold up.
No,
Because my ass got it on.
I gotta throw mine in there real quick.
Yeah, no, because my ass got it on fucking the regular layout. I'm over here trying new stuff. Ignore me. Retro. I have a question. Is this your first time to my channel, or are you been like?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is my first time to your channel, but me and IG are friends outside of this. We've been friends for like 20 years. Yeah. So my words are royal honey. No, I'm just kidding.
I know that's right.
But no, I would say today is a win for equality, and it's probably a loss for patriarchy.
We cool with that.
Yes,
I have a
sir.
question, Retro. Are you a content creator as well?
I am, but I'm just now getting started. I'm Retro Dutch on TikTok as well, but I don't have like a whole everything started up over here on YouTube yet.
Yes, come on. Okay, so we got Retro Dutch on TikTok, but his YouTube is coming soon, right? I want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah. I mean, this is it that I'm on now, but I just had this page forever and just never really did any videos or anything. But 2023 is going to be the start.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. We all got to start somewhere. We always got to, start networking, getting to know new people. Now, since I know your name and also since you came up on this panel, I will be looking out for you when I go live. And I also will be checking out your stuff as well, too. Because, I'm always in the bushes.
This
I don't
was
let everybody know.
extremely fun. Like, I really appreciate this whole experience between you and Conscious. I can't wait to have another discussion with y'all, especially the Zaya Wade teas and whatnot. But anyway, yes, God. But anyway, I really have fun, and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. I have fun with you, too.
Y'all have a happy
baby, trust me, we're gonna have some more conversation because Zaya Wade most definitely get discussed over here. Boosie, Autumn, we talk about it all over here, and also on Conscious TV platform as well too.
I know that's right.
Yeah. All righty, bye.
Y'all have a good one. Bye.
You too. Oh shit. Conscious.
Kendall Alexander, go straight to patriarchal hell, you bitch. My 2 words.
Oh, he said everybody won't.
My 2 words would be fucking over.
Oh yes.
Finally fucked 10 fucking days, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 hour fucking live streams, panels upon panels upon panels. 10 live back to back.
And then each one of them were at least, to my knowledge, at least 7 hours, 6 hours each, at least.
Fucking over. It was worth it. We endured to the end, and the Holy Ghost made it up for a nigga because I figured that shit out. Grooving through and through. But I have to agree with Retro. This was victorious. This is inspiring. It is refreshing. It's recharging. It gives me hope. It gives me faith. I'm very happy for Meg. I'm very happy for Black women's community. I'm very happy for the feminine community in general. This is like monumental, and I'm happy. I am happy. And I'm glad that it ended over, and the work continues on. So we forge ahead. One dusted down and a million more to go.
Yeah. Girl, you already know how that's gonna be, bitch.
Yes, and thank you for hosting this. This was an amazing 5-hour situation. You made me proud. And can we all give a big shout out to Reckless for reaching 3K 3K before the year's out, bitch. Reckless is ending 2022 on 3K. CTV is ending 2022 on 40K, honey. This is best friending. This is best friending, girl. Okay, this is how it's supposed to be.
And I'm gonna be honest.
Yes.
Because at first I was like, oh, the 3K. And then I was looking at my views, but I thought about it. I said, when I first started my channel, I was doing reactions, I was doing story times, I was doing all those different things, and I had like a whole bunch of people coming to my channel for different stuff. But now, since I'm actually strictly kind of staying more on the commentary side of things, I may do a story time, I may do other things, but now I'm really focused on every year I want to gain 1,000 more subscribers, but however, I want 1,000 loyal subscribers that they always come back. Like I don't want like 20,000 subscribers, but only 1,000 of them keep coming back to my live. No, I want a consistent, steady.
It's gonna be like that, baby. It's gonna be like that. But you are gonna have a loyal fan base. Everybody has their core loyal fan base. YouTube is a very crazy platform to navigate because they sabotage their content creators a lot with their ridiculous algorithm system and their notification system. It's just a ragged platform, but it's also an amazing space to be in, and you should definitely expand beyond the YouTube platform too. Like TikTok, Insta, so many great social media platforms to definitely to get into. But I'm proud of you for your 3K. You're doing an amazing job. Your commentary is sickening, and I raised you well.
Thank you. Alrighty. So, alrighty. Okay, so I'm just gonna end up on a few thoughts. I just want to get a few things off my chest. Now, when it comes down to this case or whatever, I am gonna be honest, even though I have talked my shit, and two things can be true at the same time. One truth, I'm gonna say for me, one truth is I do feel bad. I do feel bad because I do have empathy. One of the things that I do kind of hate, but not really hate, but I'm gonna use lack of better words, hate. Yes, come on, yes, sir. Yes, I didn't even know you was even in the bushes. Come on, Thais. Yes. Thank you so very much. Thank you. So I'm gonna be honest, like when it comes down to the Tory Lanez and Megan and Stallion case, I will say this, is that for me, one of the things I really do hate about myself, not really, but I'm using it loosely, is that I do have empathy, especially when I probably shouldn't have empathy, but I think that that's the human part of me. So I do actually feel bad for Tory in a sense of, I don't like to see anybody have to really, like, I don't like to see to where people have to get this far for people to kind of understand how their actions actually affect other people. And I really don't like seeing nobody go down that road, but at the same time, I'm really glad that Megan was able to get the justice or get the response necessary for her to be able to heal. And also Trump, and shut up the haters that would basically hating on my girl. Hating on her, had no reason to actually be upset with her. So I am completely happy for the outcome. And oh, yes, like I'm completely happy for the outcome because it also confirmed that we were right. We read the room, we entertained different narratives, and also on top of that, me being on the panels all the time, it actually allowed me to stay on my toes, stay on my feet, being able to actively listen. Because yes, I know I may come off like, I may know it all, but I'm still learning as well too. And so I really do love the experience of really being on those panels and actually getting a chance to hear other people, engage other people, even Miss Barbara, even Monica, even the people that I actually do get kind of like a going back and forth with, even a straight man. Even when we go back and forth, I really do like that engagement. I really do like that experience, because sometimes, even though I may get them together, but I may sit back and be like, you know what? They probably said something a little bit powerful. I'm gonna go back and rewatch that. So That's what I'm gonna say on that. But I do want to end on some notes right here. So here's the thing. In this case, there are some things I noticed. The things I noticed is that there was anti-Black rhetoric. When it comes down to the anti-Black rhetoric, is that when it comes down to people critiquing Megan, the way that she looks, her features, labeling her as aggressive, all of that rhetoric is rooted in anti-Blackness. Now, the reason why it's rooted in anti-Blackness is because our ancestors were very shaped like Megan. They probably were taller, darker skin tones because they were strictly from Africa. When it comes down to the features that they have, there's something called featureism. And what that means is that the more Afrocentric your features are, you're deemed as quote unquote unattractive in white society's beauty standards. But however, the more Eurocentric your features or exotic your features are, then that's when you actually fit into the standard. And colorism most definitely played a part as well when it came down to Megan Thee Stallion, because people always wanted to label her as aggressive, mean, but not even recognizing. And this is the reason why I say you must understand these things from a societal aspect, a sociological aspect, a real life, real time, and also spiritual perception and perspective as well. And so when it came down to people not really recognizing the colorism aspect of things, is that when it comes down to men, the darker that you are, you're deemed as more masculine. But then if you're more lighter in skin complexion, you're deemed as more feminine. So for men, the darker you are, the better that you are, and within the context of the Black community. But the lighter that you are, then when it comes down to a man, within the context of being Black, well, I kind of hate saying Black because people don't identify as Black. Melanated communities, you're deemed as more feminine. That's the reason why we typically try to call light-skinned men pretty girls. Oh, you just delicate. Oh, look at her over there. That's where that rhetoric comes from. And this is what I mean when I say that when you understand these power systems like racism, colorism, homophobia, transphobia, they can be very explicit, but they can also be very subtle as well too. And with them being subtle, they also carry explicit language and also subtle language as well. So once you understand those things, it's easier for you to dissect and also detect what social forces are actually in play. You get what I'm saying? And same thing for women. When the women are more darker in skin complexion, they're deemed as masculine, and then they're looked at as aggressive. And that was one of the key things that was actually playing a part in the case. It was very consistent. It was very much people coming onto panels, whether they know it or not. And that's the thing. A lot of people, I don't think they knew it or not. I'm not going to say that. But with a lot of people, they were pushing stigmas that we had no proof of. We had no proof of it. So I think that most definitely played a part. Misogyny noir, that played a part. A sexist bias when it came down to whenever people just assumed that Megan and Kelsey were fighting over Tory as if he was this big giant prize. But we failed to realize that Megan didn't really want him. She just fucked him and used him for dick. But Kelsey confirmed that she was already talking to somebody else. So it's very much a reasonable, I'm about to say reasonable doubt. It's very much a reasonable understanding that they could just be fighting just off of principle. It doesn't always have to be over a man. You get what I'm saying? And so that is the sexist bias that most definitely played a part when it came down to it. Respectability politics. In terms of respectability politics, people, whether they know it or not, have these respectability politics of, and honestly, I'm gonna say respectability politics and victim shaming, because a lot of times people harped on Megan lying. She lied. And I always say this all the time. We as a culture have to create a safe space for people to tell us the uncomfortable truths. I'm sorry. We cannot shame people for the minor details within their stories and think they're going to be completely honest about everything. That's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen, because let's be very clear. Another person that ended up getting shot as well was Saucy Santana. And he told us the truth. But what's the first thing that, I forgot her name. It was a Love Hip Hop Miami cast member. First thing she did, she came out talking about, no, that wasn't the case. You know, he was popping his ish, yada, yada, yada. And basically everybody after that video came out was shaming him. was shaming him. And so that's why for me personally, it didn't matter if she lied or not. For me personally. As in terms of when people talk about she would have told the truth, it never would have happened. I've seen too many examples where there are victims that tell the truth and the exact same thing happened. So for me personally, I wasn't even worried about her telling the truth right off the bat. Do I wish she would have told the truth right off the bat? Yes. But at the same time, even on different panels, Conscious TV's panels, we've seen people. Okay, Megan, let's be very clear. She was holding information because it was very much embarrassing. I was with this dude that was with my friend, or I messed around with this dude that was once with my friend, slept with him, and then not only that, he essentially got shot by him too. That's embarrassing, like, to really talk about. And then just to know that if I actually come forward about my injuries, about me actually being a victim, people are not going to actually stay on task and being able to handle these situations and conversations with diligently. Y'all know if I'm moving my sleep. Because even on these panels, we literally seen it. We've seen it where, Megan was the victim, but she slept with this person and that person and that one. She's a whore. She's a slut. That hard girl stuff. All sluts and hoes gonna be exposed. But she is a victim. She deserved to be shot. She's like mean, black, aggressive, and all these angry black women. But she was a victim. No, I don't support her. But she was a victim. Like, a lot of people weren't staying on task. And so I know that if our culture actually stays on task, then and then only then everybody will be able to tell the full truth without worrying about people throwing it in their face, and also not worrying about those things being weaponized against them, despite them being the victim. And that was just the whole gag. How the hell is she the victim, as in the one getting shot, and everybody using her past against her? How that work? How that work? I guess. A very serious conversation dealing with street code of no snitching. And I felt like, hey, what's going on, Poetic Flacco? What's going on? And I'm not gonna lie, when it comes down to street code, that most definitely played a part as well. And it's the fact that I felt like a lot of people came up on the panels, and this is just my personal opinion. A lot of people literally came up on the panels and had these questions of, I wonder why they didn't snitch, why they didn't say nothing. You have to keep in mind as well, we're all just about black for the most part. But if not black, black and brown. They also include other melanated groups that don't classify as Negro. And we all know in the hood or from lower income communities, you labeling yourself as a snitch can most definitely cost you your life. And even when it doesn't cost you your life, there's shame behind being a snitch. And these are usually also the same people that talked about Megan not snitching, even though she needed justice, even though the statistics say that most victims don't ever come out. Most victims are gonna probably lie and probably hold out some truths or hold out some things that happen because of shame. These are the statistics. But these are the same people that literally have been done wrong in their life, but have yet to come forward about anything because of no snitching. So how dare you get on these platforms and shame somebody for not snitching right away, but yet you haven't snitched at all. And you suffering in silence. Girl, we always talk about patriarchy over here. This is no shade. We talk about patriarchy all the time. I'm gonna give patriarchy a rest, okay? But I do believe this is the era of being able to recalibrate, being able to have the deep conversations of what's considered patriarchy. And a lot of times when I feel like when I say patriarchy, and I kind of use polarizing language on purpose, but what is this toxic version of patriarchy? What is this disgusting, dehumanizing version of patriarchy? And I feel like once we start having those conversations, and don't get me wrong, we talking about patriarchy over here, but also matriarchy as well. Who are we? What do we do? What's our purpose? And these are the questions that we're answering right now. So yes, we're going to have more situations like this. But I think those are the things that we are having to answer at this point, honestly. Now, internalized misogyny. Here's the thing. I know on the panels I kind of give a lot or whatever because I just be like so fired up. But here's the thing. I do have a soft spot for people who internalize their different power structures, power systems, forces that work against them. Because if me as a queer man was taught, if straight people were taught to hate queer people, why don't you think that queer people was taught to hate themselves? If racist people were taught to hate black people or melanated groups, why don't you think anti-blackness wouldn't be a prevalent thing within itself? If men were taught to hate women, why don't you think women were taught the exact same thing, to hate themselves and see themselves as inferior? So I think these are the conversations that are necessary and able to move the culture forward and get to a better place of healing. That's really it. That's really it. So that's really it for you guys today. That is it for my commentary video for today. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please, on your way in or on your way out, please make sure you thumbs up. It really does help with the algorithm. It really does help a brother out. By the way, if you guys, I gotta make sure, because someone did cash app me. I got people cash apping me. I want to make sure I gotta do better with this. Isaac, thank you so very much for your contribution, your cash app contribution. Critically Drinking, thank you for your cash app contribution. Thais, Thais Report. Y'all know I butcher people's names, but I'm gonna get this right. Thank you for your contribution to the channel. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Since we're already kind of at the bottom, we can only go up from here. So yeah, that is it for my video for today, guys. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from me. Until next time, guys, I will see you guys later. Deuces!